been a year and a half since you had the Oregon State Police come out here and blast me in the face with a grenade and tear gas my animals and have them shoot Elijah and kidnap Adriana and grenade them. So here we are. Doesn't seem again. I haven't heard from the attorney. I'm 5 days away from my trial now and don't know what's happening. And I know it's you that's doing it, so I'm only going to try to keep, and what I already know. There's no reason to switch gears now. Just keep faith and accept whatever you do to me, because I can't change anything. I just spent a year and a half of my life, and now I don't even know my son and daughter, and I can't even get my own attorney to show any interest in their dead or missing bodies. So they don't even going to have them at my trial, which is insane. That's under the right of discovery. They're supposed to be there under my 6th Amendment. I have a right to call witness in my favor. I even said that to them. So this is just an absolute nightmare. Just making documentation of it, because maybe somebody will go back and look for them if I go to jail or something. I don't even know what's going on with me. So at least it'll be up. They'll go, man, he tried. That dad tried. I'm a dad just trying to keep his son from going to jail, and now I can't even, a year and a half later, get anybody to help me find him or look for him or even care about him. So I know I do. I miss him a lot, and it seems to make no sense other than its father doing it. That to you, Father, I know it. So what do I do? Just not take a deal. I'm not going to agree to anything. If you want me to go and you don't want me to look for him, probably send me to jail. I won't be able to look for him, will I? So there'll be nobody looking for him until I get out of jail. So that's sickening. Breaks my heart. But it is what it is. My heart's already broken that it's been this long and I haven't gotten to talk to him. So no reason or no even a word to anybody to even know anything about him. Not even no investigator, no agency will go look for him or my daughter, nothing. So what a nightmare that I live daily here. So one day at a time. It's day 547 since, again, they SWAT raided the ministry out here and came out here and blew the windows out of the house and grenaded me and grenaded my animals and grenaded my daughter, my son, shot my son, and just have had no accountability for any of it. Father will hold him accountable, but that's it. So, year and a half and nothing's happening with Elijah, and it is looking like I may, go to jail because I can't even get the attorney to help me look for my son, and I paid him. This ain't like some public pretender, appointed counsel. This is a paid attorney. So what a nightmare, man. And I asked him to posture before the case. He said he would, and because they already dropped my daughter's charges for the same thing they're charging me with. So to have to go in there and see the district attorney in there, be on his computer. He's on a game. Is it game? Can't even report my son dead or missing, and he's playing a game. Father is so cruel. But it doesn't stop my faith and what I have for the word. So I know it's not by luck or chance or free will. It's all being created. Father is everything not written, and everything that ever will be is after Father's hands. He's the writer and the creator. So actually his hands are not, it was spoken. It's all spoken. So not by hands. Remember, he said he doesn't dwell in temples made by hands. He dwells in the heart of the bride, and that's where he's at. And there's just a small number of people that he loves. So the people he loves, he beats and he refines. He said we're supposed to be like silver. Silver takes a long time to process through heat and, put it through a refinery, a crucible, right? You ever refine metals or any kind of, they have to bring the heat up really high for a long time. So it's been a long, grueling 547 days. An absolute menace in my mind, and I have menacing charges myself against the police and harassing the police charges. But they can ruin my property, not mine. I don't care. I don't want property. I'm over owning anything. So maybe jail is a good spot for me. You can't own anything in jail. So remember Klaus Schwab, you own nothing and you'll be happy. So but it is what it is. I ain't tripping. I'm just going to do what Father tells me to do. And he tells me through his word to have his, their lamps trimmed and be girded in his service. So to do what he wants me to do, not what I want to do. Deny self daily. Bear and be a witness and be crucified and take up suffering, long suffering daily, and edify my Shem, my Agape, my authority, and I'll cover you at your day of death when you rise. Not your day, your second day, your day of resurrection, one at judgment, when I raise all flesh. So it's what I have to hang on to, because the flesh is weak, and that's okay. Father, I know that. I more cling to the Hokadesh. So the word doesn't have flesh, correct? Well, he birthed the flesh vessel, but that's the Hamashiach, and I know what that is. So he suffered. He was crucified because he stood up against the law and perversion of the law. He wasn't lawless. He stood up to pervert it. So there's accountability. The measure you pour out will be poured out on you when he returns. He pours out that just measure. So thank you for the word. Without the word, I would be nothing. Just some meat suit. Eats and it's not what goes into man that defiles him, it's what comes out of him, right? Well, man, woman, we're equally yoked under this covenant, but should enjoy whatever time I have right on this rock. Shoot. So Paul said in his writings, wrestle not against flesh and blood, right? So in Ephesians, in the book of Ephesians. So, on this channel, it's hyper focused, on the gospel. So, man, got my back there. So, thank you, Father, for the word. Thank you for all things. Thank you for the beating and the suffering. If I'm doing it in your Shem's sake, it's different if this is my own, if I'm after my own. He says, I do all these things after my own counsel and my own pleasure. If I'm doing it for my own will, then that's idolatry. That's different. He's not going to cover me. I have a covering for standing up to perverted law. So that's what he stood up to. That's why his bride is a tiny flock and most people go to hell. So most people don't know what hell is or what the definition of hell is. So they don't know. They don't know what hell is. They don't know what heaven is. They don't know what hell is. They don't know what death is. They don't know what time it is. So it's not 2025. So I want to give you the news. Northeast, west, and south, right? Are you on a planet, spinning on a planet? Father didn't create any planets. So he said, don't add a jot. Now you turn that little jot into a planet. You blew it up with some, must be some NASA helium or something. NASA, right? Largest purchase of helium on this rock. Not a straight A. Space agents are a straight answer. So thank you, Father, for giving me this. So not to play their little ball game. Play with the balls. People like to play balls and worship balls. They're eyeballs. That's idolatry. You're not supposed to worship the things you see or go after the things you see. You're supposed to go after the word. You can't see the word, correct? No. Faith is the things unseen. So get with the news. Most people are idiots. They don't know. They've never seen it or ever heard it in their life. That's what an idiotos is. So thank you, Father, for that. So if nothing else, I have the word. I mean, these fleshy things come and go to pass. The spirit is heaven and earth shall perish, but my word, he is the word, never dies. So you don't die. You're supposed to die to flesh self daily, but it's what I have to do. Otherwise, I couldn't make it. I couldn't get up every day. He's the one that's salvation. The one he saved. The ones he saved, he carries them every day, picks them up, lifts them from beginning point until he returns at his redemption. And those are the ones he saved. You can't be saved. There's no such thing as saved. No such thing as free will. No such thing as luck. But you can't believe in a God or believe in Bigfoot or believe in an Anakin Spacewalker, or whatever, Chewbacca or whatever. Galaxy Defender. So, isn't that a video game or something? But anyways, people like to play games, so I don't play games. I can. It's okay, but I'm not. That's not my. This ain't Monopoly. I'll make it. If this was chess, I'll make you turn the board over. Father created and wrote. He knows every move. There's no luck. That's why we only play games. There's no free will. There's no luck. If Father created all things, how's there luck? There's no such thing as man-made. If you think about it, if Father created all things, everything not written and everything that ever will be, that's Father. He created man. So that's man-made. That's a silly concept with these mammon, Jezebel. Does that ring a bell? Bell, ball. There you go. Now they're worshiping balls. Remember? Oh, bells. Ring my bell. Oh, that's my bad. Jezebel. Remember the spirit of the Antichrist. That's anti is adding or taking away from the word. Father is the word. Don't you study it ever? Most people don't. I'm not here to try to turn anybody. Turn is the word rebuke. The word rebukes. Can't rebuke any. I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. You can't rebuke me in the name. It says in the same name. It's Shem. It doesn't say Jesus. There's no J's in Hebrew or Greek. So Shem is action. What's going on, Obama? Saying I'm trying to do a little. You know how I am. Try to talk about something, I end up just talking about the word. Father's the word. Word to her, play tricks on your nerves. So, yeah, life's like that. It kind of gets on your nerves. Not supposed to be an easy sit down, Jesus, remember? So, we're just having the discussion that I'm not going to take a deal and bend over and do it willingly. You're going to have to force me. Not in rebellion against the word, against the trial is in 5 days. And I haven't heard from the attorney again. So same thing with the whole case. Just whatever. Just don't know. I don't know. I have a trial in 5 days though. I just had my pre-trial. I showed up there and drove down there for 3 minutes. The attorney said, "Yep, we're going to trial." And I told him the posture before trial so that we can avoid even, but nope, the district attorney's going to take it, and he opens up his little laptop to video games. He's playing video games, and my son is possibly murdered, dead, missing, and my attorney don't care. I've made that very clear. Nobody cares. So I have to make these videos before I go, because if they railroad me and I go to jail, I have to hope that somebody will come in here and do something and look for my son, because there's nobody's going to look for him. Not even my attorneys made any attempt to call Josephine County, the state police, and say, "Why? I have a client here who's trying to report his son dead. I mean, here's his, can't report it." Nope. Nothing. Nope. He told me to report it to the state police. They didn't. They said they don't have jurisdictions. The one who came and shot him. grenaded me, kidnapped my daughter, but they don't have jurisdiction. They can come in and kidnap my daughter, grenade them, grenade me, grenade my animals, tear gas my animals, wreck the ministry, row it all over the, the animal shelters and everything out here, and then they don't have jurisdiction, can't take a report for my son. And I tell that to the attorney. He just doesn't care. So I don't know, man. Glad that I have faith. Will it be over in 5 days? I don't know. So I called every agency from the Department of Justice to my local governor's office to 5 years on this case. So we'll see. I still have the right of appeal, and I've already told that to the attorney in the case. I will file appeal if they railroad me. I'm not going to just take this laying down. They offered me, no, okay, whatever. I've already done all that. You guys got to do that. Probably taking it in this. Obama, I've been doing this 5 years. You don't think we've had people contact the media? What about all these people come in here? Oh, I'm going to take it to Lackluster, and I'm going to take it to Chile, and I'm going to take it to, whatever. All these, First Amendment auditors, and nobody ever does. So, you want to make millions of dollars? Here's something offered. Want to make millions of dollars? There's 3 videos on the playlist right now. Take the SWAT raid to a civil attorney and make yourself millions of dollars. Oh, there's hundreds of millions of dollars in lawsuits in this case. Even my criminal attorney agrees with that. But he's just a criminal attorney. He doesn't file civil lawsuits. So nobody's done that. And I asked, remember, I lost my lady in red monitor. She's gone. She's not here because she gaslighted me. Oh, I can't do it. I can't. Yes, you can. You just don't want to. Different when you want to say you don't want to do something. If you're afraid, go to church or something, Oh, that's why you're here, right? But no, but don't say you can't do it. Yes, you can. You got to get it and go to it. It's as hard as going, hey, see this video? Look at this. This guy needs an attorney. Civil. He hasn't filed a civil lawsuit. What? Give me his number. Millions of dollars in your bank account, probably in a matter of, and I'm doing it. If I go to jail after I get it, I'm still going to file. I still have that. Even my criminal attorney told me that you'll have a right to lawsuit even if they convict you. It's not like it goes away. So I've avoided it because I don't want the taxpayer to pay. And I just want them to squash the case so my son can move on and I can move on. But apparently that's not what Father's not going to allow that. So there's something anybody could have done on this channel to help me. And I asked, I stuck my neck out, put my neck out there and said, please help me. I need somebody out of my state to do this. They'll fly in here with a team when there's hundreds of millions of dollars. Not going to worry about some flights and bringing some investigators out. This would be one of the most massive cases if it ever actually got opened up. I still to this day, even Kevin said he doesn't think the district attorney's even opened this case and looked at it. So, and he seems to think that they're just going to wash it right at the end, and I'm going to walk away, and it'll just be a it'll at the very last second, like I might even show up there that day, like to Elijah's trial. When I showed up there was nobody there, no jury, no nothing. I didn't know if they know how to call a jury, so go through jury selection. See, my attorney's got to be doing that. The jury selection is a huge part of the process of why I paid that attorney. So I know that. I even talked to him to his face. So not over the phone, But it's okay. I totally accept with whatever is happening is Father's will, and don't worry and not anxious about this. I'm just disappointed because I have a son that could be murdered and nobody will look for him, and I might go to jail. I don't even know what's going to happen to me. I have a trial in 5 days, and even I've spoken with other people. He said, yeah, I've got in trouble before, whatever, but my attorney told me what I was facing. I don't even know what's happening. I don't even think I'm going to testify on the stand. My son's not even going to be there. He was the one I told to stop the car. You know what I'm saying? So, that's all right. Like I said, it always feels like nobody's ever listening to me anyways. So I don't do it for me. I do it for my son. I've given up on this life already like that. I don't have a life. I have the word, and I'm good with that. That's more worth than any kind of thing that I could ever have on this rock. So I did not get cheated. So, you know what I'm saying? Father isn't, the word is worth more than anything. So thank you, Father, for always making it fall on deaf ears. But here I am, year and a half later, nothing's happened. Don't think my attorney's going to have my son or daughter at my trial, which I've made such a big deal about. He doesn't seem to think that matters. But it is what it is, man. What do I do? Nothing. Nothing's changed the whole case, even to this very moment in time. Tomorrow's Thursday, Friday, right? What if the attorney don't come? I'm going to trial on Friday or on Monday, and there's nothing. Been no communication with my attorney. You know. So this is the most absolute disgusting nightmare I've ever could think that any man could potentially go through in the legal system in this country. I've hired a paid attorney, and he won't even talk to me about my dead son. He won't have the conversation. He changes it every time I talk to him. You'd think I was, before I came on here, you'd be calling the state police going, hey, this is my client. Why are you not taking a report for his son? He said his son's calling Josephine County. Why did you threaten to throw him in jail? He had 40 pounds of silver there. He had his passport. And he was reporting his daughter being there too, murdered or raped or being kidnapped as well. And here was his discovery. Here was his proof. He was showing you motive through Marshall, and they did not care. They threatened to throw me in jail. Why hasn't he called Josephine County? Why is my son not contacting me after a year and a half to tell me he hates me, he loves me? Nobody cares. It's the life I live. I have to deal with it, and it won't be here. I won't be on this on this rock forever. In this flesh, I'll be back again. I'm sure of it. That I know. Says it. That's the little season. Study the word. But one day at a time here. So 5 days. I go to trial. I don't know what's going to happen. My son's not going to be at my trial, and he's the reason they're throwing me in jail. Are trying to. So they did offer me a plea agreement, and at the smallest of charges, the attorney, I did talk to him about that. He was pretty, he said, I did speak with the district attorney this morning, and he said that I have to tell you these two things as your paid attorney. I know you're not going to want to hear this, but I have to tell you. They offered a plea deal agreement to drop all your charges, and they'll just give you a misdemeanor and unsupervised probation. So I can pretty much walk with just a tiny little slap on the wrist. I mean, just the smallest. It's like it wouldn't even matter. I could get it expunged in probably a year or so. I wouldn't be on like probation where I had to report. I could travel. I could do whatever I want. No. I didn't come this far to agree to a plea. Please agree to extort my merchant number. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna agree. And so this could land me potentially in jail. I don't know how that's gonna work. I don't even know if my attorney's supposed to be picking out a jury selection. All that's got to be done before trial. So, that's really a lot of what I paid him for. So to have a proper jury at my trial, which we'll see. Like I said, I don't even know what, he seems to have all the confidence in the world that he can beat the case. Doesn't want to talk about my son, but, there we go. So, tomorrow will be 4 days, 3 days, right? The weekend, What if I don't hear from him tomorrow or Friday, man? Father could be as cruel like that to me. He could be like that and just show up there at 9 a.m. for my trial, like I showed to my son's trial, and nobody was there except for Hey, you know, this is the first time Dan Spencer wasn't at my case. Elijah's attorney. This is the very first time. Make a note of that. For my discovery, for my appellate case, if they file and try to wrongfully convict me, I told my attorney already I'll be filing an appellate case in a federal court. So my right of appeal. First time for note for my discovery, because I create discovery, is that Dan Spencer was not there. Why was Dan Spencer not there? Why is that man at every single case? And his private investigator, his investigator, John Mogul, he wasn't there either. They've been at every single case of mine except for the one yesterday. Why? At your trial, Dan Spencer, because I think I said to him, I think he's involved in something with Elijah as well. He's got to know something. He's an attorney. I nailed his investigator. No, just talked to him last time. Don't talk to me. Where's my son at? I just asked him, he's the investigator. You would know. You're the one who's in this case. Don't talk to me. That's what he said. So, that's fine. I'll let him go, whatever. But, you know, what am I to do? I'm not going to agree even to the smallest of charges. No, I'm not going to agree. That would make me a hypocrite. And if I did that, I would hope that you would unsubscribe from this channel and make YouTube videos about me, that I'm a fraud. That I took an agree and I said that I wouldn't, agree, and I will not agree. So no deal. No, please extort my merchant number. If they're going to do it, they're going to do it not by me willingly. And then Father watches that. And then if that happens to me, then Father will cover me. I'll just have to deal with the fact that I don't like what's being done to me, where I'm at, the position I'm in, and that they're taking money from my merchant number. But they're doing it illegal. Remember, I exercise my right of power of attorney over my capital letter name, and I don't need to bring all that up. But like I said, I would rather go sit in a jail cell, even though I don't want to, than to not fight the case. Somebody's got to, you're extending and prolonging the agony, Tracy, to go look for your son. Father's timing is perfect. If somebody wants to look for my son, they would have already contacted me by now, wouldn't they? If somebody wanted to help me out, they would have already been here contacting me by now, wouldn't they? If somebody cared about Elijah John Werner in the situation that his dad put him in by telling him not to stop the vehicle, which got him SWAT rated too, and his wife, they would have contacted me by now. If somebody cared about my daughter at all in this case, to including her parents, anybody, they would have contacted me by now. So nobody cares about these two people. I know that because I haven't seen anybody extend any kind of offer 5 days before trial to help them. So, and it's Father's will. So I'm not mad at anybody in any way, shape, or form, but it's sickening. It breaks my heart to think that there's nobody, if I went to jail, there'd be nobody out there looking for him. And I'd have to ride out of whatever sentence. And if something happened to me and I died in jail, then that's just the way it would be. Nobody'd ever look for him, and they just go down that way. I guess it's so incredible that I made so many attempts to report them murdered, missing, raped my daughter, and nobody from an outside source says, well, dude, I'll help you. Let me see if I can call these people and see if I can get some help for you, man. That's crazy. You're telling me your son and daughter were murdered and you have all the proof you think are big substantial and they won't even help you? Nope, nobody ever helped me. Never got any, like I said, no legal help, So that's all right. I paid for it. I sold the land. I sold it for half price. I gave it away. I don't care. I don't care. I've sold it for half price. I need to get a vehicle. So I sold my 5-acre parcel. So sold it to Kevin. Once again, he takes something for half price, but I don't want to make a dime off Kevin. I mean, it is what it is, man. So what's going to do me sitting in a jail cell? I would need some kind of, money on my books. So I don't expect anybody to pay for me while I'm gone. I'm going to have expenses. If, I needed to land payment that still needs paid. That was supposed to be Elijah's land. I'm going to pay for land payments. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, it's not a big deal. I'm not even concerned about it. Father does and restrains me all the time. So I've seen so many things, you know, in this case that people, it would just blow people's minds. But it's all right. I have no motive towards anybody, no like ill will towards anybody. My battle is with Father and my flesh, so um, it just sucks that somewhere out there my son and daughter are suffering right now, and they shouldn't be suffering, and um, they should be reimbursed for what happened to them. It was a tragedy that night. What happened to my son and daughter was kidnapped that night, and morning, 3 a.m. and my son was shot, and the evidence is there. So any attorney would take this case. So I know when I go talk to an attorney, they'll take it. I just, they got family. They got family, supposedly, right? No, they don't. Nobody in their family cares. So my son is all I had in this life. I didn't have anything else. And Father stripped him away from me. So once I lost my dog, Tango, and that's was very sudden, and that was a kind of a nightmare, but it, at least it ended quickly, and it wasn't, thank you, Father, for allowing me to sell that motorcycle so I had the money to try to save him, you know, not his life, because I couldn't, it wasn't, he just didn't have to suffer. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't wait, because she said I had another half an hour with him, and I didn't want to wait. So if something's suffering, you put it out of your misery, and I wish sometimes Father would just do that to me. And maybe that's what he's already done to my son and daughter, so they don't have to suffer. I don't know. Nobody will let me know. Nobody will even help me try to find them. Nobody's coming, like I said, no financial help. I don't expect anybody to pay my bills. I've had emotional help from the support of this ministry, and so that is a price that can't be paid. And I couldn't pay anybody enough to have just stuck by me in this disgusting, filthy year and a half, 547 days of an absolute tirade, nightmare, menacing to my mind, and to be a witness, so you know that there was somebody who saw it at least. Sometimes I told you it feels very surreal, like I'm not alive at all. It feels like I did get shot that day, you know. I know they had already hit me with a grenade. I could just be in some, it doesn't matter. I don't care. I don't care where I'm at in my spirit. I know what I'm doing here, and Father's controlling the ship. It's not me. Obviously, I can't steer the ship at all. I can't. I've tried. I can't steer the ship at all. You've been a witness. You can be a witness to that. If nothing else, this guy has tried everything in his stinking power that he can do, and he just keeps either getting thrown in a grenade, assaulted, everything he can do to help his son, and they just keep, battering him, assaulting him, arresting him, throwing him in jail, hurting his animals, hurting the people around him, and he just keeps trying. He doesn't give up. So this could all be done. I could have taken an agreement to take probably a misdemeanor charge. That's what they said. We'll give you a single misdemeanor charge. We're going to drop all the 7 whatever felonies and all to a single misdemeanor and unsupervised probation, which means I don't report to anybody. It's just they make a little money off me. That's my 2 witnesses. See what I'm saying? I'm not having that. I'm not going to allow them to do it to me willingly. So it's going to hurt if something happens, because nobody's out there looking for my son, but maybe somebody will see this while I'm in there and finally do something. I don't know what it's going to take. It's not going to take me reacting in a physical manner. I'm not going to do that. I'll keep my faith in Father, in the Word. He's the one that said steering the ship. I can't change it and don't want to. I change the course if Father wanted to be any different. But it doesn't mean that I didn't extend my hand out there and ask for somebody to help me. And that's because I have no pride. I don't have pride, so I wouldn't ask if I didn't have it, right? If I had it, I wouldn't ask. So I needed help. I asked and I got shit on. I apologize, but by my own moderator, gaslighting me. So the oldest moderator on this channel, let her go, man. I'm not going to be gaslighted by this ministry. I'm not here to try to hurt anybody or put anybody in inconvenience in anybody in any way. I thought this ministry was here to fellowship, so that's what it's about. It's about being charitable, and nobody has to give me a single dime, but I thought maybe somebody could give me some of their time to help me, not financially. So I have the financial aspect covered, like I said. Father barely, I haven't sold anything on the internet. I haven't sold anything on the internet in a long time. He has me kibosh, so I've only sold things off the internet. So my sales on the internet, I think, are done. I can't get any hits. I can't sell anything. So everything I've sold has been by selling it off the internet. So I already knew my days were numbered on the internet. I was trying to get off the internet in that sense and not work my life, because I've had a blessing and abundance and bounty by being able to do that. And that's okay. You know, we'll see what Father has for the future. You know, his treasure is what I seek, and seeking the inheritance to be with him and after this life. And I don't care about anything else. He took the only thing from me I had. It is what it is, man. You know, and I told you, if you know, you have to be that I had a hand in it. You know, not literal, but not listening to my son and taking the precious metals and leaving, because I can't even imagine where I'd be right now, what my life would be like. Not here, it would be like this, right? So, and he might still be alive. So I have to live with that I am responsible for getting my son killed. I am responsible for potentially getting my daughter killed. I'm not my physical hands. I had no motive or intention, but I have the rest of my life to think about that. So Father sure made it, if that's the actual, final results, that they're gone, at least they're not suffering. But I know that I have everything to do with it because I didn't listen to my son. So I may never hear his voice again. So at least Father gave me a bounty to know that the last thing that I heard from my son was, "Okay, Dad, I love you." Coming out peacefully with his hands in the air, and they shot him. So got him shot, maybe murdered. How many times? I don't know how many times I got him shot now, and I have to live with that my whole life. So I would never want this upon. I never would, have this desire to have anybody be in this memory of what was just done to my family and my animals and and it's not my property, it's the ministry's property. In the last 5 years with this county and what I've had to deal with because of the corruption of the law that's out here. I mean, look, they're literally still taking me to trial in 5 days, and I don't even know. They don't even really have a case, but it is what it is. I just have to, I don't know, let it go, man. Time's gonna pass. What are you gonna do? Throw me in jail? Sucks from my animals, man. I have somebody here to take care of my animals. It's not like they're not gonna get taken care of. So it's not the end of the world. It sucks to have to sit there that nobody's looking for Elijah or Adriana. And at this point, maybe they are safe somewhere in the middle of nowhere. I have no freaking idea because nobody will help me. So maybe even trying to have somebody find them might not be the worst thing to do right now. I don't know. I don't want to respond anymore because look, all I do is just get them hurt, grenaded, shot, tear gas. Well, they didn't get tear gas, but grenaded, concussion grenaded, shot, kidnapped. I mean, why the hell would they ever want to talk to me again? So I didn't listen to my son, and look what happened to him. So he's probably not very happy with me. So I have to live with that. I once, had my son this close to being here. He was going to move on the property on the 20 acres up the road here, and we're building, getting material together, and his whole life was changing. He went from those little cars to, I was talking with Kevin about this, to that Jeep. I was like, Dad, cleaning out the Jeep, and man, I was remembering, I wash the whole thing out with a hose. Dad, these things go underwater. It's so cool. He was changing so many things, not for me, but to be out here. And they just snatched my daughter and shot him and grenaded her and him, both of them. They grenaded both of them. That's what I can't seem to get over to in this case. I'm going to have to live with that. I want them both assaulted because of me, my actions, because I told him not to stop the car. My actions got my daughter grenaded and kidnapped because they would have never done that to her. I'm responsible for what happened to my daughter. So not just my son, but my daughter. So I'll carry a heavy burden the rest of my life. This will go away for me. And if I sit in the jail cell, then I have the whole time to sit there and think about it, don't I? About my terrible dad, things I'm a bad dad. I tried to help my son and it backfired in my face. Look, now they're Still a year and a half later, still trying to throw me in jail. And now he's gone and my daughter's gone. So I'm still facing all this. Maybe they're not, maybe they're gone. And, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't have anything to go off of. Zero. Only thing I have to go off is they're dead. It doesn't make any sense why the state police would not take a report and why Josephine County wouldn't go look for him. I had 40 pounds of silver at that property where I was telling them where Elijah and my daughter's car was found. So what an absolute nightmare. But I'll get through it. Tomorrow's day 4, 3, and then if I'm an attorney, don't call. I have to go show up on Monday for trial without a call from my attorney. I don't know when he's going to call me too. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know what he even tell me right now. He didn't talk about my son. He didn't, you're not going to even have my son there in trial. I brought that up to him. You can't have a trial, John, without my son being there. He was in the car. He's the one I told to stop under my 6th Amendment, John. That's my 6th Amendment, my right to fair and speedy trial and call witness in my favor. And he told, well, no, that's the state. No, John, that's my right. John, that's my 6th Amendment right to call witness in my favor. My son was the one was telling not to stop the vehicle. He's in my case. How can you not have him at my trial? Well, if we can't find him, then he can't be there. Okay, but we haven't even made any attempt to look for him. And every time I talk about him, he just turns off about him. It's crazy. I just don't know. 5 days. 5 days. It'll be 552 days since the last saw my son. His hands were in the air and he was being shot. That's disgusting. Obviously, he lived. I don't know where they shot him. I can't even find the bullet casings. I found some things. Remember, I have the grenade pins. I have the tear gas canister. There should have been 5 of them. You can hear them all come in through. There's some hit the outside of the building. So they evidently policed. I know Marshall. I was told Marshall picked him up. That's why I wanted him to go to look at Marshall's house. Why did Marshall pick up all the police, the brass? Or did the state police their own brass? It's a term, police. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. But pick up their casings. Like I have, grenade pins to now. I didn't know that I have a second that they grenaded my daughter and son. They grenaded my son and daughter when they were sleeping. They grenaded me 45 seconds later for just asking, are you okay? Son, are you okay? I'm just asking the well-being, like I called for the well-being of my son, and they threatened to throw me in jail. I did it in open court, trying to report my son in open court. Pat Wilkie threatened to come where I'm sitting right now. Said, I'm going to come where you're at, and I'm going to have you thrown in jail. Stop talking about your dead son. Stop trying to report your son or daughter murdered in the county that he's a judge in. 5 hours away. At the date that I just went to just the other day on, Monday, my pretrial. Trial readiness, pretrial cards, So, wow. Like I said, I'm just making more discovery so that maybe if I go to jail or something and I'm sitting in jail until I can follow somebody to look through these videos and go, man, somebody make sure that guy's still alive or something, because if they get rid of me, the whole case goes away. I'm that last pin, if you will, in the case. So they eliminate me, the case is a wash. Everybody gets away with it until judgment, till Father, till after we all won final judgment. So here I am, concerned that the attorney's not going to call me, and Elijah and Adrian are not going to be at my case, at my trial, which is a violation of my 6th Amendment right to fair, speedy trial and adequate counsel is under my 5th Amendment, but call witness in my favor. Evidence, it's under my suppression of evidence right of discovery. They have to call to discovery evidence at trial so that, opposing side can go over it. You can't bring something up at trial. You can't suppress evidence at trial. So why are they suppressing my son and my daughter at trial? They have to be there at my trial. I've made a big deal about this to my attorney, and he will not even, Why isn't he calling Josephine County trying to locate Elijah so he could be there at the trial? I know, he doesn't, because Elijah has a warrant out for his arrest, right? See, that none of this makes sense. My son can't show up to trial. He has a warrant for his arrest. My daughter can't show up. Well, yes, she could. Where is she? Why can't Adriana? Why isn't he looking for Adriana? Adriana doesn't have a warrant for his arrest. They dropped Adriana's charges for the same things they're holding me on. The same charges. Same thing. Telling Elijah, she said, no, go. I guess I heard her say that in the car, but that's not interfering. So I'm in remember, it doesn't matter. It's not interfering. She didn't physically in any way stop him and force him to pull over or any of that. Neither did I. So the attorney's banking on that. So, you know what I'm saying? The attorney's, you're an idiot. Get away from me, child. So, it's all right. Whatever the results is that Father has is fine for me. I'm not going to, I don't expect anything. I'm preparing to go to jail. And I'm preparing not to go to jail. How about that? He already has plans. If I make plans, he'll wreck them for me. So, not going to make any plans. So. In this case, it's already shown you that I can't do anything. I've not been able to make any progress, and spent over 120 some thousand plus dollars on this case already, and not a penny's come in from anybody else to help from an outside agency, victims advocacy, veterans program, and nobody, and not even in this ministry. I don't expect anybody to chip in for my legal fees in this ministry, but I figured somebody had some resources, some time, would reach out to some other agencies. But we all lead such busy lives. I know I never get the things done that I want. I'm a farmer. I'm an off-gridder. I'm a homesteader. I'm a pastor. I'm a dad. I'm a man of many hats. So I know time is very valuable. So I just don't understand. Somebody could take a little bit of time, but that's okay. Father didn't want it. Maybe they tried. Father kiboshed it, because his timing's perfect. So I'm okay with whatever happens. I'm not gonna, right? I'm just a little perplexed at the state of, I'm a veteran. I serve this nation, and the right of the people, the right of due process, the right of, constitutional right, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence. And so I am very outspoken, and I'm not sovereign. There's no such thing as a sovereign citizen. I'm a constitutionalist, and I know I suffer because of that, because my oath to the Constitution doesn't die at my end of tour service. So it's okay. I'm going to continue. I'm a soldier of God. And if I die here on the battlefield, I hope that Father will bless me and reincarnate me as a soldier so I can live to fight again. You know what I'm saying? This is what he bred me for, and not to do it with arms. I don't need arms to defend his word. As a matter of fact, he said meek, not weak. You can defend your property, but you know what I'm saying? You don't go out and seek vengeance. And that's what he said, that vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. So 490 times, sometimes daily, we have to turn our cheek and want to lash out, but he holds us back and keeps us from, going under that old eye for an eye testament. But most people are religious, and they're just quite vain, means worthless. They don't have any understanding of the word. So who am I to, judge? Yeah, you're supposed to judge everybody, with righteous judgment. Study your, people don't study the word, so I can't change anybody. It's not possible to turn a goat into a sheep, and that's already chosen from the foundation of the world. So before all this was created, remember he said, in Jeremiah, I knew you before you were in the womb. I set you aside as my teacher, my prophet. The word teacher is the word prophet. He said, call no man prophet, but he's talking about, he loved Israel, right? Before Israel, it was Jacob, who was a man who had the 12 families against the Great Sea, right? Going back in time, right? Not religion. He loved Jacob. He gave him the inheritance, called him Israel. Esau, he hated. He stole his brother's inheritance. Christ, the Masseh, the God of the Son, Jesus Christ, the Mithra, the birth in the middle of the winter in a manger, Jesus Christ on December 25th, right? So here we are, you know. Um, he doesn't love he doesn't love anybody but his bride, and he only loves them because he makes them love them. And from the foundation of the world, yeah, he loved Jacob and he hated Esau before either were born or done anything on this rock. So he knows nobody's doing anything here that's not everything not written. He says, I create all these things after my own counsel. Do I all do all these things for my own pleasure? I create evil. Isaiah 45:7. Nobody read the book, man. The words are there for you to have. Seek and you shall find. Ask and you shall receive. Knock. And he said, don't sup with vipers, right? And I will sup with you. So you sup with another gospel, that's what you get. Paul wrote about it, remember, in his writings, but people don't study Paul, the gospel, the 13th apostle, Paul. But people love their... I was birthed on the 13th day, so Paul has everything to do with the gospel. He is those 13 books. You can't take Paul's writing out. That's not the gospel. 13 books in the New Testament, canonized, remember, at the Council of Nicaea. So one word study and you'll start being able to understand that Father is the Word. He's not some religion. He's not a temple. The Most High doesn't dwell in temples or houses made by hands. So that's what he told us. He dwells within the heart of the bride, and he writes, he said, if I didn't call out to their hearts that are continuously filled with wickedness. So the scripture tells us about our heart. That if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, the ones he loves, that not one of us would, because we go after the flesh, the laws of the flesh. So that's why he made this new covenant. He said we're not celebrating any of these things anymore. We're not doing these rituals. So what an abundance to know, to go to know these things. And I hope my son and daughter, I don't know, I know my daughter reads the word with my son, and I know they have their interlinear Texas Receptus, and he was a part. He was civic in here. He was a moderator. So Father has all these things in cosmoses and orderly arrangements, in a perfect arrangement, orderly, perfection, and whatever I might think it's out of order, but it's not. He's doing these things. Maybe the judgments that these people receive aren't in the flesh now, but they do receive it at the great and dreadful day of the Lord, the final trump. The wedding feast of the lambs. That's what that is. That is the most important day in all of historical record. It is. It is, because there's nobody who's been dead and gone to the sky or in the dirt and gone to hell. That's not what... Death doesn't come at this end of this flesh. That's not what death... You're supposed to die to self every day, to the flesh. If you read the word, Matthew, Luke, my disciples, take up your cross, bear your cross, the crucifixion, the death, the resurrection, the birth, rebirth every day. Sozo salvation, I carry, pick you up, lift you from beginning point to an ending point. Yeah, I wouldn't say well, but I've got 5 days until trial, and I don't know what's going to happen, but I can't get anybody to help me look for my son or daughter. And I got faith, I can tell you that. That's what I was just describing, to you guys. I have faith, I know that. I don't have a lot else. I mean, I have an abundance of things, but that's fleshy things and phileo things, but I have a bounty of Father and Spirit and faith, and I know there's nothing I can do to change what Father has already written. Otherwise, I'll edit my name out of the book of life. There is no... Father is the writer, the creator, and the author. He creates everything not written, everything that ever will be. So it ain't happened. His hand is and it's spoken by, his writings are spoken into existence. So we might by hand, choose to scribe that onto, a stone or a rock or a piece of paper, but he's the Word. The Word is Hokadesh. So you need to drink more water, if you could. Bikaru, 1990. Make sure you're drinking lots of water, please, and stop intaking so much damn sugar. Why do you eat so much sugar? And why are you eating bread and pasta? Stop eating bread and pasta so much. You know you do. Stop eating so much of it, okay? Because that's a carb and that turns sugary and that's really not good and that makes you acidic like a battery without a charge. So I'm studying nutrition, so try to curve your sugar, sweets, and stop hitting the dopamine dump, and then your body will, and that's good. When you get sick, that's not a bad thing, just so you know. It means your body's working 1990, Bakeroo. It does. We'll call you B. B, okay? It does. It's a system. I'm not going to sit here and give any medical advice. Don't just sold your snakes up a pole, doctor, before you have to be fooled by sorcery. Your lexicon says pharmakia, snakes up a pole, across. So, attack your thyroid. I'm not sure how much iodine you intake. I'm not giving any advice for medical, but if you'll attack your thyroid, if your thyroid suffers, all your organs suffer. Eat a lot of genetically modified things. Eat a lot of corn syrup. We all do. We all do. We all do. I do. Still to this day, I do. I try not to, you know. Everything is gene edited with chemicals. We eat food flavored poison. You want to feel better, eat better. Get good sleep and stay with the word. Purify yourself as he purified himself. I'm not saying you got to be some kind of perfect saint. It's not what goes in a woman or a man under this covenant. It's we're equally yoked. It's what comes out of the people. So, but your body's a temple and you want to try to take care of it. And I know that I'm in my 50s and, I might not be in perfect shape, but I don't have body fat and I'm strong and I work and I have calluses on my hands because I can lift generally almost twice my weight and some things that aren't, but I eat better than most. I don't smoke cigarettes. I don't drink soda. I don't really eat candy. I don't eat pork. I don't eat seafood just because I don't like my availability right now. But I just don't do a lot of things. I eat farm fresh eggs, raise my chickens, try to not eat any kind of the pink slime. I only eat meat that looks more like venison, little flecks of fat added. I don't eat that. I just try not to, and I know it's hard, just affordability. That Campbell's Soup company just came out and said that the chicken in there is processed. It's never had a heartbeat or a bone, in a lab, in a vat, chicken grown in a vat. That's disgusting. Try to stop eating fast food if you can help it. Fast food is absolutely poison. Pretty much McDonald's, we see that the animal kingdom will touch it. Neither crustacean, arachnid, or no animals, no birds, no nothing. They don't want to touch that because that's not. There's not enough meat in those burgers to make enough burgers. That's at the old golden arches, right? So, but if you'll attack your thyroid, and another thing that you can do is attack your colon. Your lower intestine is where you'll absorb all your protein. Your gut bacteria, your biome, and your bacteria. There's good bacteria and bad bacteria. Acids, acids, your stomach acids. These things break down your proteins and get it ready to be separated, so it comes apart into a whole. There can't be a whole protein in your lower intestine that goes over that villia lining. People have a gluten intolerance. Normally what it does is it kills all that, like you have sinuses, and you have all those little fine hairs in your sinuses. You have the villia, that's the lining in your lower intestine. When that whole protein comes down and your lower intestine hasn't been separated, this is why they attack your gut bacteria with gene editing food, and so it messes with your gut biome. Your bacteria doesn't allow that whole protein to become separated. And when it doesn't separate, it goes into your whole, right? As a whole protein, it goes into your lower intestine and becomes a toxin. It could become I can't say that. I got medical strikes for talking about this, but I can probably talk around the algorithm if I'm careful about my subject matter, because I've gone through and viewed it. So, but because when that goes in, you got all these you're basically, that's your poop chute. You got all your deposit. You have livers and kidney and your filters in your body, but that doesn't filter out your protein is done in for your food. It's done obviously through your mouth and grinding things and then allowing them to go into your your bacteria and your acids, and that's what's going to allow that protein to separate. So if that protein doesn't separate, it goes in your lower intestine, where all your nutrition is absorbed in the lower intestine. you end up having it becomes toxic. So you probably have, a tremendous amount of toxins in your body, whether you like it or not, because it's just the diet. You didn't eat very well. That can back yourself up. Your thyroid is very important too. If you're not intaking iodine, you need your thyroid. I'm not giving any, we'll say, theory here. I mean, remember the iodine that people had goiter and thyroid problems in, was the 80s and stuff. They added iodized salt. Um, Most people don't understand how important it is to intake iodine. Um, Iodine only comes from a salt water out of the ocean. There's no iodine in a form. It's either comes from salt seawater or underground salt sources like Himalayas, pink salt. That's an old, there's even older sources, than that. But you need that into your thyroid. Thyroid is a filter, and it's everything that you eat, breathe, drink, goes through, that passes through the thyroid. So just make sure your thyroid is strong, and you won't know if your thyroid is struggling. Like, oh my God, it feels sore. I have a sore thyroid. That's not how that works. And then when your thyroid struggles, that brings down all the process of your other organs to work properly. Yeah, exactly. You got to be careful. You got to make sure you're getting that. Either Himalayan pink salt is what I use. Like, I'll show you. I have stuff. Oh man, I got multiples of these, but I'm kind of heavily invested in salt. Salt used to be a currency at one time, but this is what I'm talking about. Like your Himalayan pink salt. Like there's just one brand here. I have lots of. I have it. Like I said, I don't know how many pounds of pink salt that I have, but I have a lot of salt. But what you're trying to go for is in these salts that have like sea salt and pink salt and Himalayan. These are sources that are sourced from the ocean. And this has the iodine in it. And that's why it has the iodine in it. So when you're going with that like table salt, that bleach white salt, it doesn't have the iodine in it. So you really want to try to stay away from any of that white salt anyways. I'm not giving advice, but salt is a detoxifier. And there's a reason why your body craves salt. It wants salt for a reason. It does, because your body knows that it's actually, like I said, it's a detoxifier, and there's a reason why your body craves it. You don't want too much of it, just like anything, moderation, but salt is very important. They fought wars over salt. Salt was a currency back throughout scripture and time, and they literally fought wars over salt, guys. So salt's very important. If you don't have salt, this is one thing, again, in stores that I've been trying to get some of you guys to put up for some period of time. And I don't just say this stuff to speak my breath. That we should have these extra things. Oh, how old is this one? Yeah, see, I think I bought this back in 2015 or something like that. So, and salt's one of these things, and this isn't going to go bad. It has a best by date on it, and it's already past this, but I'm not concerned about it. It'd be exactly the same. So, please definitely, attack your thyroid, but you can do a lot better by, at least for now, if you don't have all these means. But I'm telling you, your lower intestine is where most of your toxins in your body right now are sitting. They're sitting in your lower intestine. And you have other toxins, because like I said, you have a thyroid, and you have a kidneys, and you have, a liver, and you have these other filters in your body that still hold the toxicity. But your lower intestine is where most of it sits as a separated protein whole, goes in and becomes toxic in your lower intestine. So if you want to clear yourself out, as much as it doesn't sound appealing, you're going to start on the backside where it comes out. If to start there for a good cleansing, or in reverse, you need to start here and stop putting stuff in it that comes out your backside, because you're just a big poop chute. You're a big meat suit, you're a big intestine, if you think about it. With some attachments hanging on to it, but you're just a big eater. You're a big poop chute. You eat it and it comes out your backside, right? Well, careful what you're putting in it, and your body won't struggle if you'll start eating better things. I don't mean to go there, but if you think about it, so if you think about it that way, that, okay, I'm just kind of I don't mean to go there. Remember those little things, those little rubber balloons that were like inside out? It just kind of keeps unfolding on itself. Guys, come on. We're that same thing, a little slinky thing, kind of a goofy thing, you know, people, whatever. It's kind of like the shake weight, but whatever. It's weird. It's like in your hand, it slides around because it's filled with water, you know what I'm saying? That rubber balloon that's folded inside itself, you can take it and shake it inside. It just keeps kind of unfolding on the inner self of it. That's kind of, if you think about it, that's what we are. You know, we're just like that thing. And so whatever we put, it's going to come out our backside. So careful what you put on the front side of this, because it will come out the backside. And I know it seems, oh, well, I've got a body to figure it out. But you know what I'm saying? That little, not this shape, but just it's kind of like the shake weight. It's a goofy little thing. You're like, dude, that's not funny, dude. But like, well, that's weird, you know, and you sit there and play with it in your hand. You got to make it do the, you got to do the shake weight action to get it to kind of start sliding in on itself. So what's shaking, guys? Come on, shake and bake. You know, Campbell's just came out and said that chicken isn't even real chicken. It's baked in a vat. No heartbeat, no bone chicken. Is that the kind of chicken you want to be eating? No bone or no heartbeat chicken? Would you like no heartbeat chicken today? So anyways, but so you are what you eat. You are what you eat. I think I've finally gotten through to Kevin, and he understood it, but I'm saying he really is starting to really pull it into what he's been talking about more too, because he's already on it. Talking about this, that, you know, you want to feel like crap, eat crap. You know what I'm saying? Chickens don't have, I've never seen a dinosaur-shaped chicken. Right? A rocket-shaped chicken. Rocket nuggets and chicken dinosaur nuggets. Oh my gosh, guys. Oh, cookie cutter. Let me tell you, these people are just cookie cutter. Cut them and press them. Stamp them out. We don't need no design to chicken dinosaur nuggets. You know, oh my gosh. You know, it's the dino nugget. You ever seen a dinosaur? They're kind of like a dinosaur, though. Kind of like a pterodactyl without the little arms there. But anyways, actually, I got some. I got a chicken breast, whatever. I think I'm gonna throw it on the grill here in a minute. I might take a pause for the cause and start it on the barbecue so I'm gonna baste the living piss out of it. I'm just gonna do it. Oh, I need to get some more garlic salt. I didn't get any more garlic salt. I'm gonna have to go back into the storage. I got garlic salt for Daisy, but yeah, it's prehistoric meat. You know, it's prehistoric chicken raptors. You want some chicken raptors? You like your chicken raptor? Your Dino flavored sauce? It's the caveman dip. So dip, baby, bring a whole new meaning to dip, huh? Dip your kids. What kind of flavored kids would you like? Would you like sweet and sour kids today? Or would you like barbecue flavored kids? Well, that's Moloch. Let's not go there. Oh, remember? Moloch. Esau. He killed his brother. Moloch. Eat your kids. Throw your kids in the fire. Krampus. Santa. Ooh, how about marshmallow flavored kids? Oh, I mean, puffy bunnies. Oh, let me go out there. Look at that. What's a nice Chevrolet right there, boy? I'll tell you what. So, anyways, eat your nuggets and eat your kids. I mean, bleach your kids. Eat your bleach kids. There's not enough. It's never mind. Let's not do that. I don't eat chicken unless I generally raise it. The last time I did, it made me sick. So, that I didn't raise. But I eat liquid chicken often. I eat a lot of liquid chicken. So, I had liquid chicken yesterday. I made it twice. So, I have more eggs than I know what to do with, man. I do. I wish I had a freeze dryer. I've been talking about Kevin about maybe putting this property on the grid. We'll see what happens here. He bought the other property from me, so I'm glad he's going to develop it. I don't have the money to develop it. I barely made my dime out of it. I didn't really make any money on the property. That's why I didn't want to make any money on Kevin. Kevin has come up a lot on these properties. These two properties, his properties have come up, you know what I'm saying, you know, and I'm okay with that. I don't need to gain. So, but I did sell the 5-acre parcel to Kevin. So I just sold it to him at a stupid price and could have sold it to him for more, but I don't want to make any money on him. You know what I'm saying? So he lives in it. I mean, he's my brother. He's probably going to go on the road with me and stuff. Why don't make money off people in your circle? You know what I'm saying? So had some steak. They gave me a little piece of steak when I went to town yesterday. Got some tacos, but $3.50 for 2 tacos, man. That's a deal. And they were offering to put the steak in there yesterday, but they didn't do it and forgot. So I asked the kitchen manager, like, we really want some of that steak in our thing. And the lady didn't put him in there. How much can I get a little side of it? She's like, oh, you just have the rest of it because there's just a small little boat. She's like, you didn't get it on your tacos? I said, yeah, we wanted. She offered it, but she just got busy and forgot to, put it on there. She's like, oh, that was supposed to be out of there by 2:00 anyways. So it was good. Yummy. I like red meat. I'm trying to eat as best I can here. Like I said, I might be going and sitting in jail. So, that land's not going to be doing anything. And I don't know how long they could put me in jail for. It could be a little while. I don't know. Who knows? I don't know. So I would need money to put on my books. Last time I went to jail, I didn't have any money on my books. You know what I'm saying? Well, I did actually, but I had to use it for bail. I had to bail myself out. So, and I couldn't get it onto my books before I bailed myself out. So I don't want to sit in there and not have anything, to be borderline scurvy in there. I don't expect anybody to help me in there. I don't think anybody put money on my books. So I hope it doesn't happen like that. But I think if I go to jail, you guys, we're just going to all break contact. And that sucks. I'm going to try to have Kevin come in here, but nobody's reached out to me enough, I think, to have contact with me if I went to jail at this point. I've left my P.O.Box out there, but that's not going to be my address. You know what I'm saying? So I think we'll just have to kind of part our ways for a while. And that sucks, but I love you. But just we don't have that kind of apparently, thing going here. So, but like I said, I got the land sold. I sold it for nothing. I gave it away for what I paid for it. So it's hard, but Kevin will do the right thing with it. He has the money to develop it, and he's actually already had some good ideas that I think he can do with it. So I've been talking to him about trying to maybe get this place on the grid, trying to figure out what the cost is going to be to do that, so that we can maybe put a freeze dryer here, and because there's ability to provide, there's a lot of ability to have abundance here, you know what I'm saying? So, but it's good because I needed the money. I sold that motorcycle when I needed to, and my dog, he passed. I had the money there because Father provided it. So, pants will be taken care of. I've got the neighbor, Brother Rick, is in here, and they love the puppy. He's my puppy with me right now. So he's being a good boy, and he'll have somebody to look after him. So I don't know what's going to happen. Like I said, I still ain't got no calls from the attorney. It's grueling. It's a nightmare, guys. Why is this attorney not calling me? Again, to prepare me. Right before trial, here I hear nothing again. So yes, he's my good guy. He's the good guy. He's just, yes, he slept with Dad last night too. Dad let him go get up in the bed for a little bit. He just started getting too hot because we had the fire going. We love him. We just love him. $2,350 up to $200 off the closest pole. That's $23,000, right? $23,000 for the pole, for just the electric. Not to include the permitting, not to include trying to set up just for power. $23,000, yeah. I think that's what you said. It wasn't $2,300. So, but anyways, I'm going to try to figure that out too. I appreciate that Rick in here. I was going to come try to talk to you eventually and try to figure out the cost. I'll try to discuss on what the whole, kind of get where you're at with that. I need to establish a building, and I already kind of understand. We've talked a little bit about it. We don't discuss it all here, but I think I could try to figure out, maybe come down and figure out what the 2,000. What? So anyways, if I can pull it off, I might, what I'm saying, with Kevin, we're going to try to, I think it's worth it, that way they can't mess with me. Cause I think if something happened out here, they can come give everybody a notice and say, hey, you're not, you're not on the grid. So that could happen. I was discussing that with Kevin. We need to think, and to try to protect your investment, sometimes you got to do things and put your head down. And as much as I don't like it, go, hey, you were a Jew and you survived World War II. How'd you survive World War II? I became a Nazi, So I'm not saying I become a Nazi, guys, but sometimes you got to put your head down. And so I've been out here a long time, and I've had an abundance of time living free. Because if you don't live free, you're already a slave. In my eyes, you are. So thank you, Brother Rick, for living free for all these years too. Out here living the American dream. We live like people want to live. Um, and it's not like he too is in the saying I'm gonna give up his whole gig here, but same thing, has the same dream of coming out here and sharing what he has with other people. That's it. That's the dream. That's why I love Brother Rick is in here right now. He had that dream originally, come out here and share. Didn't come out here and I'm going to stay by myself and not share what I had. He wanted to share and have other people share his dream with him. So we have a similar, strike a similar chord, and he loves the word too. So appreciate your conversation in here. Just little, even if something happens to me, I'm not going to be in there permanently. So I think I need to make sure I got money on my books, and I'll file a appeal case if something like that happens. And probably not going to turn out like that. Do the force you to get a yes, conditional use permit. Yes, which you have to have a certain amount, and Brother Rick is dealing with that right now. You know what I'm saying? He's dealing with that right now because he has a certain amount of time, and seeing, that, like, if he would have done this a while ago, that's why I was trying to talk to Kevin, because I was talking to him, because I was talking with Rick, Brother Rick in here, about how he had done it and how it took him a while to put all this together. It's not easy, guys, to come up with this, because they kind of want you to get that CUP in a certain amount of timeline, and you only have a certain amount of time. They put you under the gun out here. They used to not do that quite as much, and it seemed like they're doing that now. So you kind of have to have all your ducks online. You know what I'm saying? You need to have a reserve, a bank, and be ready to pull the trigger on, okay, I'm going to do that myself. As Brother Rick, again, I'm not trying to give up all his gig, but he purchased a large piece of equipment, or not huge, but piece of equipment, a large, substantial amount of money to save money, which he could use later. But there's cost involved with digging holes, and if somebody else digs it for you, I'm sure I could probably, when he's done with his, not until he's completely done with his, I might be able to get him to come down, not myself, to, even though he probably knows I know how to operate equipment, to say, hey, can I hire you? I'm sure 50 people, he's already asked him this month to already hire him, because he's just got the thing out by the road. But maybe when he's done, he could come help me, scrape out some, some ruts. If not, I dig the things by hand. I can dig by hand. I can dig. I can dig. You don't need to see proof that I can dig out on this property. I can dig. If I had to dig it by hand, I would dig exactly what he dug out there with a tractor. I've done it. So, but I don't want to do that. But again, the idea is to get this place on the grid now, probably as soon as possible. So I want to try to figure out the cost, because I'm going to be purchasing a pickup first. I have to. I need to do it. I need to have the mobility. So, and I'm going to probably take that amount. I still don't have enough with what I bought from the land. I kind of wish I would have asked Kevin more, but I don't want to do that to Kevin. I don't want to make any money on him. Probably been wise to say, hey, give me 5,000 in silver, on top of the price, for half price, but to try not to just take it deep. But I didn't, because Brother Kevin he's going to use the property, and I'll use it. And like I said, I'll help him develop it someday. If I file these lawsuits, here shortly after, if I don't go sit in jail, I don't know if I'm even going to jail either. So I don't even know what's going on. But anyways, I'd like to do that here for the ministry, and not for me. That way people can come here. Like I said, if it's a residence, 3 or 4 or 5 people can be here, and it's not a big deal. If you're off grid and you got people living at a place, and and it could be, you just piss off one person in this county and they can start some kind of paperwork on you and try to do, they can. There's a lot of people out here, and if you normally don't bug anybody and you don't let trash blow and your trash don't, like, go by Rick's place, okay, on the highway, everything's stacked, nice, neat. He has stuff, but he doesn't have everything stacked properly like my property. You don't see that, and that's how you have to live out here. Nobody would mess with you, but I mess with people, so it doesn't mean that they wouldn't mess with me back. But I'm talking future tense, guys. Like seriously, like them. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? This thing, guys, they're gonna come for everybody's land, so to speak. If you don't own the land outright and you have a payment on it or something, or and you're overly taxed in an area that can really raise your taxes really high, and out here it isn't as high because it's just a low income area compared to Bend, where the average home is $800,000. Every third home sells for $1 million. You're not going to be tax burdened. I've been showing that to Kevin out here too. Like if this happens and they do this financial reset, which is going to happen, it's not going to be the end of the world. We're already in the financial reset right now. They're already starting to do it. People are just too foolish to see. Some people are taking their money, instead of putting it in a 401k, they're putting it in a land, a well, a tractor, something that they know it'll be a tangible asset, something they can't be inflated out of, or the stock market can be crashed at. Silver, gold, something, food, water filter, things that are tangible assets. So, I mean, look at the price of silver. It's up another buck today, $52. It's $61 to buy an ounce. Silver's $60 right now, not 20, not 19, not 25, not 35, not 45, not 55, but to buy it outright from APMEX, it's $61 to buy a buffalo right now. And buy a buffalo, right? Buy a buffalo, it's $61 for a buffalo right now. It ain't no $50 silver, and it's going to keep going up. So put it in something that's tangible. So I think putting the money that I could future tense into this ministry to get it on the grid so that it doesn't get taken away from the ministry is the wise thing to do. And I need to stop dragging my feet, because again, I'll talk with Rick again about the cost that it costs to put this in at a minimal. And I might even hold off right now. And Kevin told me don't do that. He said buy the truck, and I agree with him to buy the truck. But if I had the money right now and I could actually do this, if I could talk with it, I'll probably, I won't stay on here forever. I'll maybe go down and hang out with Rick for a minute, bring the puppy down there and try to figure the costs, because I know the big cost is septic. Septic is a major cost too, in doing that out here, and you have to have septic out here. That's just part of there. If you want to live on the land and do it by and get your CUP, I think Ryan said that you have to do this the way they tell you, and septic is something they require. I told people you could get away with anything, pretty much. You have to have septic. You got to have somewhere to poop, and I don't understand. Cows could poop on the land. People pooped on the land for millions of years, but they want you to take and spread your poop out in the lateral. So, or a tank or whatever. But there's a big cost. I think that's even more cost than the electric at this point. I'm not sure. Like I said, I'll crunch the numbers. But what I was bringing up again is I was talking with Brother Rick down there, and he was talking about how years ago he looked at somebody else had put power in on the same road, and they had upcharged. And I think that other guy got a pole. And Brother Rick didn't even get a pole. And I'm saying he thought he was going to go. I think he originally was working his property like that's the way it was. And then they're like, things have changed, guys. And now he can't get that for the same cost. So he's up, and that's not going to worry about here, because I have power right here, and 200 feet is plenty. And I need to look about that too, because I actually have a 400 amp breaker. I might need to, we had that cost again. I talked to him again about that a little bit. I might need to scale down my breaker box, because otherwise there's going to be a substantial amount of cost added to it now. And that used to be very minimal. So I think in my eyes, after listening and seeing knowing for being out here for a considerable amount of time, watching the cost go up, because that's what happens. There's just a lot more people coming out here, and just seeing how much Brother Rick's cost was different from the guy down the neighbor. And I don't know why his cost was different than, it seems to me. I don't mean to go there, but I do remember when Brother Rick started this, they gave him kind of a hard time, like told him he couldn't do this. And he was trying to do it legally 100%, and like told him he couldn't. Or the guy down the road, because he's got money and dump trucks and all this money, they're like, yeah, boom, put it in with no resistance. So I might run into the resistance a little bit. So I need to make sure that I cross my, T's and dot my I's, and make sure that I don't drag my feet, because I think there's going to be more costs coming here soon. There'll be more and more people coming out here. And I need to do this. The weather would cooperate right now. Actually, I mean, I almost think that I would just keep my 400 and just say, oh, well, I need to do it for the ministry. You should do something for yourself, Tracy, first. No, well, whatever. this could give the ministry the chance to never be taken, because then at that point in time, once I get it on the dress, I think I can totally put this in to High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries, turn it into the county record as the ministry, and totally get it out of my name 100%. And that way it can never be even taxed or ever again, and be taken in this great taking that is about to come with people financially. And it's just not the end of the world, but they are doing a financial switching up of the system. Everything's changing digital, and that's probably how they'll do that, is they'll switch you over to the digital system. And if you can't switch yourself over to the digital system, they're going to start coming after you and trying to get you out of wherever you're at. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I think that's with a septic. See, that's so much cost, man. Holy snapperhead. So 12,000, that's what I thought. The cost, a big cost is septic, septic, I don't know where you could cut cost on that. You didn't pay anybody to dig it, but you bought a tractor, right? Back a little bit. You're not in, yeah, see, I don't know what, you saved a lot of money on septic too. Because you dug the trenches, and that's a big, oh, okay, 3,000. I don't know, right? Maybe you need to come down and talk to you. Maybe this is a little bit more affordable. You know what I'm saying? I just need to establish a building now. And actually, I was going to think about asking, the county and seeing if they'll let me permit. I draw up a spec or whatever of using one of these tractor trailers to build a house out of a tractor trailer, and see if they'll let me, whatever they want, put 2x exterior walls, take it off the tires. I'm sure there's requirements they're going to have to meet. It's got to be on a foundation and in certain, just the basic. I know how to build houses, so I'm pretty sure I know what they're going to ask of me, but maybe they'll say no. They'll probably say yes if I do it by code, 2x6 exterior walls, 2x4 interior walls. There you go. So I said, I can cut costs. I think I can, but I know that, like I said, the leach lines, all those, the septic tank itself, the tank is quite expensive. The tank itself, all those lines, I think you bought lines, like all that stuff you got to run out, all the leach lines, those are expensive. 10 years ago, those things were not the cost they are today. They are expensive now compared to 10 years ago, man. Holy crap. I know, I looked at it, I was like, for a leach line? One of those things made of gold or something? But they're quite expensive now too. And because out here, if your leach line is, depending on where you put it at, if you're right sitting on a hard pan, and you don't have a lot of that topsoil for it to, mitigate itself out, you end up having to do a long line out here. Because I've heard people out here, because we have that hard pan. It's going to sit on the hard pan and take time to but again, I'm not sure exact, because there's a couple different systems that they do out here. I know you have a tank and and leach lines and the cost, and there's a couple different systems that they'll allow you to install out here, if I'm not mistaken. But so I think I can pull it off. I really can. I might have to eat this double cab Tacoma again, but oh well. I think if I can get this property on the grid, I would do that before buying myself a vehicle, because I have one. Is it perfect? No. Do I want perfect? No. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the percolation test. You got to dig your holes, and it's all cost. They said that's all the cost. You know what I'm saying, right? You got to dig the percolation hole. They come out, test it, see which one. Then you got to dig your leach lines. There's cost in that. The test holes, the lines, the leach lines, the tank. You know what I'm saying? Just like what he set up when he set up his power. There's conduit. And I have some of this stuff, but I don't have all of it. And actually, I think I have the wrong breaker box, but I probably could get somebody to trade me that breaker box, a 400 amp breaker down to, what's it, a 200 amp breaker, 200 amp breaker, 200 feet or something. They come in. So I might have the right conduit. I'm going to have Rick take a look at what I got too. Because there is that cost, you know what I'm saying? There's not only the cost of the permitting, but the cost to buy all of these different, couple different ways that are, like I said, I think Rick, I'm not sure if he's doing the leach lines in the tank. I think that's the way it's required out here for most people, with the way that it's set up out here. So, but yeah, anyways, I'm glad that Kevin bought it because he'll be able to develop the land um, long before I would possibly. And if I come into some money, and that's a possibility, man. It's a possibility that I can have more money than I know what to do with. Whatever. I'm not after money. I think you guys would see that by now. Money doesn't motivate me. The word motivates me. So, but oh, a little experience too. By the way, we went into Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union here down in Lakeview because we were down there for court, and that's where Kevin took care of some of the transfer, some money to get the money. It's hard to transfer any money right now. It took 6 hours, guys, to get the money, and they had to send it through the Federal Reserve and all that. It's insane what the process they put you through to take money out of your bank. That's your money. They won't just give it to you. Or like a transfer, it doesn't just transfer like that. There's a process because it has to go to the Federal Reserve, maybe approved, and it's ridiculous. But when we went in there, I asked them for some pennies. If I can get some pennies at first, and the lady kind of put up a wall, said, no, if you're not a business, you can't get pennies. So it's like cool because I've been talking to you guys about these copper pennies or whatnot, and so we're almost out of there. We'd been back in and out of there multiple times dealing with this same lady. She's a younger lady. They're all pretty young. The tellers are all look really young, like 19, 20, 21. They all look really young. There's one little bit older lady, but they're all pretty young. But anyways, I'd asked the other lady, the teller, and she said no, unless I was a business, they're not giving out pennies right now. So I'd asked her when Kevin was almost done. I said, hey, got a question for you. I said, can I get some nickels from you? She goes, yeah, sure. She said, how much you want? I said, I flipped out and I said, oh, here's $50. I said, I'll take it all in nickels if you can give it to me. She says, oh yeah, well, hold on. So she counted out, like $40, and it ended up being like $42 or something like that worth of nickels. And then I asked her again. I didn't ask her, guys. I didn't ask this lady. I asked the other lady, and I thought, well, there's $8 in change maybe coming back, right? You know what I'm saying? To me, either, you know what I'm saying, because they gave me $42 worth of nickels. Or $44 worth of nickels, excuse me, 44. This was $50, and they didn't have it. So I dumped them out and put them in here. You know what I'm saying? And then I asked her, because I had like $6 more, right? $6 more. And I asked her, I said, oh, can I get a couple rolls of pennies? She said, she put the kibosh on me. She said, no pennies. You know what I'm saying? I'd already gotten the nickel. She emptied out her nickel, guys. She emptied out her nickels. You guys, I looked at nickels the other day, like $200 worth of face of nickels is almost $12,000, guys. Did you hear what I just said? Like $1 face in nickels is $58, guys. She would give me as many nickels. She emptied out her nickels. I'm sure I could have asked the other ladies and they would have given me some too, but I didn't want to do that, right? You know what I'm saying? They gave me $44 worth of nickels. When I asked for pennies, they wouldn't give me any pennies. Now, they just made copper and silver a critical metal in this country on November 6th of this month. They made silver and copper a critical metal. And on November 12th, the U.S. Mint stopped minting its last penny. 6 days later. I'm trying to get you ahead of this one, guys. I can't get you into the penny thing because it's not gone, but ask people to pay for pennies. I take 2 cents on the dollar, and I want to share this with you too. I'll never get rid of any of my pennies until I look at them and see if they're actually worth something. I don't care if they're clad or copper or not. There are pennies that are worth $1,000, $100 a penny, double strikes, things like this. Certain marks, mint marks. I would never get rid of any of my change. And I'm going to recommend that you do this now. If you get change coming back to you and it's anything under like $10, $8, $5, $3, ask for it in change. If you pay with paper, if not, you're a swiper, then you don't care. You don't use, you know what I'm saying? You don't use currency, paper payment, kind that folds or jingles. You use the tap or the swipe or whatever. I'm not asking you. You're already out of the game. But if you use cash, ask for it back in change every time. There's bills that are worth money too, but it doesn't matter. There are literally, I have 4 jars of pennies to my 1 copper jar, mason jar of copper. But I bet you there's $100 penny in that 4 jars, and I could just go trade it in, right? And try to get, no, I would never, ever, ever get rid of any penny, any currency, any kind of change ever again. As a matter of fact, what I'm telling you is go get it now. Anytime you get change, ask for it back in change. If it's $2, $3, $4, why would you get paper back? See what I'm saying? They're going to stop this sooner or later. Nickel's going next. I can feel it. Nickel's coming next. They use it in war. Stainless steel. You can't make stainless steel. Food, automotive, robotics, aviation, AI. They need this. Go get these nickels, guys. Nobody's looking right now. Everybody's looking the other direction. 6 months ago, I could have went into the bank and said, give me $5,000 worth of copper pennies, and they would have ordered them for me, and I could have picked them up. $5,000 worth of pennies, and they wouldn't have batted an eye. 3 months ago. Go get some nickels. This one's the next on the chopping block. I'm not a prophet, but I do understand cycles. This is going to be the next one. They need this for war. How do you think they make them rusty dustpans not rusty? Like Elon Musk stainless steel cars didn't have enough nickel in them, and that's why they're rusting. Rusty dustpans. That's why I call them the rusty dustpans. Not enough nickel. Well, that's a token from a casino. I think it's like 60% nickel or something like that. So, anyways, does that make sense at all to any one of you in the chat? You know what I'm saying? You want to get every bit of change that you can get in. You know what I'm saying? Well, what a tarot reading card is not a shuffle. Okay, no, it's not a shuffle. A tarot reading is the word cosmos, an orderly arrangements that has to do with your birth sign. It never changes, so you never shuffle tarot cards. That's not how you read a tarot reading. It is exactly the same every single time. See what they've done to that? Turned it into some hocus pocus magic. It's not. If they know your birthday, that's why they need to know. If you're going to do a proper tarot reading, you're going to know exactly what day their birthday is, so you can start with the right card to begin with, and then the cards lay out in an orderly arrangements to follow. And they don't change. So there's no such, see? Let me read your palm. That's that same. So what I just told you. You have to know how the order of the arrangements of the cards. It's like in a mathematical equation. I'm a Scorpizzo. I'm the Scorpius, the Scorpio. So that's the strongest sign of all the celestial signs. That's why he made me a magi and a false teacher and a false prophet so you would always start. If you were an Aquarius, your lead card is always going to be lead out the same, Dodge. It's the same for everyone born in that window, as it talks about in Enoch, or, in that time, in that slice of pie. Then the cards follow in arrangement. And that's the way you're reading and your slice. And a lot of the times there's a lot of validity to people who are born during certain times, because the energy and the frequency of the alignment but it's not the hocus pocus that they make it. Oh, the stars are aligning, so go buy some lottery numbers there, Dodge. Your lucky lottery numbers 13, 25, and 77, right? Read my palm, rub on my balls. My bad. I'll rub on my crystal ball and tell you fortunes, right? Or lies, or, right? Be a genie, rub on my lamp, right? And give you wishes or fortunes, right? Tarot reading has been turned into. Tarot reading has validity to it. Is it an exact? No, but generally people who are born of certain, I fit the Scorpizzo. I am a predominant Scorpizzo. Everything about my personality, the clothes I wear, my attitude, everything about me is a Scorpizzo. I wouldn't be any other birth sign. I couldn't even imagine being an Aquarius or a Leo or any of these, or Libra. I would not. That is not who I am. I am the Scorpizzo. It fits who I am. You know what I'm saying? Does it make me align with other celestial signs? Sure. See, there is compatibility, but not, oh, we're going to switch this up and shuffle these. And that's not what tarot reading is. Okay. So I'll discuss it with you because you're mature and you're adult. Most people don't understand that. No, tarot reading, you know what I'm saying? So there is an order. It's the word cosmos. Okay. Cosmos means an orderly arrangements. So the first lead out card is based off your year. I need to know, not guess. There's no guessing. Oh, let me guess. Let me see. They do this kind of looking around like they're not looking, like no tricks up my sleeve kind of deal. Hocus corpus, right? The tarot readers, they do that, right? You know what I'm saying? So your lead card's going to lead out with where you were birthed in the age and the time. And then the cards always follow in that arrangements. How are you going to make any money if it's all the same? Dodge, right? You're going to make no money if it's always the same. Oh, come in and get the same reading every time. And they going to make no money that way. It's got to feel superstitious and magical, and it could be a variable. No, it's not. So, but that's the correction of most people will not, even people who tarot read cannot be corrected. They will not listen to you. They won't listen to you. They don't know anything about tarot reading. That's why they don't know anything about it. They don't know the historical. They don't understand the meaning. I'm a magi, remember? I'm a Scorpizzo. Of course, I'm going to understand this a little more than most people because that's what he birthed me here to understand. Remember? All these celestial markers and, all this stuff that I have on my, so that'll help you, though. Unzip all that. You know what I'm saying? Seriously, though, Dodge, people think that, like I said, they used to have people that would throw their voices, ventriloquism. You know what ventriloquist is, right? Like Mortimer Snerd or whatever that Howdy Doody, right? Like a puppet on a string, right? They used to take the goat skin, the lining of a goat skin, like a bottle. They'd call that a bottle, or like a liner. They put wine skins, like a wine skin, and they would bellow that bottle like I've got this whatever they call that darn thing over here. But they do the same thing. And they could throw their voice. And so they would make that bellow that, that goat skin, and people would pay them for fortunes, come in and go, oh, Dodge, this is Grandma. Haven't seen you since you were a little kid. Your lucky lottery numbers today are 13, 25, and 77. Well, that's the same ones as last time. Oh. So that was what they did, ventriloquism. They would pay for fortunes, and they would give them their lucky lottery numbers or speak to their dead ancestors through the bellow. They were ventriloquists. Okay? Dodge, they were ventriloquists. Let me teach you another thing. I taught this to Kevin yesterday too. Most people don't realize, have you ever heard the term witch's brew in a cauldron? They would have a cauldron. They put you in the witch's brew. They weren't witches, guys. They were alchemists. Alchemists were brewsters is another term for them. Witch's brew, right? Witch's brew with the stick in the cauldron, because they would what they were doing is they were mixing leaven with fruit, yeast and mixing that yeast with the fruit and making alcohol. Original witches weren't witches. They were brewsters, and they brewed, because you heard the witch's brew, right? That's what that Kevin got these witch's cauldron, the cauldron's brew. I was like, you got it, man. He's like, so what they would do is they would, and what they would do, just show you too, that these women had figured out, these were the women. I told you, the man was the hunter. She was the gatherer. So she knew how to mix the leaven with the fruit. Remember, I already taught you this, guys. That's why women were so powerful in history. They knew how to, You're right. The original jungle juice. That's right. And it was. And so at first, see, this is how I warned you. A woman could come in and take over you with spirits. Spirits, right? She had spirits and demons, right? She could mix a spirit in a brew and an alchemy. And at first it was okay because the guys would get a little, but then when that started being a threat, guys, to the ladies, that's when they started hanging these ladies and going, she's an alchemist, she's a witch, she's a cauldron, and she's brewing up spirits and demons. And when it wasn't convenient for man, when it started getting in his way, because she could be independent and make her own way, and she was smart and wise and knew how to make out like tinctures and make oils and salves, not just brewing alcohol. She made many, different alchemy, right? Like alcohol, alchemy, alcohol. Where do you think that comes from? Alchemy, alcohol, right? So mixing leaven with sin, little leaven leavens the whole lump, right? So this is why they got rid of these ladies, because they were a threat to man. And that man, like I said, I already told you, that lady could come in and taunt you with bat her little eyelashes at you and drink a spirit, a potion, an elixir, and get you drunk in the spirit, right? You'd forget about it, and then she'd steal and rob you of everything you had. Because you were a simple caveman. And they didn't like that. And she could make money, and she could be on her own. And she could heal. She had healing potions. Healing. She was potion. She was a witch. She could heal. See how this works? So people don't realize, people who have this knowledge is this is some of these knowledge, again, that the Watchers, it talks about in the book of Enoch, that I don't like that these people make this stuff about fallen. That's not where that comes from. All this stuff is right here on this rock and below. We don't get anything from above but the sun, you know what I'm saying? And then people want to worship the sun. So what are you to do? Just sit back and watch this stuff, guys, because it's just about ready. Like I said, they're about ready to do this cauldron witches brew again and call out who's going to be a witch and who's not. They're doing it already. In a sense, I just want you to understand. That's why I went over that with you, so you understand. Anybody who has that knowledge, they're going to turn that against you. And anything that they want you to be an NPC, a non-player character, have no skin in the game, pretty much just walking around like, an Android or an iPhone or an Apple or something kind of, Apple Pad. I don't know. You're just some computer program. Switch R. You're not using, that's what they want you. And if you're not, then you're going to be a witch or a wizard or a warlock. You understand? So I would have already been in the past. They'd already taken and flogged me and put me out and took me, hung me, or I know they would have. They already have. Look what they've done to me in my life. Look what the system's done to me. Look what the system's done to my son. You tell me I haven't been assaulted and beat and battered and bruised by the system? I can't even report my son and daughter murdered or missing. The system is totally against me. Everything about, I could go to jail in 5 days. Remember? 5 days. I have a trial in 5 days for something I shouldn't even be going to trial for. This should be dropped, and my attorney hasn't called me. So I'm glad that I have this knowledge. And it's probably going to end up being the death of me. So, oh well, right? He said, I also did foreknow who I did predestine to conform to the image of Christ. So, prognosco. But thanks for your ear on that, because anybody who knows these old ways is going to be a threat. And I'm telling you, the old ways are going to be the new ways. You're going to have to go back to the old ways unless you just want this, eat Soylent Green and get food printed by the mile, get a universal basic income and live within their smart cities. And, you're going to have to stand against the system, and it's going to turn against you. Remember, it said you will be persecuted for my Shem, my name's sake. So they don't want you to know these things. They want you to believe in all this hocus pocus and gods in the sky and, and demons and wizards and warlocks and witches and flying angels and Marvin the Martian and sensationalism, brothers, sisters. We are very sensational. We do. We expand out things. Oh my God, did you hear what happened to Grandma? Oh shit, what happened to her, man? Where's she at? Which hospital? Where do I need to drop off? She freaking hit the Powerball, dude. Our mind is going to wander to the opposite direction, right? Automatically. See what happened to the kid? What? They're starting to homeschool them now. Your brain is going to think the worst. Your brain sensationalizes everything. It does that. We are very sensational beings, and so we try to create, something out of thin air, something out of nothing, and that's what we've done. Remember Bigfoot? Where in the hell in Scripture does it say that we have big feet? Remember? Chewbacca had a threesome with Anakin Spacewalker, and they had Wookiee with an Ewok, and now we got big feet, right? Because that's what the Scripture says. We got big feet, So that's kind of, I'm trying not to do this in this case, guys, too, with this case to be sensational, but it just blows my mind. You know what I'm saying? Well, no, we do that. We always do that. And listen, listen, if you were 1,000 years ago, okay, and you didn't have the word, like we have access to the the interweb, right? The World Wide Net to get caught up in all this amazing information, good and bad. It's like a double-edged sword, like a weapon or anything could be used for good or bad. But, if you were the kind of man or woman, thousands of years ago, and you didn't have access, you know what I'm saying, to this information that we have today, and you didn't know, and then this is a lot of the scriptures in the desert, right? Like here where I'm at, it's hot and cold. It's hot and then it's cold. I like that kind of environment. I don't like that one sticky back east, stays 80 overnight. So there's other climates, outside of the U.S. than that. But if you didn't know anything, okay, Dodge, you're just out there. You're a caveman, almost Neanderthal. You're Homo sapien, right? You're Homo sapiens. So you are a man. You are a human species. You're out there. You've got some wits about you, but you don't know anything. You've never seen any kind of scripture. You've never heard the word Jesus. You don't know about religion. You don't know anything about that. You're thinking about, how do I eat, and how do I not let that little girl run off last time and get me drunk and steal all my stuff? Oh, never mind. Yeah, there were alchemists back then too, right? So, okay, so you're out there in the wild, in nature, and every day that battle between day and night, dark and light, it happens. And if you're smart enough and you've been alive long enough, you know that at the nighttime, that day battles the night, and the night always battles the day, and the light drowns out the darkness, drowns out the light. And it's a battle, and every day that happens, right? At the first part of the day, so when you at the first, when you wake up, let's go, you're in the middle of the day, right? You're food oriented, right? But now before the end of the day, Dodge, that you need to find somewhere to lay down, because that sun that gives you life, well, it does. It grows. That when you put a seed in the ground, you spit it, you watch, then it grew. That there's something when the light's not there, the things aren't there in the winter. Basic skills, all that stuff dies off in the winter. Like all the trees are branches. There's no more leaves. There's no more fruit. Oh, it's that thing that gives life. That sun gives life, right? Because every day you go to, worry about getting somewhere, because at the end of the night you're shivering your ass off, your balls, and then that sunlight comes up, it thaws you out, it warms you, and every night that night kills you. Unless you don't find a place to sit down, you have enough food in your belly. You see what I'm saying? Think very old back in the day. That sun was that giver of life, wasn't it? You've never heard of religion, you never heard Jesus, you never heard anything, right? You knew that when the sun was out, those plants grew. Water had something to do with it. Obviously, more stuff grew around water if you were somewhat, you know what I'm saying? Every day, the night you'd almost kill you. The night would almost kill you, but then the day would save your ass every morning. You'd worship that sun, wouldn't you? If you've never read the scripture, I'd worship the freaking sun. Oh my God. Ooh, go out there, get naked, and get your balls tanned or whatever, your butt cheeks. You would think that was the God, the creator of life, wouldn't you? You would think that was creator of life. That thing makes everything grow. I almost die every night. Then the day comes and saves my life. So I want you to think about how abundant we are in the Word, because they didn't have that back then. They didn't even know what the Word was, unless Father called out to their hearts to just be and act Christ. You know what I'm saying? They didn't have any. We have been given such bounty and abundance of the Word. The you know what I'm saying? Think about that. It would take all day for a man and his wife and children to walk to hear somebody like me come share the gospel with them. And they weren't even getting the gospel back then. Remember, they were getting some watered down Jesus. They weren't getting what we eat and here, the meat. Seriously, they're getting some watered down milk. They weren't getting no definition. They weren't using a lexicon. They were using a quarter. They're using some fake King James version. There's been hundreds of them made, you know what I'm saying, since the 12th century. So they weren't in the gospel, you know what I'm saying? So imagine come judgments one day, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, to have all this information at our fingertips. You are getting the true gospel here, okay? And we'll have to discern in all things, but we get the true gospel and change here. You would have to, you might be able to go on horseback if you had a carriage or something and go 3 or 4 hours, but it might have taken you all day and you might have only done that once or twice a year to hear some watered down gospel. So when those people face judgment, when the dead are raised and the ashes, they're going to be according to their time, guys. I just want you to keep that in mind because you have access right now. A man could sit there and, and be on any social chain, hub, porn, media, whatever site whatever you do with your day. He could, in 1 8-hour day, you could learn what somebody would learn in a whole lifetime in past. Probably a lot more because your access to information is, whether it's good or bad, is available. It just wasn't available to these people. Remember, they had to walk all day on foot for 8 hours, 2 times a year to go hear the pastor or the reverend or the deacon or whatever they're gonna. And they really weren't getting a whole lot of, they got a sermon or a mass or whatever, They weren't getting the gospel like we share in here. So I want you to hold yourself accountable on that, okay, guys? Because it's very important that we know the abundance we've been given in this time, that we could do anything with our time in one day. We could take what a whole man would take a whole lifetime or a woman to learn. And they really weren't even getting a whole lot. Now you can sift through almost everything. You don't need what's locked up in the Vatican for the gospel. Okay, so I just want you to hold yourself to that standard. Purify yourself as he purifies him, because the measure that you pour out on others, listen to me what I'm saying, the measure that you pour out on others will be poured back out on you. So he holds us all to a different measure. Remember, give that shekel to the rich man. He only had 1. The rich man had 5, but he had buried that. Remember, he didn't use what he was given, and he had to give his blessing or bounty or abundance because it wasn't being used. We don't all get the same measure, but please do remember that we all held to the same measure, meaning the measure that we pour out, he will return a just measure to each, like the scales. He will equate that when he gets back. Okay. So think about that. You're over here in the time where there was no word and you're some caveman. Do you think Father's going to, when the judgments comes, that he's going to hold him to the standard that you've been held to? Should tear at you right now and rip you to the core and go, damn, Pastor, that is heavy. Yeah, it is, huh? It's supposed to cut like a knife. The word is not some feel-good Jesus. It cuts you to your marrow, to the core. You know what I'm saying? So try to remember that. And then that unclean truth spills out, and that's a good thing, because that's what the word does. It purifies us. So when we have the actual word and we start understanding and studying, it really makes the word so much more valuable and understanding, and we have a relationship with it. We stop wanting to have a relationship with the world, and we have more of a relationship with Father, or more relationship with those who sup with those that are in the narrow way. We don't sup with vipers. We don't go out with churches and hanging out. People are watered down. We don't mind showing them to the light because that's what we're supposed to do, but we're not going to try to turn these goats into sheep. It's not possible. This is where the flock, of sheep. This is the Father's. It is what it is. I didn't do this. Father did it through fellowship. He made me. He forced me through his word. Brother Jim, I'm going to get my nose. Forced me to do it. He said, you can't sit out there in the middle of the desert by yourself alone, man. It's not going to work. You're lacking. You have to do what Father says. He said, you seeking you shall find. Asking you shall receive. Knocking I will sup with you. We're supposed to not sup with vipers or cast our pearls before swine. Do not hide that light in a basket. Do not boast because but woe if you don't go share it. So we have to share this gospel to be a disciple. You can't just sit there and believe in Jesus. That's not, the people who believe in Jesus aren't going to heaven. Not like they think. That's not what heaven ain't above your head. I can tell you that. That's not what heaven is. So they're in for a rude awakening, but please hear these words and hold yourself accountable. Purify yourself as he purified himself. Hold yourself to the standard. You have the ability today to study a little bit and do and be a good servant, and he's the master, and you will do what you're told, and you'll budget your time properly, and you'll budget like a budget accounting. You'll be held accountable. So take some time to enjoy yourself. Take some time to work hard. Take some time to prepare. Take some time. Be well-rounded. Don't be one of these one-sided, bias. You're not going to be able to distinguish anything in Scripture if you cannot distinguish the forest from the trees. If you're too close or too far away, that's why he says all things in moderation. So you start with one word. Start studying with one word. I'll help you here. I'll show people in their way. It's not because I want to. Father makes me do it. So I appreciate the bounty that I've been given. So we'll see how many more days that we do this. So hopefully this ministry will stay going. And in 5 days, I won't be going to jail. So otherwise, you're going to just have to hold on to the words that I gave you. There's thousands of hours for you to go back and glean if I go to jail. Okay? So it is what it is. I can't do anything about it, guys. I can't. If I could, I would, but I can't. I can't even, you know what I'm up against. Okay, guys? It's okay. Like I said, it's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world. You know what I'm saying? But you can still glean from this channel because the channel is not going to get taken down. I'm not taking the channel down if I go to jail. You'll just have to maybe go through Kevin if he brings the live stream up. If not, there's thousands of hours of there's 6 channels I have on YouTube. So you can go back and I've talked about it. You'll have plenty of time. I don't think I'll be in there that long. So, but I'll go where Father, if he wants me in a jail cell, guys, you think my life's going to change? You think anything I say here is going to be any different to those dudes in jail? No, it's not going to be any different. I'll say what I say here. I'll say what I say there. I say it everywhere I go. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying? So, did you make friends? What do you mean friends? I'm going to make friends in jail. I believe when you locked up, your only friend in there, Jesus, like him, destined to die at the hands of my enemies. I'm in drop tops like John F. Kennedy. So, yeah, that's what I'm hoping Kevin will do, for me. And Rick might help out too. He's a moderator in here. He's the neighbor down the road. But between the two of them, I know the animals get taken care of. And that's been my major concern, that now I don't have Tango anymore, which sucks, and I hate my life without him. But I feel so alone. He was such a big part of my life. He was. I wasn't expecting him to go for another, and I shouldn't expect anything for another 4 or 5 years. And he just left my life. Father took him at the most horrible time to take him from me. So, but I did get to live a good life with him, and he got to have a wonderful, wonderful life, and he only suffered for 1 day. So about 6 hours. So that's not the end of the world. And I'm glad that I had the $1,200 or whatever I had to pay to, like it says, $300 or whatever from x-rays and morphine, and they punctured his stomach, and they did a lot of things. I just kept spending all the money I had. So whatever, man, I'd have spent the $11,000 if I'd have had it. So, and that would have been the wrong thing to do, because it probably would have just flipped over again in his stomach. He's just too big of a dog and too big. Yeah, it's a 140-pound dog, and they said it probably would have happened again. So I would have wasted $11,000 for nothing, and he probably would have died a month later, and same thing would have happened, and I'd have taken him back in there and probably dies, and then he would have been in pain for that time. Why? He was never in pain ever. It was so hard to hear. I still abhor it when I hear those dogs howl over there. That sounded like one like Tango's howl when I was taking him 2 hours away to the, unbeknown to me, I was taking my dog to his death, but I'm glad that I had the money, man. I'm glad Father was able to get that bike sold for me, because I don't know what I would have done. So, but anytime they ask me to do something, can we do this to try to, I'm like, yep, do that, yep, do this, yep. The only thing I didn't have was the $11,000. And I was trying, but he was howling in the back. So I said, is that my dog back there howling? He's the only dog in there. I should have known that, right? Yeah. Okay, I'm done. I'm not going to try to fill this crap out. Let's go back. I want to be with my damn dog, you saw it because I live streamed it. So I didn't want him to suffer anymore. And I'm glad that he's not here, because if his stomach would have flipped over and he would have flipped it back over, he wouldn't have, he probably would have had struggled and been in pain, and he never was. So I miss him tremendously, though. My other puppy misses him a lot, and our lives are different without him. It's not the same out here. It's not. It's very lonely without him. He's lonely. I'm lonely. I'm lonely than I've ever been in my entire life. I really am. I'm just at a loss. I feel like I'm floating. I do. I feel like I'm floating. That's why I don't really care what happens to me. I just don't care. I have no attachment to this rock right now. There's nothing here. Father's taken my dog and taken my son. You know what I'm saying? The only thing that I had, and there's two things in my life that I had a major, major attachment to, and I wasn't, and I've been trying to teach you guys to look back away from it, is my son and my dog. And he took both those things from me. So I don't have anything in this world. I just don't, you know, as far as people I've hung out with and seen in the flesh and, you know, spent any period of time with, I don't. I'm floating out here. I'm just a wandering soul now. I don't have I have my dog here, and I'm taking care of him. And you see, I let him sleep in my bed, and I love him. But and he's a reincarnate. But I've only had him for 5 years, and it doesn't mean only. He's very important. I'm going to take care of him until he dies too, no matter what it takes. I'll stay in this world for another hour until he dies too. So, uh, you know, but so I don't have any attachments. You know, like I said, I just feel like I'm floating. This very quiet out here. He's confused all the time. He whimpers. He's getting a little better that Kevin got back here and he got to hang out with the other puppies, but his whole routine is off. So my whole routine is off, you know, like just the things I say. And because I'm, you know, I'm a farmer, so I have my habit, you know, like who's first or that, or, you know, just different things. And it's hard. Sometimes I say things like Pants is first and he's the only one. Like, dude, he's the only dog here, you idiot, you know? So, the Asher boy is still confused. He sits out here and waits for Tango to come out. I showed that to Kevin. He stayed here for a few days. Kevin was over here because, you know, the wood stove, maybe get his wood stove put in his place. But the Asher sits out there like, where's the big dog at? He just waits for him. He's like, when is he coming out of there? Because that's what his big routine was. First thing in the morning, he came out and he'd follow him down. Tango would go pee on the bush, and then he'd go pee on right behind Tango like he was a dog. So my cat is confused too, guys. Poor cat. You know, Yasher boy is just, but I figured out, you know, like I said, might just get a lot worse. At this point, I don't think it's going to get better. So, I'm saying, I just don't. I don't think it's going to get better. But it's okay. I'll take whatever Father gives me. It's not going to be easy, though. I guarantee that. There's nothing in my life in my next 10 years that's probably going to not be an absolute struggle and a hard grind. I got at least another decade I could probably, before I can, because he's pushed me that far down right now. But I don't know I'll even be able to get myself out of this in another 10 years. I don't see any. I just see things getting a lot worse. And that's because what the word says. So that's what I'm preparing for, is for things to get much, much worse in my life. So that's what he's consistently done in this case. He's just made it worse and worse. Here I am 5 days from a trial, and my son isn't even going to be at my trial, which is a mistrial to begin with. But it doesn't matter. I said that to the attorney. He doesn't care. I paid him all this money. I said I lost all the rest of my gold and silver to buy this attorney. It don't do any good if I'm sitting in jail. And then, you know, he doesn't even talk about my son. And here I am 5 days, literally, like, not 5 days, because I only have tomorrow and 2 days, guys. I have 2 days. My attorney don't call me tomorrow. I mean, he might call me Friday, but they're normally not in the office on Friday. They're there, but they don't do much on Friday. That's kind of like their catch-up day. And, you know, like I said, there's just not a lot of business that goes on. They grind it from Monday through Friday or Monday through Thursday. The office is still open, but they just don't. I've never, you know, I've dealt with this office for years. It's just not their day. So he didn't call me after court to give me an update. Um, um, but what a nightmare. You know, I've talked with Kevin, you know, yeah, I've had attorneys before. And yeah, my attorney, if I'm facing any kind of time or something, my attorney tells me how long I'd be facing and what could happen. And I can't get any of that from John. He is not telling me anything. It's okay. I'm not tripping. I have my faith in Father. I don't have faith in a man. I have faith in Father. So I just paid him to be my Nazi. Whatever you want to call it. It is what it is. I told you, sometimes you got to become a Nazi to survive. So rather than pay the system, I paid a different Nazi. It's still part of the system. So I just look things different than most people. So I know it's Yeah, there's nothing I can do at this point. It's not looking good for me. It's not, guys. If I had had John saying, "Hey, okay, I talked with this attorney. He said he didn't. He's really not thinking we should. He does want to go ahead and extend it. He's thought about it. He can't set. They're going to call for an extension. They're not ready. One of the witnesses can't show up or nothing. Nothing. I get nothing. I get nothing with my son. I get no update. I get nothing. You know what I'm saying? I can't know anything. I can't know where my son's at. I can't know where my daughter's at. I can't know where my money's being spent. I just got to go to trial on Monday. Just got to show up there just with 100% faith. Totally negligent, didn't get the counsel that I fucking paid for, obviously, and apologize for cursing, but, that money, that silver, is worth a lot of money right now. And that gold is worth a lot of money right now. Now that I actually think about it, I'm just talking to Rick, that'd be enough money to almost put this place on the grid, and that's not included. I just got to think. So, and I lost $25,000 for Elijah's bail. There's another $25,000 gone. Who do you think paid his bail? You know what I'm saying? I paid his bail. I paid it. So, oh well, maybe one day Father will put me out of my misery. So, that's all I can say, because I don't see any kind of relief anytime soon. So, but that's the torture. So only 5 more days of torture. 5 more days. No. They didn't extend it out to January. So, you know what I'm saying? It's better than that, right? At least that's what I told my attorney. No, I'm not going to wait till January. I want to look for my son. And I'm gonna not think that there's any chance if Father wants me to go sit in jail, then nobody's going to look for my son. They could end up whacking me in jail. I could end up getting in a fight with somebody, get fucking, anything can happen in jail. And nobody will ever look for Adrian or Elijah ever again. And that's some bullshit, man. But that is what it is. I'm saying, because I'm the only one looking for my son or daughter. His mom, his uncles, his aunts, nephews, or nephews, cousins. Nobody's looking for him. Friends, family. Nobody's looking for him, or my daughter. That's what just is mind-numbing to me. I can't understand how Father made my life so freaking minuscule, and my son and daughters, that nobody cares for them. If we're gone, we're gone. Nobody's filed a missing persons report for him except for me. And I go missing in jail. Nobody's going to give a shit. But that is what it is. I know it won't, guys. I know, and I don't mean to go there. I don't think I'll hear from any of you in jail. That's fine. I don't care if you do or if you don't. I'll wait till I get out of jail and we'll talk to you then. I don't have any expectations for anybody to keep up with me in jail. That's why I sold that land, so I have money to put on my books so that I can have food in there. I'm not going into jail. Last time I was in there for 2 weeks and I had 9 coffees because I had $3 on my books. That's not, I can't do that again. I just can't. My back hurts in there. I don't sleep like in there, right? I don't sleep for at least 4 or 5 days when I go to jail. So, and I don't sleep at all. I sleep for a couple, 3 or 4 hours, and they sleep 14 hours a day in jail. Everybody's sleeping. I'm the only one awake most of the time. So it's a freaking nightmare, but I'll get over it. If that's what happens, I'll do it on my head. I don't give a shit. So I'll do whatever Father makes me do. So nothing I can do. I've tried. All it's done is made things completely 100% worse. So I'm not going to give it any attempt. Like I said, I'm just going to allow the attorney to call me when he calls me. If he doesn't call me, I'm going to show up down there Monday. And honestly, if my son is not there, I don't know if I'll even go to court. I might just walk out and tell them they can eat a dick. Seriously. I'm not kidding. I will. You eat a dick. You guys are full of it. Fucking bunch of pole smokers. Get out of here. I'm not coming into your kangaroo court. You want to arrest me then. I ain't going to no trial where my son and daughter are not there. They're on my witness list. They are in my discovery. They're on the case. How in the hell could they have a case at trial for me? My son and daughter are not even there. My son is the one that I told not to stop the car. I have the right to have them there. Why, Elijah? Why did I tell you not to stop the car? Well, Dad, I already did my probation and you... Bullshit. So, guess I'm going to get up and throw this food that I have on the grill. I want to get this start cooking. So, you guys want to support this ministry, appreciate, you know, you coming back. I don't know if I'm going to buy the double cab or put the money in the land right now. I'm a little perplexed on what I'm going to do. We'll see if I get through this. You know, right now, it don't do me good to put the money and buy the truck. I need another $5,000 to buy the truck that I need. So I didn't ask enough for the property, and I didn't want to make a dollar. So I have other vehicles out here. If I could just have somebody, you know what I'm saying? Somebody come out here and help me with a couple of these vehicles and pay them when I tried, then this wouldn't be happening to me. But I run into that too. So, um, but I sold the land to Kevin, so I'm about 5,000 short. I found a truck that I like. I found a 2000. It's older. It's a 2010. It's a 2010. You know what I'm saying? Um, it's a 6-speed, which is pretty. I like the idea of having that 6-speed. It's got a 2-inch lift on it. It has a sound system on it, and it's been babied its whole life. And the lady she wanted 25, and it has 76,000 miles on it. 76,000 original miles on it. Clean title. That truck's worth 30 all day long. I don't know. I think everybody's afraid of it being a 6-speed, you know, and not an automatic. So I'm 5 short because I sold the land for 15. So, and I gave it away. You know, there's property right next to it for sale for, you know, more than I asked. But I know what I had in the property, exactly what I happened in the property, exactly what I have in the property. And no, not diesel, just 4.0, you know, it's the 4.0 gasoline. Yeah, it's not diesel. I don't know if they make a diesel Tacoma, do they? I don't think they make a diesel Tacoma. Not in the States. They probably make outside of the States. But no, it's got the 4.0. You know what I'm saying? That really good motor in it. So, and it's over there in Portland. It's over near where you're at. It's a really nice pickup. It's not white. I would have liked in white, but just because it's kind of a standard look like, you know, but it's silver. So it looks kind of white. It's silver. It's, like I said, it's got a 2-inch coilover lift on it. It has tow package. Are they really? Wow. Those are my favorite thing in the world, man. I love my butt wipes. Seriously. Remember what a StarTech and toilet paper have in common? They both fly around Uranus looking for Klingons. Ugh, Father did not give me he wasn't nice. He's like, okay, well, you don't have any hair under your arm, so I'm going to make it all on the back of your ass. So I don't mean to go there. You don't need to know about my buttle, but, you know. So I don't think I will, Dodge. I don't think I'm going to come up with the money in time. It'll probably sell, but there'll be another pickup at the time. I just haven't seen another. When I showed it to Kevin, he's like, whoa, you know, he paid, you know, his has more miles on it, and his is newer a little bit, but, you know, he paid 30 for his, and his had 69. Now his has 85 on it, and his still worth 27.9 all day long. That's what his truck is worth. That I can see all the trucks in his thing with that low miles are worth that. That truck is about $5,000, almost $10,000 under price, you know. So if I had the 5, I'd probably just buy it right now, because I know Kevin's truck has held value. I've showed with Kevin, he paid more for his truck, you know what I'm saying, because he had a little bit of warranty, but he hasn't lost any value. Kevin's put like 20,000 miles on his truck, almost 30,000 miles on his truck. You know what I'm saying? And his truck is still worth exactly the same price that he paid for it. Exactly the same price. Hasn't lost a single dime in value. None. So that's a Toyota. So that's what I'd be investing is. I'm investing in reliability is what I want. I need something. I've never owned a vehicle in my entire life that I can get in and I'm not saying that, you know, everything was a piece of junk, but I can drive it for 100,000 miles and not worry about white knuckling it. Will I make it? You're going to make it in that Toyota. So it's way beyond anything I would ever buy, but it's not going to lose its value too. It'll hold its value better than any other vehicle on the market in its price class. Any other vehicle. So to me, it's an investment. I don't have anything for me like that. I've never bought anything like that for myself. So I'm going to try to sell the Ford. I have that Scion out here, and I'm going to sell the 4Runner if I have to try to do that. If not, I'm going to take the money and give it to the church again. I'll give up all my money for the church. I'll probably end up, that's what I bet you I'll end up doing. Knowing me and my track record, if I have a track record, I won't buy that pickup truck. It's like my son told me, Dad, go on the road. Just, Dad, buy these Bitcoin. I don't. I do the safe and the long thing, and I do what I know, which is better for my eternal existence than anything in the flesh. So don't be surprised if I come back and say, guys, I decided to put this property on the grid, and I went and pulled my conditional use permit, and I'm looking at a building. I didn't buy the truck, and I'm going to drive that little piece of crap 4Runner out there. That's a third generation, $3,000 or $4,000 rig, and I'm fine with it. So as long as the motor holds up, I don't care. I don't care what about looks or anything. I didn't want to buy that truck because of status. I needed it to have reliability. I see hundreds of them, like I said, every time we go to town on the road, I'm like, damn, Father, why are you be so cruel to me? I'm not like, I care what the rich man has. I need something serviceable, serviceable. All these people have these vehicles and they don't even look like they appreciate them. Driving down the road, and they're not, what I'm saying, but I'm driving some piece of shit $3,000 vehicle, and these people are in these brand new vehicles, and they don't have a ministry. They don't do anything. They go to work, they do that, but that's fine. That's fine. I don't mean to bitch. So please don't be surprised if I take the money and put it towards this ministry here. I'd want to put it toward it still. That's what it is. It's towards the vehicle. So I could put it towards, it's not even towards me. If I go on the road, it's not for me. It's so I can have reliability. But for some reason, something tells me, if I have the ability to put this property on the grid, put it on the grid, drive the piece of crap truck. Still a road ministry. It just is reliable. And if something happens, then oh well. Probably only cost me about a couple $1,000, maybe $2,000 or $3,000 if the motor went out on that truck. You know what I'm saying? And at that point, I'd probably just buy another one. You know what I'm saying? It's just not that valuable. You know what I'm saying? It's just not. It's not that valuable of a vehicle. They've come up, and it's probably worth more than I think right now. But I'm trying to be realistic. Has some interior issues, and people want perfect vehicles these days. They do. They want them not to have a scratch on them. I explained that to Kevin yesterday. But anyways, let me go throw this food on the grill. I'm getting hungry, and appreciate you guys' support. I'll come back in here. I'm not doing anything, guys. I got 5 days, so I'm just trying to enjoy my time. Should probably go eat another burger or something the next day or two, because eat some more red meat. You don't get a lot of red meat in jail. So, and I don't eat pork, so I miss a lot of meals. I don't get meals in jail. I eat a lot of, me and Jill just in the food program don't mix too well, but whatever it is. Let me go through this bird here. I got a bird here. Throw this one on the grill. I'm gonna barbecue it. Barbecue. I love my pants. You're such a good boy, Mr. Pants with the dad. You're my best guy. Ever did best. Get the lighter. Where is the lighter? We need the candle lighter. Candle lighter. There it is.
to get it started and go back out and put some spices on. Hi, beautiful girl. Pepper. Oh, goodness gracious. Pepper, where's the crushed pepper? Where's the pink salt? Where's the pepper? There it is.
it's gonna take a while. I'm gonna cook that thing on low for. So here we are, 5 days till trial. What a never would have thought that it would go down like this, huh? Hi, Bobby. Hi, my kid. But this is the way Father created it, right? So I just have to deal with it. Just have to deal with it. No calls from the attorney after court. No, you know, no nothing. He didn't call me. Let me know. Okay, hey, we're going to position. Hey, you know, nothing. And here it is now, Wednesday, right? Tomorrow will probably be the last day that he would call me. And if not, I don't think he'll call me on Friday. And I'll probably just show up to court on trial on Monday. This is insane. I'm just so beyond myself right now. This is what a nightmare to give this attorney this money and him not do anything for me. But I guess if he gets off the case, well, then what I got, you know, I'm bitch. Just what a fucking nightmare, man. What a nightmare. I'm gonna smoke a bowl. I'm gonna smoke some pot. Poke some pot. I got a new bowl. I got a new bowl. I got a new tattoo. They can't steal your tattoos, right? So I should go to bed today and get another tattoo. Maybe I'll go tomorrow. Yeah, maybe I'll go tomorrow. Take some of that money that I sold the land and go get my back of this side finished up or something. We'll see. We'll see. Probably not. I need to save that money and not spend it. So I need to save it. Still at least 5,000 short for that the truck that I was wanting to get. I can buy a truck right now. I really could. I could probably go get something with 150,000 miles on it for the money that I have. But I'd like to pay, you know, another 4,000 or 5,000. You're paying like $1,000 for every 10,000 miles. That's a good deal. See what I'm saying? Don't you think? $1,000 for every 10,000 miles? I think I should hold up and not spend this right now and try to come up with another 4 or 5, you know, and then put it towards that, because that's the difference between having 75,000 miles. And get something, instead of having 150,000, get something with 75, 85, 90, something, you know. I'm paying for the miles. So, you know, isn't that a good price? $1,000 for every 10,000 miles? That seems like a good price to me. So I think I'm going to hold off and don't get no tattoos. You know, don't get no tattoos. Pardon me. I'm not super concerned about the year as I am the mileage. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I know I need it to be within a certain newer, you know, I'm trying to go for that. That's a second generation Tacoma, you know. Oh man. But I don't know, man. We'll see. Maybe it'll all be a wash. That's what Kevin thinks. He says it's all going to get washed out, you know. You're not going to like the results, but it is going to get taken care of. You know, it'll all be nothing, but they don't really have nothing to begin with. So that's why your attorney's not calling you. You know, he thinks he's got it in the bag. Got it in the bag. Let me go check and see. Make sure that on the grill's not turned up too high. Tanner boy. I love you, big Tanner boy. You got company over here visiting you? Nuggets over here visiting, yeah, sure. Oh, man. Yep, still playing the waiting game, huh? This sucks, man. The law in this world that we live in is garbage. There's no justice. There's no liberty. There isn't, man. It's a freaking nightmare. Oh, pardon me. Yeah, so I'm sure that the attorney will probably call me tomorrow. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking tomorrow I'll get a call. I don't think he'll call me Friday. So if I want to hear from my attorney tomorrow, guys, I really don't think I'm going to hear from him. And I'll probably just have to go there, drive down there on Monday, and go to that trial, which is insane in the membrane to me, to go down there and go to a trial where my son is not going to even be there. And he's the reason why I'm getting locked in jail, because of him, and he's not going to be there, huh? So once again, they offered me a deal, and I told them no. No deal. There'd be no deal. There'll be no deal. I could have got off of this, you know what I'm saying? Pretty much with the slap on the wrist. Probably been misdemeanor class C or something, you know, the smallest hindering prosecution. No probation, no, you know, unsupervised probation. No probation where I have to report or anything like that. So Whatever, man. I feel like I'm doing the right thing. So, seriously, there can't be a second deal. What else can they do from there? I was talking about that with my ex, my ex-girlfriend. I was talking to her and then talking to Kevin about what kind of deal can they offer if they're giving me a misdemeanor with no probation, no unsupervised probation. They can't do anything. They both, like she said, they give you like a citation. They give you like a disturbing the peace citation. I was like, well, I guess maybe, I never thought about that. Just give me a citation for disturbing the peace when I was out on the highway or something like that. But there really isn't much of a lesser charge than, what I'm saying, than no. I mean, they tried to give me the least they could give me. Do you know what I'm saying? That's the least they can offer. They can't offer any less. A single, not 7 charges, right? 7, interfering, hindering, harassing, and menacing the police. So they offered me a misdemeanor, single misdemeanor. Drop all the charges down to a single misdemeanor. Yeah, no, to me it's like don't sit there and be a hypocrite and tell you that you're supposed to stand against the system the whole time and then try to tempt me with some easy little deal that would really make all this kind of just go away real nice and easy for them. For them. Oh, sure, it would be convenience for me. I could leave the country today. I could go travel. It probably wouldn't be a mark that would be a big thing on my record, and I can get it expunged in probably a year from now because I don't have a record. It's just a misdemeanor, and it's something I could easily get expunged. So when the attorney offered it to me, he already told me that he knew the answer to my, what he had offered to me as my paid attorney, paying him that's his job, is to tell me what the prosecuting attorney offered. Either you can, he wanted to postpone it until January if we were going to go to trial, which tells me he's not ready for trial. If he wanted to postpone it and now he's going to go to trial, what a dumbass this attorney is. I don't have any respect for the guy. I don't. He's never looked me once in my eyes. Never once has this man ever made eye contact with me. One time. He has never looked me in my eyes. And no man that will not look me in my eyes. Most people look down at me after about 2 seconds anyways. I know I've been in sales for decades. Most people can't make eye contact with me, but he has never made zero eye contact with me one single time. So Ted Martin only a couple times, so, but it's okay. I'm not taking a deal. And even if it was the smallest of charges, the least of charges, it would be hypocritical for me to take a deal. To gain. They gain. They're going to get to make money. This is going to cost the state money now. And whatever, it's one day, I don't care. But, they make money. Now, if I win, they don't make any money. It costs them money. If I lose, then they can make money on me. So what? At least I tried. But I talked to somebody yesterday and he knows how serious this situation, because they SWAT raided his house out here. Not for the same reason, but they SWAT raided his house. Not like that, what they did to me. They didn't do it to him, what they did to me, but they did use SWAT. They came out and did whatever stupid thing too, whatever. Dumb. They got all handled anyways too. Crazy. But he knows, and I told him yesterday, I saw him, and I'm like, it's like, yeah, hey, you know what? They said, you remember, they was going through that deal, I said, the attorney offered me I got like 7, like 4 felonies or whatever, the 4 original, and then 2 more charges I got 7, facing 7 charges. They came back out with me with a single misdemeanor and unsupervised probation. He's like, damn, he's like, you took it. And then I was like, no, he's like, I know, okay. He's like, I was like, dude, it's the principle of the thing. You don't sit there and take a deal at the last second, man. He's like, dude, you're crazy. I'm like, I know. So, I said, I got faith, man. Remember, all things are created by Father. So whatever he's going to do to me, if I go to jail, I go to jail. At least I know I tried to fight it. He's like, yeah. And we pulled off. And he's like, didn't surprise him, I guess. At first, he was like, so they went from doing all that to you to just offering you misdemeanor. If I took it, it would be a slap in the face, guys, to let them get away with what they did. Because I want to hold them accountable now. They've taken me to trial. I'm suing this county now. I'm not going to not sue the county anymore. They took me to trial. I don't care if they back out now. Like I said, I may not sue the county on one condition, as I said, if I beat this case. If I beat the case, immediately I'm going to make contact with this attorney. Without a record, he can't mess with me or do anything. I'm going to try to set up a meeting with him and tell him, if you'll drop my son's charges, so he can either be contacted through the state police or wherever, however that is, if you drop my charges, right, or if I win my case, which I'm, there is I'm either going to get railroaded or I'll win. There is no other, what I'm saying? If they want to send me to the jail, they'll just do whatever they want with me. I kind of see that now. I mean, that's the way this case gone to begin with. So that's why he's like, I can't believe you didn't take a deal, man. No. It's like, you're going to get railroaded, whatever. So, like I said, I got to make sure that I stand up and don't allow them to do this, to me willingly. That way it'll give me the upper hand. So when I go back, I'll say, all right, now you just put me all through all this shit. And not you, but your office hired a SWAT team to come out to my house. I would be suing the state of Oregon. If you want to sit down and watch this video with me, let's sit down and watch this. You better drop these charges against my son. Now, whether he sues you or not, that's a different story. Whether my daughter sues you or not, that's a different story. I won't sue you, but you better release my son's charges immediately, and I won't sue the county, but I will sue the state of Oregon. 100%. I'm going to sue the state of Oregon because of what they did to Elijah, what they did to these animals out here, what they did to this ministry was not right, and they need to be held accountable. So there will be a day that will come. And even if I go to court, I'll still file appellate court case, federal, and still go after civil case. So I will do whatever I have to do. I don't want to, but I will do what Father is told me. It's time to hold these people accountable when I get done with this case. First things first, don't bite off more than you can chew. Right now I don't need to get involved in more things. So we'll see, 5 days, what Father has in store. And when that happens, if I beat this case, I'm going to go talk to this attorney and tell him, you better drop my son's charges, because I'll be coming after this county to sue you. I'm going to let you know right now. I'm putting you on notice right now. You should be hearing from, a civil lawsuit attorney suing this county. So if you'd like to settle this right now, we can settle this right now. I'll sign a piece of paper. A clause says I will not sue the county, but you have to agree that you will drop every bit of my son's charges. Whether he sues you or not, that's not up to me. I can't file on his behalf and tell you whether he'd sue you or not, but I'm telling you, I will sue the state of Oregon. I have to now. So we'll get there one bridge at a time here. As you can see, I'm trying to cross these bridges and not get ahead. I don't want the money. It ain't about the money like that. I'll eventually have that. I know I will, whether I go to jail or not. I know I'll win this case. In federal court, I'll win the case. They'll have to look at everything. They don't do it on this front side. And even if they convict me wrongfully, I still have the right of appeal. So an appeal is in a federal court. And so I will take this to the highest court in this, former constitutional republic. So I'm not going to give up in any way, shape, or form. And this is hopefully showing that. You're not going to just give me a deal at the very last second after hurting my dogs, hurting my daughter, hurting my son, assaulting them, battering them, kidnapping, and let you get away with a little, I get to take a misdemeanor and you get to make money off me. No, you won't. And if they make money off me and they make more money off me, then Father's going to have to cover me through Shiloh. I don't want him to take any money from me. That's why I'm fighting it. There is no chance if I say, okay, I'll take a deal, that they won't make money. So, and it ain't about the money, but it's the problem with, like I said, they extort too many people and get away with this. 98.5% of the cases in America take an agreement to extort your merchant number, your bond, plea agreement, plea bond, plea bargain, bargain. I want you to please extort my merchant number, and I agree to allow you to extort my merchandise number to gain for the bar, the Queen's law. So I'm not giving that to the Queen, not willingly. And if they do it to me, they're going to do it under duress. Do you understand? I don't want to go to jail. I didn't want any of this to begin with. I never asked for this. I asked them to leave my son alone and look at his probation hours that he had done and start doing their job. Just like I told the cop to do his job, and he threw me in jail. So, Josh Buzz. Josh is a freaking tyrant, and Father will deal with him one headlight bezel. And he did, throw me and file retaliatory charges against me. And I can prove that one day. I'll file a whole separate case against Josh Bezel and sue his bond. Make sure that fat fucking cop don't come around anybody in this town and harass anybody again. And I call him fat fucking cop, piece of shit. Fucking go do some more exercise, Josh. Stop harassing people and go out and do some fucking laps or something. Maybe they got a track up there to the high school. I've never been there. So I don't like fat cops. I don't like any cops, but I sure in hell don't like a fat cop. So Saturday Suerto, sweat hogs. I don't have to. No bars. Yeah, plea bargain. It says it's Constitutional Republic, not some corporation. We've been merchandise, but yeah, no, I'm saying I don't like pigs. I don't care what anybody thinks about. Oh, you gotta like the law. No, I don't have to like the law. I don't have to like tyrants. I don't have to like tyranny. As a matter of fact, Father doesn't want us to like tyranny. You're not supposed to side with your accuser. That's called Stockholm Syndrome. That's what you got, Bunch of Stockholm Syndrome people are. We're supposed to stand against, not in violence, and the right to protest, your right to redress grievances. And that's what I do. And they assault me for addressing my grievances. So what? They're going to have hell to pay when Father comes back and pours a measurement out on them. Yeah, that'll be twice the measure. Remember, he says that he will pour out that just measure, and it will be twice the judgment. So the measure you pour out on others, if you pour out an unjust measure, will be poured back double. So anybody who wronged me, he'll write it. It might not happen in this lifetime, and I'm totally 100% okay in accepting that. But they won't run from it for eternally. Nobody's going to escape anything. I won't escape anything I did in this case, but I'm not feeling bad because I'm some dad who's trying to help his son from being thrown in a jail cell because they're mad at me and going after him. And then that's how they can get to me and just let it go. And they keep letting him mess with him. So he made a mistake, but he paid for his mistake. I can prove that. And he paid for it by the only person going to jail. And then he did his probation 2 times. No other person did any much as probation as Elijah Werner. Nobody went to jail. Only Elijah went to jail. Why? 5 guys, same exact theft, breaking into a bunch of empty buildings out here. Vacant little trailers have been left out here for years, abandoned trailers. They get in trouble for theft. Not anybody involved, nobody, no person on person. And here I am 5 years later, plus trying to keep my son from getting thrown in prison. And now he's not even to be found, and they won't even look for him. My attorney won't even talk about him, So, it says, turn your cheek, be meek, not weak. And I could have taken 2 lives. I could have taken 3 lives because there were 2 state troopers that drove on the property. And instead, remember, I had my hand like this and a phone recording them instead of grabbing and go getting a weapon and firing them because they were literally on my property. They later came and assaulted me, kidnapped my daughter. I could have prevented that with using my Second Amendment right under my Title 18 to deem the force necessary if I thought they were going to cause under my Fourth Amendment, cause harm to my property, persons, papers, and effects, right? Warrantless search or seizure. They were on my property without a warrant. They can't come on this property without a warrant, and they caused threat. And I could have eliminated 2 state pigs that day, and I didn't. Instead, I used my hand like a phone and literally recorded that event. It's on this live stream. The evidence is documented, right? John Mogul, 18 times he was told to exit my property. I never had, even was armed at the moment or said, but I could have easily shot him dead. And I would have been 100% legally in the right. Go look at the video. 18 times. Barry entered my property. Do you have a warrant? No. Exit my property. Go to the edge of my property. Did not matter. He still came anyways. I didn't know what was in his hand. He charged at me like a bull. Remember? You can go see it. It's on the live stream. I live stream the whole thing. Back then, I was screaming, you got to drop this case against Elijah. This investigator just came on my property. I filed it, and they won't even arrest the guy for coming on my property illegally. Even if he is serving papers and somebody tells him, do you have a warrant? He has to leave. You have to try to come back and serve it a different way. He did not service that warrant properly, or not, or the service. That wasn't a service. It was for me to appear in court at my son's trial. And telling me they forced us to take this. That's a violation of his Fifth Amendment. Adequate counsel. You're not providing. If they forced you to go to trial, that's a violation of his Fifth Amendment. I've been screaming that ever since, and they don't care. Nobody cares in any of this, and this whole case is just an absolute nightmare. So that's okay. My son won't even be at my own trial, and he's the reason I'm going to jail. Isn't that hilarious? He won't even be at the trial of the case where he's going to be on the video. If he's on the video, then he has to be at that trial. If my daughter was on there, and they're trying to charge me with criminal conspiracy against my daughter, they have to have her there. John seems to think not, and I don't understand how that's even possible. That's a violation of my Sixth Amendment. Fair and speedy trial, the right to call witness in my favor. You cannot suppress evidence at trial. Witness. My son was in that car that day. They cannot not have him. If they put me on that witness stand, this is what I'm going to be telling these people and that jury. Do you guys understand what's happening here? You have a right as a jury to decide whether I'm guilty or not today. And under my right of fair trial and speedy trial, I have the right to have witness. I am one of the 3 people on my document, on this discovery, and my son and daughter are there. So they either are here today or this is a mistrial. Because I'd like to talk to my son and ask him, why did I tell him not to stop the vehicle? If he's not there, then this is a bum case. This can't go to trial because I have the right to call witness in my favor. It's a violation of my Sixth Amendment. I'll use my right to remain silent, choose to be quiet and not say anything else, and walk the fuck out of the courtroom. What do they do? Send the bailiff after me, shoot me or something? Shoot me in the back, bailiff. Come on. Told you, probably some fat dude with a gun. So couldn't fight his way out of a paper bag, let alone know how to properly use a service weapon. But remember, I'm not armed. They assaulted me, my daughter, my son, my animals. I had weapons, but I wasn't using any weapons. Made that 100% clear. There were no weapons going to be used. They didn't matter. They still brought 30 men or something with guns, trying to eliminate me, get me to come out with a weapon so they can shoot me. But it didn't work out that way, did it? So stupid fucking pigs. Oh well, Jimmy Crackhorn. They're just pigs. People in government too. All of them pigs. Pig lickers and people who like the system. Pig licker. If you're a pig licker, get out of here. All right. Well, I gotta go rotate my bird here. I gotta go rotate the bird. Hold on for a minute. I'm just going to rotate the bird. Break out the butter. Break out the butter. There we go. We're doing the slow cook on the turkey there. It's just turkey breast, big turkey breast. Give some of this to the birds. Some to the birds. To our ladies. Ladies. A little piece of Hey, boy. More firewood. More firewood. Out there feeding the ladies, the chickens there. More firewood. Firewood. Finally got firewood. That rip. Nice. Yeah. Don't be fence riding. You know what I'm saying, Sabrina? Don't. If somebody's riding the fence, don't worry about it. You should already been awake a long time ago. You know what I'm saying? Figuring things out. Dude, it's been blatantly obvious for years, you know? So, all in on it. It's a big club and you're not in it. So, got that bird on low. So, we'll just cook it on the slow. It's pretty thick, so I don't want it to burn. Now let's try to let it cook low and slow. Cook it for maybe a couple hours or something. Who cares? Just let it. Yeah, so I went and put some butter on it there. Grab some firewood. Now we're gonna jooch. Um, so 547 days is a year and a half to the day. Today it's been a year and a half since they swat rated the ministry. And Matt right now. So no calling. So let me know anything. So that's the way Father wants it. If you wanted it any different, it'd be different, wouldn't it? Oh man. What a flippin' nightmare. What a nightmare. What a nightmare. What a nightmare. I'll be chooching on some white chocolate chip. Still got all the little purple on it. Purple nurple. Lots of purple. Lots of purple. Let's chooch on some of that. Chooch on some of that. Still got a little, all those leaves are covered with trichomes. With the medicinals. A little purple on top of that bowl there. I'll just chooch on those too. We'll just chooch on those as well. Oh yeah. Oh, that one's. There we go. That's the chocolate chip cookie. Not the kind of cookies you would be eating there, Cookie Monster, huh? Very tasty, tasty, tasty. Cured in nicely. Nicely cured. Yeah, this has been going on. That's what I'm saying. This has been going on since exactly. A lot of this has been going on for time immemorial, guys. Remember Rome? They loved their orgies and they would sacrifice children and do things to, you know, come on. This is not new news. This has been going on for time immemorial. Seriously, why do you think I stand against it? Because it's been going on since, you know, the beginning of time. Well, pretty much, pretty close, you know, since the original sin in the garden, you know, of this time. I'm saying, obviously, we're a lot older than the, let's not go there and try to, won't carbon date you or anything. So, to not stand against this right now would be you're choosing a side, whether you say something or not, right? You went down as the silent majority. That's the side you chose to be on. See how that works? They don't get it, but that's okay. What am I try to change anybody? No, they're not going to figure it out. If they're riding the fence right now, leave them alone. If they're not hot, he said, if you're hot or cold, I'll vomit you from my mouth. So you got to be one way or the other. You know, leaven's the whole lump. That's what makes something rise, like leaven, like bread. You know, leaven it like a little leaven in, you know, alchemy. I talked about that earlier about brewing alcohol, being, you know, how about punch drunk on the world? Too much of that Kool-Aid, huh? Drinking that tropical fruit punch on the island, boys, over there on Trumpstein Island. It's not Epstein Island, it's Trump's Island. Stop lying to yourself. They're all island boys, and Bill and Hillary. Ellen, Degenerate, all the okra, Oprah, whatever, all these vegetables, whatever they are. Fruits and vegetables, boys. Not the kind that you want to eat. Island boys and girls. They bring boys and girls to Trump's Island, Trumpstein Island, EpiPen Island, if you want to oxidize the epinephrine so you can fear and loathe in Las Vegas. Oh no, now we got lizard people. You guys are so silly. You're so silly. Yes. Island boys, EpiPen Island boys. Let me go flip the bird. Let me go flip the bird. I'm gonna go flip the bird. All right, I had to flip the bird there. Flip the bird. He must be as esteemed as the potter's clay. Turn their works upside down, right? All right. Give him the bird. Flip him the bird. Well, I wonder if this attorney's going to call today. I don't think he will. I don't think he'll call till tomorrow. Oh, well. Year and a half later, here I am. Still fighting the good fight. So, if Elijah ever sees this, he'll know that his dad didn't give up on him. And I'm still trying to do something, man. Trying to throw me in jail still. So, they were trying to throw him in jail. And so, they can't throw him in jail. He already did his probation. Not only did he do it once, but he did it 2 times. I was involved, and they still didn't matter. They just brought men with guns and SWAT raided the ministry. So, never did they try to come to the door and talk about it. The officer could have got out of the car that day and had a discussion, but never said anything. So, never said a word. So, didn't identify himself. Didn't say a single thing. So, kind of silly how this whole case has worked out. It's just been an absolute hilarious. It's not funny, but Father must have a sense of humor. I think he laughs when he beats me. So just wish he wouldn't beat my son and daughter. Why didn't he just beat me instead of beating them? But, oh well. 547 days is at 1.5 years. 1.5 years ago, I saw my son and he was getting shot with his hands in the air by the state police. So fuck the state of Oregon police. So fuck you, state of Oregon. Cocksucker police. Yeah. That's what they do. All their cock worship. Giannis in January with the rooster and the cock-a-doodle-doo. You know, they're whatever.
pigs and barnyard bestiality, the whole thing. That's what I'm saying. They go their calling, get it? Any cock will do. All right. The pretendant's one, right? He's a goo gobbler and nobody cares about that, right? So, man chowder. The world gone on. The president's a pedo and nobody cares. He's a PDF file. I think I was saying that long ago. So, maybe that's why they mess with you, right? Who gives a crap? If you're not standing against the beast, you're weak. You're already a slave. If you're not living free, then you're already a slave. So, look, I come in here and they flush everybody out of here. I love it. Thanks, YouTube. You're so awesome. YouTube. So, if I go to jail, it's been nice knowing you guys for a while. I don't know how long I would go to jail if that's the case. So, nobody got in touch with me to kind of keep that line of communication open. So, it'll be all right. We'll just have to part our ways for now, kind of like leave my son. I don't know if I'll ever see him again. So, might have to see him on the other side. We'll have to say that with everybody here, right? If that's what happens, who knows? Because anything could happen if I end up going, something happens to me. Anything could happen to me if I get locked up. So they don't like people like me in jail. I tend to rub people the wrong way all the time, no matter where I go. People don't like people who are spiritual, not burn sandalwood and Nagachampa and wear tie-dye and Birkenstocks and have dreaded hair, kind of spiritual. That's not spiritual. So that's a hippie. So hippie's hippie. So all right. Well, the bird's still cooking. It's got a ways to go because I don't have it up very high. I don't want to burn it. So that's probably going to take a couple hours to cook that thing, so I can get it cooked all the way. I don't want it to be raw. I don't eat raw bird. Raw bird. Raw bird. What shall happen? What will be the final outcome? What did Father write for me? Did he write jail in my? Is that what I'll be facing? Is jail time? Will I be facing? Can't you believe I'm gonna go there to a trial? My son and daughter won't even be there. I think that's hilarious. I think it is one of those blatantly gross proof of a mistrial and improper counsel and violation of my adequate counsel, violation of my fair and speedy trial rights, violation of my Fourth Amendment to be secure in my house's papers, persons, and effects, violation of my Miranda rights, Sixth Amendment, adequate counsel, right? Fifth Amendment, Sixth Amendment, spare speedy trial, call witness in my favor. I'm going to jail because I told my son not to stop the car. My son's not going to be there to talk to. Nobody's going to cross-examine him and ask him any questions. Dude, this is insane. So it's just not going to stop, is it? So I better prepare to go to jail. Doesn't seem as anything I've done, no matter how much money or time or effort or even asked for help. I just haven't. Father hasn't applied it there. Hasn't happened. So I can only do so much myself. So I'm not going to do self-will, you know what I mean? So got to let him do whatever he's going to do here. Nobody's going to do anything that Father didn't already create. So but I'm the dad that stood up for his son, and they're trying to throw me in jail because they were trying to throw my son in jail, and I wouldn't let him. So I'm such a bad dad, right? In ways, I'm not the best, but if that's what I got to live with. So they're threatening to throw me in jail because I wouldn't let him throw my son in jail. Oh, I'm such a bad dad, bad man. I know. Fuck them, man. Whatever. What do I do? I got to live with myself. I already told you my inside things on this. If you've ever been, part of this nightmare called my life. So I just come on here because I have to make discovery. And one day, if I have a federal case, they're going to go through and have to look at all these live stream videos and decipher what's evidence against me and what's not. So you are the evidence when you become the evidence. So apparently not, huh? Now I could even have my son. Yeah, I guess I am the evidence, but my son won't be there or my daughter won't be there. So, that's hilarious. Yeah, I just can't get over that, man. That's just a slap in the face. It just shows how horrible the system how horrible a country that I live in, how horrible our system is. How it just beats people down, tries to get them to submit and take a deal, take a plea bargain. And my son didn't. He didn't go to jail as of now. So what a rock star. Good job, Elijah. Good job. You're not breaking the law under the right of affirmative defense. If you ever hear this, Elijah, you have the right to protect yourself from legal prosecution. Excuse defense, justification defense. Justifies your actions in civil criminal court liability. Justification excused. Your actions in civil and criminal court are justified. So I'll be bringing that up in my court case when they take me. Like, I have the right to protect my son and myself. They're trying to throw him in jail illegally. So legally prosecute him. Wasn't warranted to begin with, and then their warrant, like I said, if I beat the case, then this isn't even warranted. They already dropped my daughter's charges of conspiracy and hindering prosecution, interfering with the peace officer, because they said they heard her say, don't stop the car. No, go. That's what she said. No, go. But it don't matter. Same thing. I did the same thing. I told my son not to stop the car. So 14 months later, they're still holding me on the same exact charges that I had my daughter. They released her charges and released her back in September, October, November, December. Wow. 15 months ago, they dropped my daughter's charges, but they haven't dropped mine for the same exact thing. They're going to take me to trial on the same fucking thing. And I told my attorney that. And he said he was going to get ahead of the case and call him in. And yeah, but that's not what's happening. So I did. I told that to him. Why are we even going to court if they already dropped my daughter's charges? Okay, when we get closer to case, trial, I'll posture. Okay, well, now we're actually going to fucking trial. This is what I did for you, Elijah John Werner. Adriana Maze. Trying to help you guys. Because I know nobody else is helping you right now. And I know if I go to jail, nobody else will be helping you. So just have to be patient, I guess, wherever you're at. I don't know if you're alive. I try to report both your bodies missing, dead, murdered. You, Adriana, raped by Marshall. I don't know. Anything's possible. I don't trust that guy as far as I can throw him. So Marshall, federal, I don't know who he is, but I know I've reported him to Josephine County. I know I reported him to the state police, but nobody listened to me. It's like I was shot that day. I know I was hit in the face with a grenade and tear gas, but maybe they did shoot me when I went back towards the door and tried to, get the door shut because they didn't want the animals to come out. So I don't know. What a nightmare. It hasn't ended yet, though. It's my nightmare called life, where I get terrorized and harassed and menaced in my mind and by the actual the police literally coming running over my property again. What's going to ever happen to those officers for that? Dude, this is insane. I think back at some of the stuff in this case, and it's just mind-numbing. It just does not. I don't even know I've had the strength to pull through this. Here I am 1.5 years later, and all I was trying to do was help my son from not going to jail. And here I've been extorted for just about every bit of time, money, effort, and somehow I've still managed to get some land paid off, stay in the Word, and not get unfocused. I know I'm kind of all over the place, but I'm still headed in the same path. The narrow is the way. So I can't wait for these days to be done. I don't really care about the results anymore. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'll find them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Connection. That's my first place I'm going to go if I beat the case. Go to Adriana's parents, try to locate him. See, where the fuck is your daughter? If they tell me they haven't talked to her in 6 months, it's not going to be good. 8 months, 10 months or something. 14 months since her charges were dropped ago. You know what I mean? That's not going to be a good results. I'm telling you, it won't. So it'll all have to do with Marshall. So I don't know why anybody else looks for him. I know I'm the only one who looks for him. And that's the nightmare of this all, is like I'm the only one who's trying to help these two people he would have been in jail. They would have locked his ass up and he'd be in prison right now. So, was that better than being dead? Look what I did. I got to live with that. I got to live with myself now. I have a lot to do with that, remember? If I would have done that and tried to be, the hero? I don't know what you call it. I was trying to be a hero. I was trying to help my son from not getting thrown in prison for 7 fucking years. 5 years, 7 years. I think it was 7. I don't know. I went back a later video. It said 5. I don't know. 5 to 7 years or whatever is downward departure and what they would know, early release, no nothing. For something he'd already, they had no justification to throw him into jail to begin with. You know why, if you've been here. He already did his probation twice, so no speaking with Ryan Solberg, no speaking with Lily Frank, no speaking with Officer Black, no Sheriff Dumar, no Richard Greer, nobody involved in Elijah's case. No, none of the 5 people he did his probation with, 3, Tom, Don, Morgan. Look, I could still do it today, like on the top of my head. The 2 females, where he went, Remember the 32 hours, every month that he worked for 5 months is 100, he did his 180 hours. So nobody still wants to talk about 180 hours. When I bring it up to John, he said it doesn't have anything to do with that. I'm like, how the fuck would you say that? The whole case was that I didn't let him stop the vehicle. I didn't let him arrest my son. I actually called ahead of time and said, if you try to arrest my son, I won't let you arrest him. I kept my word. I called Kresha Brunsman, the head of probation in Lane County. See what happened to all this stuff that I did? It didn't amount to anything. It got my son and daughter killed. You know what I mean? It's insane. I'm just blown away. Literally in the face with a grenade, but whatever, man, right? Nobody cares about that either. Gotta get this veteran some help, man. Somebody help this guy out. Look what they did to him. Look what they did to his son, his daughter. Nobody's even tried to come help me. Whatever, I don't care. Fuck it. I did it on my own. I just sold the land. Fuck it. Couldn't do it on the internet, so I gave it away. Gave it away. Gave it away, gave it away, gave it away. And they know it too, and that's fine. I mean, I'll make it clear. I ain't trying to rub it in their face, but, they just have the ability to do things like that. I don't. So it's better to give it to somebody who has, it's like selling the flatbed, whatever. You got me a tattoo. If I don't get nothing else, I got a tattoo. Fuck it. I don't care. Hey, whatever else money was spent, I don't got a tattoo out of the whole deal. I traded a flatbed diesel for a tattoo at this point, Well, no, I mean, I've had to pay the land taxes and get some things caught up, and so I had to do it. I didn't have a choice in the matter. So Father does these things to me. He beats the crap out of me. Just like as soon as I get some money ahead, then I lost Tango, and all the money that I thought that I had for taxes and land payments and all that ended up paying to have my dog killed. So, thank you, Father, for that, and that perfect, amazing timing, and that, the whole thing with my dog, right? So back to scratch again, trying to scratch, but that's okay. I got that sold, so I'll have money in my books here in 5 days, right? So I don't think I'm going to go with all that money, on me, but I'm going to make sure I have some money on me this time when I go to jail again. So I bailed myself out with $4,000 last time. So they didn't like counting that money in my arrest, but whatever. It's on the live stream. Man's got to have. I didn't have no money on my books. So, but last time I couldn't spend it because I had to bail myself out, and I couldn't even I just missed commissary day. So, oh well. There's nothing I can do. Nothing I can do. I'm not going to push it, at this point. Like I said, whenever I push, it just makes things worse. So whenever I try, it just makes things backfire in my face. It's normally when I try to help somebody, it misfires or backfires, and I end up paying a dear price for trying to help somebody. Look, I'm just trying to help my son, and look at this. That's it. That's all I was trying to do, just help my son. I'm a bad dad for trying to help him, huh? When he ain't got nobody else to advocate for him, not his mom, not his uncles, all, other than his mom, all his family blood has lots of money. tons of money. You know what I'm saying? Tons of money. And nobody's even chipped in to help him a dime. Nobody's even called me, never asked me, hey man, I know you got some stuff with you. You know, we don't particularly, you're not the best part of the family, but are you all right out there? Are you doing okay? Anybody? Nobody. Just floating. I had Elijah, then he took that away from me, and I had Tangle, and then he took that away from me. So what was he gonna do? Put me in jail? Fucking wouldn't surprise me. So I've been looking into it, if they're gonna surrender me or not. It's up to the judge. So I do think if they have a guilty conviction for some reason, I don't know. I don't know how it will work. Father's in control, that they won't let me stay out and, you know, and give myself time to turn myself in for sentencing. They'll sentence me right there, or, you know, put me in. They won't. I almost feel it in my bones. You know what I'm saying? But that's how they'll do it. They won't even. So I have to be prepared that day to be arrested and handcuffed, and might not ever see the outside again. So over some, you know what I'm saying? It's not even something serious too, but you never know. Anything could happen when you're in the system. So what I'm trying to do is get myself to just be prepared for both. So, you know, it's like if I had the extra $5,000 right now, would it be the right thing to do to buy that Tacoma double cab? Should I buy the double cab right now? You know, then I wouldn't if I went to jail and had no money in my books. So what's the double cab going to do? Just sit there on the outside while I'm in jail and I can't drive it or anything? So, you know, maybe we should just hold off on that right now. You know what I'm saying? And I really need that. I want it for the ministry. It's mobile ministry. Plan on making this mobile ministry. So, have a good day, Sabrina. Thanks for coming in. It's getting a little depressing. I know we're coming down to the wire here. Something's got to happen here sooner or later. I don't know. If any of you actually get this on the outside, I can't imagine what this looks like from the outside looking in, but I don't know. You guys you're not going to think about it the way I think about it. You don't have all the details and you don't know. So this can't be always fun to watch. So I apologize. I'm just trying to make documentation here so that if I get locked up, I can try to refer to these YouTube, you know, and we'll see. Sometimes you got to put your treasure in a different time and place. You know what I'm saying? I am starting to think that the attorney's definitely not calling today. I think he would have called already by now. So, if it doesn't call tomorrow, man, that's kind of a bummer. And then, because I don't think he's in on Friday. He's normally out on Friday. And I think he might start heading over this way or something. See, I don't even know. How the fuck is this even happening? You know what I'm saying? Good stuff there, connection. But, yeah, it'll work itself out here, I guess. 5 days, huh? Going to jail or not? What does God have in store for this man, my dog, my kitties? The land's paid off. The taxes are paid up on this. I don't have the 20 acres. I might end up losing that, but I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I want to have some money because I might, if I knew how long I would be going to jail, I would probably make sure Kevin had the money to pay that before I left, but I can't get any communication with my attorney about it. So, kind of crazy. Very crazy, very nutty. So, I'm just cooking off this bird today here. sometime today. I think I might go through just to do it, just because whatever. I went and got $44 worth of nickels or something like that. So I might sort through my nickels, see if there's any war nickels in there. And you want to take a guess on how many war nickels there might be? Well, probably almost $100 worth of nickels. Pretty close to. Got to be at least a couple, I would imagine. I was pretty blown away at $1 worth of face. That's 20 nickels is worth $60 right now. $58 on Atmex for $1 worth of face of nickels. But it's got the silver in there, so it's got the value. So go get some nickels in America, because I wouldn't have no problem getting nickels. I don't know if my other bank would do it, and I know went to other banks and they won't give you any. So, but maybe you can ask for nickels. I was telling everybody too earlier on the stream to go ask for your change. Don't get your change if you're a paper person like me and you pay for cash. You don't really use a card very often. I mean, I do from time to time, because you guys, I get a cash app every once in a while. Obviously, like I said, not a lot, but it's something to spend. And normally I spend it on ministry stuff, but yeah, we'll see where Father's going to take this. We'll see where he has this going. As long as I can cover myself while I'm in there, and I think I can now. So nobody should have to pay for me while I'm in there. If that's what ends up happening, I could give Kevin enough money to hopefully pay the land payment, and dog food and cat food, and nothing's permanent, right? Death is certain, but nothing in this lifetime is promised. So I got to roll the punches. So I might just hang out here the rest of the day, maybe count some of those nickels or whatever. See what Father has, because I don't think that the attorney's going to call me. Don't really have anything pressing right now. There's some things I should do, but I don't want to do anything. Kind of on a strike thing. I will figure it out, but pretty depressing, man. Think that all this was just done for nothing. And I get all the way down to where the attorney, you hire a paid attorney and they don't do anything. So maybe they may pay, like I said, whatever. Maybe it's the charge will get dropped here in the next day or two. But I'm not feeling that at all, because my attorney's not talking to me. I don't feel like he's putting the pressure on this district attorney like I thought he would. I thought that's what I paid him to do. But apparently Father won't allow it. He won't even allow me. He won't even talk about Elijah. He won't even talk about my son. I can't even get him to talk about my son. He talked about my dog. He asked how I was doing last time, because he didn't call forever, and talked about my dog. And then I brought up Elijah. He wouldn't talk about my dog. He wouldn't talk about my son. He talked about my dog, but he wouldn't talk about my son. So not in any real context. So I don't know, man. It's very nightmarish. But yeah, no, it is what it is. Yeah, Mercer, I'm just still hanging out. Like I got a paid attorney trying to get him to do something, but I still just a dad missing his son, and it's been a year and a half, and I miss my son a lot, and I feel so bad that I got him into all this, and I've gotten him in trouble before, so to live with it the rest of my life. I'll always be tortured till the day I die if I don't ever talk to my son again. I will. And I'm the kind of person, my son is like that too. He's not, obviously, if he's, let's start things bottom of my neck. Maybe he's mad at me, doesn't want to talk to me. I don't see how that's possible, but Yeah, well, it's just a 1 day trial. You know what I'm saying? Or some can't even get a week trial, 2 weeks. I thought this trial would take, nope, they're not going to listen to anything. They're not. All they're going off is Elijah. I told Elijah not to stop the vehicle, but they won't even have Elijah there to cross-examine him as my witness. Like, what the hell? So there's just nothing adding up. It's all just starting to, my ship is sinking now pretty quickly. So I'm taking on water, but Father is the one who's steering it. So if he wants me to sink, he'll sink me. If not, he'll, you know, I'm just the vessel. I can't do anything about it. I ain't going to try to tread water or anything like that. He's the one steering it. So it is what it is. I didn't think I was trying to be baptized, wouldn't take on any water, but we'll see. Feels like I'm drowning at this point, but what can you do? Keep the faith. Don't open up your mouth and breathe or you'll die. So I've been in the reverse, been in the ocean a lot, spent a lot of time in the water. So it's a very drowning feeling right now in my life. That's all I can tell you. I don't feel like I can even breathe, but if I breathe, I'll die. Part of holding your breath when you're underwater. Yeah. Whatever happens, happens. I'm prepared for both, just so you know. I'm not like trying to change what's happening. You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't call him and bug him. I didn't last time, and he called me. You know what? When I told him, I thought he'd call. So I either think he'll call tomorrow or he's not going to call me. And he may call Friday, but I don't think so. He's not normally in the office on Friday. So, and he'd have to be preparing. Like, I don't know when he's able to do jury selection. When is jury selection? Would he have to come here to do jury selection? They still have to select a jury. So, and he's here. When would he come here? So, I'm confused, but I'm okay. Not what Father's doing, but he always confuses me in life. Look what I just did. It all amounted to nothing. I went 100%, 50 million% backwards. Didn't get. I'm scarred, marred for life. I will never be the same man I was as a year and a half ago. I am not the same guy that I was. Hell no, I'm not. And I never will be. I won't. I mean, have it at the core, but I've been battered and still suffer daily with lung problems and have issues with my head hurting, and I don't talk about it. I don't talk about it. I talk about my back and my head, all the things that are going on with me physically. I try to leave it off here and don't talk about it as least as possible because it just makes it worse when I do. So, but oh well. I got to get up here and flip the bird. So I got to put turkey breast that I'm cooking here, I threw it on the barbecue, so I'm slow cooking it. So if you give me a minute or three, I know, and I don't have that, Marissa. That's what's kind of a bummer. You know what I'm saying? That's what it's. That's. Cool. Well, you still come out here, Marissa. You don't need to buy land. You're part of the ministry, and you don't need to buy land to be a part here now. Just so you know, if not, I'll help you. I sold Kevin the 5 acres since I talked to you last. So the 5 acres that I had available is not for sale anymore, but you're welcome to come out here and be a part of the ministry if that's ever in your cards. And you don't have to pay to be here if you're part of the ministry, okay? Because I think you've been here long enough. You know what I'm saying? So that's what the ministry is. That's why I paid it off. I'm about ready to sold that property probably instead of buying. And actually, somebody stuck it in my face. I should buy the truck because it's a mobile ministry, and I'm not going to do it until after this court date. But you're welcome to come out here, and I can help you find other property if you are interested still. I know this valley very well. I have another piece of property that I pay on that you're more than welcome potentially to take over, make payments on that property in the future. I have plans on developing it with Kevin, just if I get out of jail, whatever. I have somebody coming next spring to help me start building potentially. It's kind of tentative, but always lots of things going out here. So that's awesome, and I'm glad you stuck it out and didn't. If you didn't buy land, that you just didn't bounce because you didn't get something from me. Hope you've gleaned something from this channel and gained, you know. So please know that you are part of the ministry, and if you need to come out here, you can, you know what I'm saying? You can be a part of this ministry. That's what the ministry is here to serve. So we can figure out for you to own some land out here if you need to buy land or something, you know. I'm sure we can figure something out. So just stay in touch with me, you know, like I said. If not, wait till after I get, you know, to get this taken care of, and we can still work on it then. You've helped me being just part of the ministry. I want to help people out. You know, if you've been with this part of me, I'm a service to other being. It's what I do. So appreciate your support and your kind words and your continued coming in through, I don't know how many months, but it's been, you know, it's been months. You've been a part of this ministry. So if you do need to come out and have a place to stay, there is places out here. We can start from the ground, you know, the ground up. Yep, cool. So, but like I said, if I can get through this, stay in touch with me because I can make things happen for you out here, or help you, or lead you to other ways to make things happen. I don't know, because I'm starting to have some with all that stuff. Hold on for a second. I got to go down and flip the bird. I got that turkey on there. I don't want to burn it. I am slow cooking. It should be okay, but I put some butter on it, so that might spark it a little bit. And it's okay. It's in a bar, but South America is really starting to catch on fire. You know what I'm saying? It's, you know, South America with this cartel thing with Venezuela and Colombia, and, you know, Ecuador's right on that border, remember, of Venezuela. And, you know, so, you know, I'm having, so I'm regrouping here and kind of circling the wagons and, you know, saying, okay, what do we got here? Kind of regrouping is what I've done. We'll come talk about that. I think we should all do that right now. Things don't always work like you want. You got to be flexible. Well, that's turning out nice. Nice. What do we got here? Oh, so we have some spamola. My bad. That'd be the timing I go out there, and it's when somebody would call, but nobody calls me very often. So. Only expecting one call, and I'm not expecting anything at this point. So, yeah, down there. So honestly, I've been thinking about maybe just, I don't know, finding another continent to take a vacation. So if not, I have the 100% ability to travel around the U.S. and go to homesteads, because I'm sure there's 50 homesteads across the U.S., 100 homesteads that would have me for a month, a week, a day, a weekday. No, um, whatever time that I wanted to spend there, and that's just the homestead. That's not even visiting people within the ministry as well, traveling around. And I know I'd love to church um, with the ministry while I'm out. And if I'm still in the U.S., that is part of the idea of getting this mobile ministry. Uh, but I can't. I'm at the mercy of Father, who's the one who's keeping me chained. Where I'm at. So uh, when I can go, I will go. I'm sure I'll take a vacation no matter what. That's why I really wanted the reliability of having good wheels. And so I thought that the right thing to do was to sell that land to Kevin, because he'll be able to develop it before I can. And I'm going to have bills between now and then. Not I paid up the taxes, and I'll have just one land payment. It's like I have a ton, but I got insurance on my vehicle, and I got to eat food, things like that. Just like everybody else. Car, gas. I don't go a whole lot of places, but having having reliability in the mobile ministry is going to mean everything to me. And I want to, even as this sounds as crazy as this is, I'd like to overspend a little bit and buy more miles by buying a vehicle that's newer with less miles. Not because it's newer, or even which the one I found is an older vehicle with less miles. So I don't care about new. See, I don't need new. I just need somewhere within that 10-year body style, because of the crew cab, and the motor, and the reliability, and that the availability for other parts. So um, like if in the future, if I need parts, I want something to be able to get parts on, that I can get. And there's more of those second generation Tacomas running around than there is any other year body style. So that's what I need. I'm not doing it. I'm doing it for practicality and service, and reliability. So there's no glamour or glitz in it whatsoever. So I would like to turn it into an overland vehicle. So if I needed to pull off the road, and 20 yards could be the difference between life and death. And he said we must endure to the end to be saved. So it's a 6-cylinder. The 4.0 is a 6-cylinder. It's a great motor. It's got excellent reviews. It's what Kevin has in his truck. So I'm 5,000 short right now. And I probably, if I did, I probably would buy it, like I said, and I probably should, so I don't spend the money on this ministry. It's not going anywhere. The taxes are paid, but I'd like to put it on the grid. I'd like to put this ministry on the grid. I'm trying to think future tense, and I always have to think about that, the long, don't just think in the narrow, you got to think the long game, um, you still need to be understanding the now too as well. So I'm hoping one day I can have both. I can have this ministry with the address, so that if something came financially, they can come out here and try to run anybody off, like it was offering to you, Marissa. If I can get this on the grid, what I'm saying, and an address here, I could have you come here, and we can have 5 or 6 or 8 or 10 people. It's a ministry here, and it's not going to be, like, why are there people staying out there and they're off the grid and they don't have, all the, fancy dancy, and that could happen. I think, and maybe in one of these coming future events with this financial situation, that they can come in and say, hey, you're not up to code, you're not up to this, and start some process to try to remove you off your property. So it feels like I don't want to lose the ministry because of my financial lack of finances. I could take right now and potentially make that happen. I probably still need about another 5,000. So it's either mobile ministry, or the ministry here would probably be able to get possibly an address, and that would be unreal, unfathomable to think that there would be power out here, um, just because it adds more to like being able to have a freeze dryer, a studio, a freezer, things like that. Just more, you know, a washer and dryer, things like that, because you can have water, septic is the other thing too, is, it's going to do septic. I can dig my own well, and have a well drilling kit. So I can put well, water, septic, and build even. I was looking at maybe seeing if the county would let me do a semi-trailer as a build out to see what their stipulations on what they'd want me to do to keep it. I know how to build a house, but can I take and put an exterior wall, take it off the tires, block it, whatever foundation, what do they want to make it, a house that's, on a foundation, not some mobile, because that they won't, but it has to be something, a home, on a foundation or a block. That's pretty heavy there, connection. But yeah, I'll get the financial thing, like I said, taken care of here soon. And like I said, just keep plugging away. It's amazing that I've been such, hard times, and I still take away at grinding out things and getting them done. So I thank Father to give me the strength, because I'm only doing it. Like I said, I should be doing things today, and I'm not doing it. I'm just not feeling it, man. I'm just not. So I have good days and bad days. So today is not the best day for sure. I'm not having my best day. Let me go open that door. I got her nice and roasty in here. Thank you, Father, for roasty, toasty firewood. All right, we're doing the slow cook here on this thing. So it's getting there. I don't want to burn it, so it's on a barbecue, a barbecue grill. So it's pretty thick. No snow here yet, and I lost Tango. I lost my big dog here about, I don't know how long ago it was. I've been in I'm in a haze ever since then. So it wasn't bad enough. I can't have my son or daughter and get that taken. He's got to take my puppy from me. So the cats are in a little bit of a stupor. I've been a little bit of but I'm glad I had the money to put him down, because he was in a bad way. He was stomach flipped, but he died of old age. So, what I'm saying, that's what they said. He didn't die of, his stomach flipped, and that's what happens when the dog gets old. So it was his time. So I may have been able to spend more money than I did. And if I had it, I probably would have spent it, because I don't care about money. But I was able to have enough money to try to paid a lot of money to try to comfort him before he died. So but I've been just a bit of a like floating since then, because he's a big part of my life, and I thought he'd be around for another 3 or 4 years at least. So don't count your blessings, and I'm so happy that I got to spend all the days that I did, and I'm glad that I had the money and was able to sell the motorcycle, because that motorcycle is what paid what it took to to make sure that he was in least amount of pain in his last hours of life. So, well, that's about what he had by the time I got to the hospital. So it's a couple hours away. But I'm trying to pick up the pieces. My animal, my cat, every first part of the day, he's always like, "Where's the big dog?" So he's been whining, but we're trying, man. Father's brutal to me. If you follow anything that's going on with me, Father's always going to just make things worse and worse and worse. So that's what I prepare for anything's ever going to get better. They always get a lot worse. So that's just the way my life has been. It's been that way for decades. I can't stop the cycle. She's doing it, so I'm not going to try. So probably the worst time ever. Actually, no, because if I ended up going to jail and Kevin had to watch him, I'm glad that he passed now and not when he was under Kevin's care, because it wouldn't have been Kevin's fault, and Kevin may have responded incorrectly, thinking he caused it or something. It could have been, you know what I'm saying? Tango might have been stressing, and his dog, and they could have gotten into it just because she's a little nanny, not a bad girl, but he's stressing and almost dying, and she's probably trying to comfort him, and then they probably, anything. It could have been anything. So um, I wish he could still be here, because it's so lonely out here without him. It is. It's freaking not the same. So I said that earlier, but thanks for asking. But Pants is here. We're trying to make the best of it, And, he sticks by my side, and I'm glad that I have him. He's an amazing dog. So I have until he dies now to take care of him. So who knows? I gotta probably, I don't know how long his Tango was 13. So, but. I'll do Thanksgiving. It's a murderous holiday, but we don't celebrate, Not supposed to celebrate anything. So please don't celebrate Thanksgiving tomorrow if you're wondering, or whatever day it is. I don't know what day. I don't celebrate any holidays ever again. Please do not celebrate, especially anything that's on a calendar. Can you glorify and have barbecues and celebrations, but don't celebrate them on a calendar day, please. That's the worst thing you can do. You're a pagan and a Satanist and a heathen if you do. That's what he said. Do not learn the Jeremiah 10. So follow what the word says. He doesn't want us to do these things. That way we don't start trying to celebrate and gain and, start coveting with our wealth or fortunes, or like somewhere with Father by celebration, or eating or not eating, or drinking or not drinking, or being, by faith and faith alone. So, but it does tell us in the book not to celebrate. So please do not celebrate Thanksgiving. So if you want, I have a friend that's renting out his native buddy that will give you a real organic native experience if you want. He's renting them out. So get a hold of me. I think I got his number. You can have one of these Native Americans. My ass, they weren't natives. They were pagans, and they were Satanists, and they were heathens. And that's why Father said, here, have some blankets, be comfortable, go to sleep. So I tell it like it is, especially on the day where, again, we came over here to, murder and slaughter these heathens, so that these people who are fleeing the heathenist, murderous, pagan church came over here and once was a blessed nation called the Mayflower Nation. You should learn about your historical record and what it says in the scriptures about this nation and why it was formed and how. Jamestown, remember? All these, if you want to know anything truly about how this nation has survived, I want to go back to the original 13 colonies and the formation of Christopher Columbus, 1492, sailed the ocean blue, followed by the Nina, Pinta, the Santa Maria. But that nation, the Mayflower blessed nation, that's this nation, so you know. But don't celebrate. And if you're one of those, I've got a Native American, supposedly, if that's what you want to call him, on hire. You can rent him out. I think he's like $100 a day or something for the night. No, I'm just kidding. I don't have no Native American rent for hire. Just joking. There's no such thing as Native American. They were from the South. The Mayans, they wandered from the South up here. Natives over the ice bridge when we had the ice ages. They weren't natives. You guys are crazy when you call them Native Americans. No, I'll be the crazy ones. You keep calling them native. Although they were indigenous, I don't know. Remember, they wandered here from other places. This cycles over and over and over. To say that this was their land is hocus pocus. So there's a reason why Father allowed the genocide of all these Satanist, pagan, pole worshippers. So Native Americans are Satanists, whether you like to hear it or not. So are Christians, so are Catholics, so are Protestants, Presbyterians, Mormons, Calvinists, Southern Baptists are all Satanists. So they're just a different breed of Satanists, the ones that worship pole gods, tree gods, totem gods, gods with, like Rome, beasts, with head of beast and man and body of transgenderism. Here we go again. Your transgender totem god? Yeah, 3 genders and 1 god, pole god. There you go, worshiping your pole again, north and south. It's a little rabbit, tricks for kids. So you see why Father allowed them to be genocided? Because they were Satanists. A native is a derogatory term towards the true understanding of how people wander and didn't. Now they took good care of the land. I give them that. Way better land than we took care of it, but that didn't mean that they're not Satanists. So why? I just want to make sure that you are understanding. I'm going to be, go back and see my lessons on the Mayflower Nation that spoke about it in Scripture. The nation be blessed for 400 years, and that time of blessing is up. Abundance and bounty. That actually started with the New Age. At the age of the apocalypse is when it ended. There's so many things that align in this cycle that I hope that you guys have caught, that I've been able to show you exactly on the line where these ages start. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, there you go. The other go. I'm saying. So it's the same thing though, guys. And a lot of people, nobody's wanting to talk about that during Thanksgiving. They were not Native Americans. They came from the South and the North. Were they here for decades and centuries? Yeah, sure, but they weren't native. The Chinese were here in the 14th century. We surely didn't discover Christopher Columbus, right? 1492. Just please don't celebrate these things. We're all natives. We're all supposed to wander. We're not supposed to set up shop. We are supposed to be more hunter-gatherer and not really set up stores and walls and borders. I hate borders. I can't wait to die so I don't have to see another border ever again. I hate borders. I hate states. There's no 2 United States, my ass. Stop fooling yourself. You know what I'm saying? What's the difference between Mexico and California? Nothing. I grew up right there. Fuck off. I had friends that were my friends that came from down there, and I didn't look at them any different because I don't see color. Remember, if you've been around this channel, I don't see race or color, and I hate borders. Be more like fluid, a wall of water's going to find its way around. It's going to find the path of least resistance. A bird, be like a bird. A bird that lands on the wall of Mexico and America. Does it give a crap? Why don't you be a little more flexible? A bird cannot achieve a lift without resistance, right? So, greatest wall ever. One ladder ruins that whole wall, doesn't it? One staircase or all the tunnels that have been there forever. I hate walls. You know what I'm saying? Walls allows him to put you into different categories. We're one race, the human race. Go somewhere else if you don't like it. I don't want to be around people who think we're different races. We have different ethnicity, culture, melanin, less melanin, but that doesn't make us a different race. One race, the human race. People don't act with humanity anymore. They've lost that way. Remember, I don't like black niggers, brown niggers, red niggers, yellow niggers, white niggers. Quit holding your butt, blue nigger. It's an attitude. So I don't like people who think they're entitled to be above any other melanated, less eye shape, more man or woman. That is not what the word says. Even in Old Testament, it says a woman is supposed to be subservient to the man. When it comes to the church, Deuteronomy, the word says that a man is supposed to treat a woman's body like he treats his own, like he treats the church. And so you don't treat a woman any different that you treat your own. And in that subservience, and when it came to the lesson, like, no, honey, we're not going to Thanksgiving. It's pagan. We're not going. You don't like it? Get out, Jezebel. I've already told you this again. Or same thing. What do you mean, honey? We're going to go to your mom's Thanksgiving party. I couldn't go to my Christmas party or that. And you told us no. And now you're saying I can. Well, my mom's different. No, it's no different. It applies. Get out of here, you Jezebel. Leave. I'm leaving. Tell this. I'm taking my stuff and leaving. I don't even want to be around. He said, don't sup with vipers. That's what he told me. I don't have to contract with you. Father said, I keep yoking with you. He actually told me I could divorce you and leave you right there in your tracks. You're a Jezebel, dude. Freaking, what do you mean? I got to go to the party just because you think your mom will get pissed off. My mom was living. We still didn't go. You're a hypocrite. You don't act like the word says. So I'm not equally yoked to you. I'm calling for a divorce. So I ain't even married to somebody on paper, but you know what I'm saying? We're equally yoked, brothers, sisters. You know what I'm saying? We don't have different. Father doesn't see that under this covenant. It's man and woman, Jew and Gentile, black, white, brown, red, and yellow. We're all one race. Stop letting them separate us and divide us into pieces. You're red, you're blue, you're a Democrat, you're a bloodbakin. You know what I'm saying? You're a donkey, you're an elephant, you're an ass is what you are. You have an unwillingness to learn. These people are not two cheeks of the same hole, two wings of the same dragon. The system is not there to help anybody. And the sooner people figure that out, the sooner they can become independent of the system. And then that's when, especially like when you get away from the churches and you start reading the word and defining every word, you're like, oh my God, this is starting to make sense now. Well, yeah, you detached yourself to, yeah, you're right. Oh, we got to call. Let's see. Kevin. Oh, all right, hold on. Cool. All right, my apologies. That was Kevin. He was calling. He trying to get his wood stove down over there, taking care. He needs a flare. Actually, said that I gave him a brand new piece. I told him I had a brand new elbow, and I was looking for it for a while. I couldn't find it. And then I finally found it. I gave it to him. He's like, it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. I was like, yes, it does. But he called me and said, yeah, it does fit. So he just had it backwards. So, and he needed a reducer. So I apologize. Conversating to him, trying to tell him what we're doing. He cooked, he had some chicken. He tried to tell me I was cooking a bird over here. He's like, oh, I just cooked some chicken over here. You want some chicken? I'm like, oh, I'm trying to get this turkey cooked over here. So he barbecued chicken and I'm barbecuing turkey. So, Oh my goodness. Oh, I cannot believe where I'm at in my life right now. Father has just got me backed against the wall here, but what do you do? Don't strike back, right? Don't lash out. So I might here in a few, I might start pulling these nickels. Like I told you, I guys went to the bank when I sold Kevin the land and he was getting some money out. I went to the bank and if you were 35, would you rather have more skills or cash? Well, I don't care about money. I've never been a money person. I've always been a skill set. So, skill set is more valuable than money because they can take all your money from you and then what do you got? So they can take everything you own and then what do you got? Tattoos. Oh, they can't steal your tattoos. But skill set is always going to be more valuable than money. So you can't buy a skill set. You know what I'm saying? That's something you got to learn. So. Maybe I'll make some turkey burritos later. I better go check on that bird here, too, because I don't want to burn it. So give me uno momento. We're going to go check on the bird. We're going to go flip the bird over. Flip the bird. Stay where you're at there, Mr. Gas. I'll be right back. Flip the bird. some of the bird that we're barbecuing our bird here. Lots of butter. A little nice and juicy though. Yummy. Oh, thank you, Father. No, it was a turkey breast. Turkey breast. Look at that. Juicy. Nice and juicy. Uh-oh, we're leaking. Oh, well. The puppy will come lick it up. Nice and juicy. Not dry. So probably about another 10, 20 minutes, I'll take that thing off there. I think it's getting close. She's getting closer. This one's got a little crispy there, yeah. Little Charmander there. I can taste the butter on it. Put about 3/4 of a stick on just the chicken breast or the turkey breast. That's some good turkey right there. I seasoned it with pepper and just a little bit of garlic salt, not very much. Pepper and chicken stock. Chicken stock on my turkey. It's good. That's all I seasoned it with: butter, chicken stock, and nice and juicy. Want a piece of turkey? A little turkey for my turkey? Pretty good turkey, man. I'm a dark meat guy, but look at them greasy, buttery fingers. Bring a whole new meaning to Butterfinger. Thank you, Father. We're good. What? Roasting in here again. Roasting like turkey. Pull that off there, go check it. I think it might be done. I don't want to overcook it. I want it to be nice and juicy. there's our final bird there. Been grilled to perfection there. I think that's done. I think it's done. So, let me take part of this. Down the middle. Oh yeah, that will work. Okay. Okay, boy. Get that open there, Hunter. One in here. I think we're just gonna pick this thing apart. All right, here we go. Breakfast of champions here. Look at this turkey breast. Boy, yeah, let's tear into this beautiful bird here. You have to wait till I'm all done, Master Bo. Like grilled turkey breast. Oh yeah, that's hot. Oh yeah. Good flavor. I'm gonna make us some turkey burritos later with this. Make some jasmine rice and some beans, and we'll make some turkey burritos. Look how juicy it is. See that? Know what that is? Does that look like dry turkey to you? She's a wet one. Never did really like a whole lot of white meat growing up. A lot of times it's too dry, but it's nice and juicy. Got good flavor too. The meat itself. Well, thanks for sharing your lunchtime with me. I don't know what time it is. Is it lunchtime? Yep. Feels about lunchtime. Nice and juicy. Nice and juicy. Well, yeah, it's better if you eat it with your hands like that. Get all that, pull the stringy meat part there, huh? Mmm. Make good turkey tacos. Turkey tacos. Turkey tamales. Anybody make turkey tamales? Turkey tamale. Maybe I'll make some turkey tetrazzini. You make the turkey tetrazzini? With a pasta dish, obviously. What do you do with your turkey? We make volcano turkey. I'll make you some volcano turkey that's just knock your socks off. I'll be making some volcano turkey out of this. Volcano. Well, you guys are being quiet. That's all right. I'm eating. Oh, no worries. Oh, man. Thank you, Father. Oh, a little bit of fat right there, not much. I haven't eaten any of the skin yet. Let's eat some of the skin. Eat some of the skin. That's star barbecued. buttery. Whoa. Well, chicken stock. That's what I'm tasting in that turkey too, a tiny bit. Nice. Good call there. I've done it before, it's just been a while. I don't make turkey all the time. All right, one more bite here. I can't be eating all this or I just don't have that appetite. Back in the day, I'd eaten that whole dang thing in one sitting. The skin is fabulous. But... all right, no más. That was really fabulous, though. All right, one more little piece of skin. Oh, I'll meet with that. All right. Thank you, Father. Put a little bit of hurting on it. I guess not, huh? Not much. Oh, man. Good stuff. Let's get Pants a little piece of turkey. For my boy. For my boy. Come here, my boy, my best boy that I have. Here's a piece of turkey for my boy. For the boy. Oh, good job, boy. I love you. I love you, Mr. Pants. Is that good turkey? Did I make good turkey? It was barbecue. That was excellent. It was excellent. Good turkey. Got a lot more left in there, so I'll have to eat that for a couple of days, huh? Turkey until the cows come home, right? That toothpick go? Where did you go? Where'd you put it? On the marker. I'm gonna take it out. Did you take it out? All right, what's on your guys' radar? I won't keep you here too long. You guys are busy or something. I'm not doing anything here today other than hoping that my attorney will call me today and give me some kind of update and tell me that the prosecuting attorney has dropped this shit and I can be done with this. And I don't think that's what's going to happen. So just got to roll with the punches. Take my beating, you know. But Father knows what he's going to do with me. My day of death's already written. Well, nobody's going to do anything to me that Father doesn't already want done or didn't already write. So as grueling as it is, at this point, it can only be 5 more days. So, and it isn't even like that because those 2 days, you know what I'm saying, or the weekend. So, we'll see what happens. They'll probably just drop it at the last second. I don't know. That's stupid. Sit there and waste my attorney's time. So, if that's what they're going to do, but maybe not, right? They were going to settle out of court for just one misdemeanor. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it's like set, you know, do a plea deal, not out of court, but, you know, but isn't that weird though? Why would they waste his time to get this close to the end, to waste John's time? You know, I mean, he's in on it too. He gets paid no matter what. John's going to get paid, whether he wins or loses. John will get paid. So he already was paid. You know what I'm saying? So. I apologize. I don't like things. I don't like any of my teeth. What a trip, though. I mean, this is totally fitting, though, for what's gone so far. Why would it go any different right now like it is? You know what I mean? I mean, where is he? When is he picking out this jury? He has to do jury selection. I got court Monday morning. That means he's got to be doing that stuff right now. You know what I mean? When is he doing my jury selection? So well, it's got to be tomorrow or today, or, you know what I'm saying? You'd think he'd update me on something, wouldn't you? He said it wasn't even going to go to trial. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? He said he wasn't going to go to trial. He was going to talk to the district attorney and try to get this dropped before trial, and now we're fucking going to trial on Monday. This is so insane, man. I'm just, like I said, there's nothing I can do. It's just going to go exactly the way Father wants it, huh? So, isn't that though crazy? And then nothing happened. He said, well, we'll posture before trial. He didn't posture before trial. He let it go to fucking trial. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what's happening here, man. It's not looking good. I'm telling you, it's not looking good. Not looking good on my part. Oh. I think if you looked at this, to be one of the strangest cases ever, man. Just one of the most the most nightmarish. When the hell hires an attorney? He don't call you. I don't even know how long he'd be going to jail. I don't even know what. You know what I'm saying? I don't have any idea what I'm. I already said that. I'm just beating a dead horse there, but. Be nice to make some kind of understanding, some kind of arrangements, don't you think? I'll try to do everything I can on my part. You know what I'm saying? What a freaking absolute joke. This is a joke, man. It just doesn't, he's like, Father just laughs at me. He just beats me and laughs at me. And like, I don't care what you want. Everything you want, I'm going to take away from you. And then me, whatever. I'm going to turn a pound into some shake. Whatever. Pretty much that's where we're getting there. No, I didn't have no pound, but you see what I'm saying? Whatever. It's just, what a grueling. It's been a year and a half today. It says 547 days is a year and a half. Exactly. So what a long. Every day has been tough. Every day has been it's been a wild ride. I'll tell you that. And where I'll end up, I don't know at this point. There's just no telling. You know what I'm saying? This just isn't like. It's not like Adriana's case. Adriana's case dropped back in September for the same thing that they're charging me on. So I can't use Adriana's case, right? But that's what they're charging. They charge her with the same thing they charge me with for doing the same thing. So why is Father treating me different? Why is the law treating me different? I mean, I know it's Father doing it, but so I'm saying it's so weird. The whole case is so undeniably strange, to say the least. So, but hey, it won't end, because if I get convicted, I'm going to fight it. I'm not going to just sit there in jail and say, oh, I'm innocent, or no, I'm not guilty, or, no, I'm going to, or just sit there and not say a word. I'm going to freaking fight it, file an appellate case. I have the right to appeal. So maybe that's what that money is. I'll have to hire another attorney. I don't know. John has not really done, in this case, I thought anything he would do. So, but I just have to rely on his expertise. 82. He's been practicing law since 1982. That's a long time to be practicing law. So he knows his way around the courtroom. I wish he'd call me today and I'd say he's done. So I don't wish. I don't hope. It just is what it is. I hate that word. Yeah. What else could happen in the next 2 days? 2 days. 2 days. It's like 2 days, man. That's it. 2 days. I got 2 days to do whatever you're going to do. You know what I'm saying? 2 days. 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 2 days today. Today's today. Today is 457 days. That is a year and a half to the day. A year and a half since he came out here and wrecked this place. Hey, I got firewood though. Had to sell the flatbed. But I got a tattoo. Woohoo! We're still putting some stuff on it, keeping the goop in her old A&D. That's what I use. The A&D. Not much, you can see. Just a light little coat there. So. Good job. Thank you, Father, for the tattoo. They can steal everything, but they can't steal my tattoos. I need more tattoos. I've decided I'm going to take this away over here and redo this over here. I'm not going to do the Riders of Revelation. I just don't want to do it. I do, but I don't. I just don't have. I'm going to do them up on my inner arm. I want to see that when I. So I'm going to take this here and fill all this in with night sky, night sky, night sky, night sky, all right, and make that all dark. This will all be dark from here up now. I'll blend it in. I'll have make a couple little stars or whatever with this, but I'm going to put this same scene because I want it larger right here, all the way up my arm going. Those three would be right there looking up at Jupiter, like right here. And Jupiter, and it'll have the morning star. Right here on my arm will be the morning star, Venus, and Jupiter conjuncting, and the three wise men, right? There were more than three, but we'll put three there for the, the teaching. And that's what I just said I'm going to do right here with this part of my, so, I want to stretch this small scene all the way up my arm, so it'll look like you're looking at them, and they'll be, I'll find the artist to do it. I'm thinking about probably $3,000 to $5,000 to have that done, that piece done the way I want it done. So I'm gonna find the right artist. And like I said, I'm gonna actually use. I know I don't want to, and I never have, but I'm gonna ask an artist to use the AI, so to speak, to give the rendition of that, and I'm sure it'll pull out the rendition that I'm seeing in my head. I see a certain rendition of what I'm seeing in my head, and that's what I want on my arm. So the smaller, they'll look smaller as they're down my arm, and they'll get bigger, closer, and then I'm going to have that one who's pointing, like this, will be the closest to the star, pointing that way, and his hand will be pointed like that, pointing at the conjunction of the morning and the king star. So, and then I'm going to put up here the writers of Revelation, and that'll probably cost about another $3,000 to $5,000. So, gonna have about another $10,000 of tattoos to be done. So, I know I have more than that in this arm, a lot more than that. Between all the stick and pick and poke, and that goes, it goes all the way back around my back. So, yeah, that'll be money well spent, someday. So that's going to be a good day when that one gets done. That'll be an all-day deal. That'll probably be 2-3 sessions. I'm sure that I don't think artists can knock that all out in one. I don't know. Some artists can. Every artist's a little bit different, but maybe $3,000 to $5,000 for the front piece and $3,000 to $5,000 for the back to have the 4 riders. There's 2 riders on the white horse. There'd be 5 horses. The 4 horsemen of Revelation, there's 2 riders on a white horse. So there's not 4 horsemen of Revelation. There's 5. Yep. There you go. See? Exactly. Would you put a price on it? It was like, oh, that's money. I shouldn't have spent that money on that. Dude, I had blown money on fish tanks and, like I said, race cars and most things that I should have, whatever. I was, there was, wasn't drugs and whores and crack and, I don't do none of that, what I'm saying? But it's money well spent. I don't ever care what anybody says, man. They can't steal your tattoos. Everybody steals everything from me, but for Christ's sake, they can't steal your tattoos. So always money well spent. Yeah, so that's well, you can't put a price on a tattoo, right? Do it when you have all the money. This is the first time I've ever not tipped my artist. You know what I'm saying? Ever. I've always tipped my artist. And he was cool with it, though. He really was. I think he was. Because he was going to do more work. And I'm like, I want you to stop right there. I'm that's fine right there. I don't want all that extra shadowing. I don't want all that. He wanted to put, shadowing. And that's why it looked good. You know what I'm saying? But he wanted to put shadowing and drop shadow, whip shade all this out a little bit and give it just a little volume. No. I want it like that. That way, if I ever do my hand and I want to do my whole hand, I might do my whole hand in blue or something someday. You know what I'm saying? And put a sun or, but actually this is the pit. So I might do ice in here is what I was thinking because in fact, it's cold as hell. So Christ holds the key to the wide gate, right? To the wide gate has a key on that gate, right? 2 gates, straight gate. There's a key to that gate. And he's the one who comes with the key to open up the pit. 2 kings, 2 crowns, right? Well, this is my crown, but because I'm the queen of the castle. He's my king. I'm the queen. Nobody ever said anything during my getting it. That's okay. It was long enough. I knew I could wait long enough and get my tattoo. Like I said, I just had to let this one heal. This one still hasn't even had all the hair growing back, but that is right. What kind of crown is that? That's the coronation crown, the queen. So that's my prize. So that's my crown. He said, I come quickly, no one take your crown. So this is my crown. This is his crown. And this is the key. This is the crown. This is Satan's crown. The one has the key, right? No, he's the one who comes the key to open up the restrainer. So see, how could you put a price on, how'd you put a price on that, guys? You know what I'm saying? I get to teach with my tattoos. Freaking A, brothers and sisters. That is freaking the ball. You use your body as a freaking as a lesson. Yeah, why wouldn't you? Remember? Nanu. Shazbot. Whatever, man. It's all means something on here. You got to know the meaning of what's going on here. another little mockery of my. I like my little animated. Remember, I had to make it animated. You know, animated. So I'm a silly guy. This is what I do. So, dude, you got a UFO tattooed on your body? Yep. It's like the one I built, but kind of looks like the one outside there, kind of, so to speak, is that kind of a. But yeah, anyways, just little things that are all part of the scriptures. Remember, Elijah left in a flaming chariot. Tech, it's been around here before many times, so it's just tech, but that's okay. I know what it is. I know how Father works. I don't know everything. I'm still just a drop in the hat, but he's shown me many things that I'm feel a bounty of celestial bliss. So I'm so glad that I have that, because most people are very unaware of what goes on above their heads. They think there's gods in the sky. Yeah, all my scriptures verses. They're just not written. I don't write my scripture down. Like I said, they're, the Revelation, probably the baddest tattoo I have is the Revelation 12 sign. And then there'll be another great sign in the heavens, right? The firmament, the Virgin, Virgo, clothed with the sun, Virgo. That's the constellation Virgo. The moon. She'll have the moon at her feet. There's the moon at her feet. And she'll have a crown of 12 stars. This is what Christ gave John at the island of Patmos. He gave this sign at the gold mines to John as a messenger. That crown of 12 stars is Leo plus, Venus, Mars, and Mercury, which are the three wandering stars that stood still at attention for 3 days. There'll be signs, that's Matthew. There'll be signs in the stars, sun, and the moon. The sign of the great millstone, right? And an angel pick up a great millstone and cast it into the sea. Remember? That's also it says, remember, you'd better have a millstone tied around your neck that he'd be cast into the sea. So be in the world, but be not of it. All these, there's many. I can keep going, but the Most High does not dwell in temples made by hands. That's why I tattooed my hands with that on my hands. The Most High, because that's what he says. So all my tattoos are scriptural. It is. The devil will be able to change seasons, right? Times. I have a chemtrailer. There'll be signs in the stars, sun, and the moon. All of it it's all part of the lesson. So I come quickly. Let no one take your crown, he says, correct? So are you getting it yet, Eli? All my tattoos are scriptural, pretty much. You know what I'm saying? On this side of my body, they are. So down to the lionfish. He's the lion from the tribe of Judah. Pisces, a lionfish sprang out of Judah. So, or the violin. Never mind. Anyways, yep, all my tattoos are scriptural. I just don't write the scripture. I give you an image. You know what I'm saying? And then I can teach you off of the image. So, remember? Signs. There'll be signs. They were looking for signs. The wise men were looking for signs. They were pointing up at Jupiter. This was the sign of the birth of the age, from fire to water. Pisces, Vesica Pisces, a star upon a star. See what I'm saying? That's the birth of the age right there. That's 2 and 3 BC. This is what the Magi were watching for. The sign in the stars. Christ said to be a sign, of the second coming in the stars. That's a revelation. But the Magi were watching the king star, right? The king star. Wrong king. The king, the one who holds the key to the pit, right? So everything I do is scriptural on my arm. So it's a lot of different scripture throughout. There's things that haven't even happened that I've had past to scripture that's happened, and things that will happen in the future, because I'm not a Magi, because I know what the scripture says. So I just follow the script. I'm like an NPC, but I've got no skin in the game. Get it? Oh. He said, wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, powers, the rulers of the darkness of this world, spiritual wickedness in high places. Wherefore I say unto you, and he already said it once, twice he declared to witness, put on the whole armor of the Most High. That is the word. Word to her, play tricks on your nerves. All right, take a juice right there. Take a pause for the cause. Father's timing is perfect. So, but hopefully, get some more. I'd like to have the writers of Revelation, because it'd be a good part of my lesson teaching. And I've got lots of things. I have a whole body I can eventually do a canvas. You know what I'm saying? Just doesn't stop. I have lots of different scripture I can put, but this is how I teach. This is part of the gospel. It's all gospel. What I teach is gospel. Through my tattoos, I teach the gospel. So these are gospel-based tattoos. So not some fancy dancy. I didn't do them for no reason. They all have purpose. Down to the tetrad blood moons and eclipses and the great red dragon. And there'd be another Revelation 13. That'd be a great sign. A great red dragon. That was a great red dragon eclipse of 2017 right there, the diagonal eclipse. The false eclipse. You were warned there's an eclipse like the ring, the wedding ring. So, but anyways, these are all like the signs. This has started this whole Gemini bookend time where we're at right now. It's a tapestry of time. It's repeating itself over and over again, but you guys are very unaware of what's going on, and that's okay. Not everybody is a magi. Again, most people think that some numbers on a square or a box or some hand pointed at a circle, some numbers on a wall is time. And that's not what time is. Time is an illusion. How about that? Time is a doorway. Where one doorway closes like death, one doorway closes, another one opens. So you don't really die. And time is not some numbers on a wall or hands on a clock or digits on a screen. Your digital get down is not time. It's not 2025. See what I'm saying? So people are very unaware of what time is. Time is illusion. Death is an illusion. You don't die if you're eternal, correct? So if you think you die and go to hell for eternity, well, welcome to eternity. Hell is the place of no knowledge. Hell is not below your feet. Heaven is not above your head. So people are very celestially wise. They don't have celestial eyes, and they don't look to the celestial skies for their signs, for times, as it says in Genesis and in the book of Matthew, in the star, sun, and moon. So notice no planets. So we don't live on planets. We don't spin on balls. We don't think that numbers on a ball, on hands, on a wall, on a clock is time. That's not time. So it's not 2025. You don't know what time it is, nor do you know what year it is, because it's not 2025. We're not supposed to celebrate this calendar worship, by the way, too. And so anybody who thinks it's 2025 has been frontal lobotomized. And I don't care if they have a PhD, MD, a doctorate, if they call themselves a biblical scholar, they do not know the text, nor they know what time it is. So that's what it says, that the demonion, the deceiver, the distributor of fortunes or lies, the antichrist, the one that's locked in the pit, right, is the deceiver, the one that lies. Remember, 99 truths in a lie is a lie, and 99 lies in the truth is still a lie. So a little leaven leavens the whole lump. He said, be hot or cold, or I'll vomit you from my mouth. See how that works? So he doesn't like lukewarm. So that makes you drunk. You get drunk of the woes, the phileo, the cares of the agape, the flesh, not the agape, right? He said, I'm not asking you, Peter, if you phileo me. Do you agape me, Peter? So people are not, you got to rob Peter to pay Paul. But people don't know what that means. So phileo, the price we pay. So if you want to pay the price, then there'll be something waiting for you. Your prize. Let no one take your crown. I come quickly. Revelation 3 and 11. Let no one take your crown. So people don't have a crown. If you don't have a crown to sit at the feet of Shiloh, then you will not receive your inheritance. The heirs to the crown. Remember, he said the throne of God, the kingdom of heaven. Well, the kingdom of God is what he said. That's what you call heaven, but that's not somewhere in the sky. That's within the hearts of the bride. It's written. in the book of Colossians in Paul's writings, written on tables of stone in past old Torah Testament. Now it's blotted out with his blood that he paid, that beard blood that he shed, his whips, his lashes. Are you stripes? Are you getting your stripes? He said, conform to my image in Romans, Paul's writings. Does anybody want to hang you from a tree? He said, conform to my image. Does anybody want to hang you from a tree? They didn't hang anybody from crosses. Nobody hung from crosses. Satan, pagan, the deceiver, the deception, the unk. Hey, listen here, uncle. No, not Uncle Cracker. I don't do this cracker and grape juice religious ritual of the Yule wheel, of the Saturnalia, of the masse. He doesn't want us to masse spin or go rice round or rice round. I don't know why I did that. It is what it is. You'll know them by their fruit. So, what a time to be a witness too. You know what I'm saying? These days were spoken about thousands of years ago, and most people are very unaware of that because they don't understand that. They think it's 2025. So it's very easy to deceive people. They're still in the age of deception. Water, remember? Water. So that's the age of deception. We're not in the age of deception. The age of Aquarius is here. We're in the age of the apocalypse, called apocalypse. So you can close your lips, okay? You can't define the word hell, then you can keep your apocalypse to yourself. You're already in your own hell. So hell's not below your feet. God's not in the sky. God is a title. There's no such thing as God. No such thing as Lucifer. That's a word never written in the text. Why do people use that word, Lucifer? Who the hell is Lucifer? Hell's not below your feet. Lucifer's a word that's never written in text. So, not the original text. There's no such thing as Lucifer. That's as real as the ether bunny. Like I said, be quiet here. Let me put a face diaper on you. Maybe it'll be ether bunny. I can't breathe. That's the lifting of the scales of the eyes of the bride so that they have the seeing eye, and then removing the restrainer from their ear so it's not deaf ears, deaf records. Wiki, y'all. Whatever, we got to put a little bit there. I'm not all business all the time. I'm not some perfect saint. So Obama the Saint was in here earlier. Good to see you. He's a long time subscriber to the channel. So appreciate you guys coming back and hanging out for a little bit. I'm just hanging, How's it hanging? They hung him from a tree. Does anybody want to hang you? So they're trying to hang me and throw me in a rape cage. Does anybody want to throw you in a rape cage? That's what Christ stood up to. Church, the law, religion, and government. Yes, he did, and they threw him in a cage because of that. So nobody wants to hang you from a tree or throw you in a cage. You're going to hell. You hear me? You're not a disciple of Christ. It's a pagan term. We use it for alien dialectus, gloss of tongue. No such thing as speaking in tongue's sake. Stake is what they staked it to a yoke, not a cross. Nobody hung from crosses. Anybody want to hang you from a tree? He said, follow after me. My disciples in Luke, Matthew, deny yourself daily, take up your cross daily, and follow after me daily. That's not a one-day Sunday fun day Jesus. Sit down. Anybody want to auction off the Jesus? Broker your salvation? Want to sell that soul to the deceiver, the distributor of fortunes of lies? Maybe you can go battle with a fiddle, like the devil went down to Georgia. You're looking for a soul to steal. He said, worry no man can take your flesh. Only worry you can take your flesh and your soul. I like the soul train. You're riding the train. Oh, you're riding the chump train. Up MAGA, the high priest of the Satan church. See? Where'd all them maggots go, by the way? All those know-it-all donkeys, all we do is win, win, win. Trophy generation. They can't lose, remember? So, Trump 2028, that's probably the most fear. I fear that more than anything. No, I only fear the Lord. I'm just kidding. I just think it's quite hilarious, that's how much these people think about people's rights, we'll just trample your rights. We'll just go around them a constitution, We'll just violate posse comitatus. We'll just start kidnapping people for being too poor, not even from another country. Nope. Maybe you got a little PTSD, you got a little disability, mental illness. Maybe it's not a disability. Maybe it is. Maybe it's just a mental. But nope, you're going to get in a cage now. America, boys. America. Do you hear what I said? America. Land of the sheep and home of the Fee, land of the fee, home of slave. Debt slaves, U.S. merchandise staked and stocked to the U.S. Stock Exchange. That is a total constitutional violation, and that should show you whoever's in that house does not care about the Constitution at all, Eli. Is he a veteran? I'm totally offended. You know, there's term limits. No, there's not. But there are to a president. You can only serve 2 terms. That's why Hillary Clinton can never be the pretendant, the selected pretendant. They can always run her and she'll always lose. Because Bill already served 2 terms. You become a union. Remember, your property becomes one, marriage union, one whole. You sign that certificate. So did they. So she couldn't become the pretendant. I already told everybody that. Dude, like, you're going to get yourself killed. I'm like, I don't care about the Clintons. 2 holes in the back of your head like some Oscar fish disease or something and hung by a rope. He did it himself. You know, or you drop right out of the sky in a plane, right? So maybe they threw you out or something. But no. You know how the Billary and they're island boys and girls. They're on Trump's island, so don't be afraid of them. It's okay. They have signs leading to their, here's your sign. If your dog and your wallet were attached to a chain, you might be a redneck. No, but here's your sign. But no, that's all right. They're chained to their, maggots, MAGA, high priest of the Satan Church. They're maggots, not magnets. Sticky icky, huh? And the sweet ooey gooey. They're drained in the swamp, remember? I hate to break it to you. You are the swamp. Can you figure that out yet? They're getting rid of a bunch of them, huh? Remember Roger Waters and his version of the Mr. Warp Speed at his entrance? So you thought you might like to go to the show to feel the warmth in a confusion, the space cadet glow. The space cadet glow, huh? Yeah, but if you heard the song. But anyways, at the end, he's telling you, hey, there's one in the spotlight. He don't look right. Get him up against the wall. You ever heard that song by Roger Waters? It's talking about warp speed. Mr. Island Boy, Trump's Island. Yeah, in fact, it's cold as hell. Remember? What did he just say, Roger Waters? See, they know what's going on, guys. You think they're playing space, outer space, huh? How about you get out of MySpace? Did you ever have MySpace? I don't have MySpace. Never had MySpace. No IP address showing me at MySpace, so you can get out of MySpace. Get out space, huh? Tongue, space tongue, like Spacewalker, like Island Spacewalker, Island Boys in Space, Anakin. The Anunnaki are giants, not fallen angels. Fallen doesn't mean from the sky. See what I'm saying? We'll speak some of this foreign dialectus. Alien is a word, not a creature or species or a being. Anybody thinks that an alien is a species or creature or being? Pretty soon, Mr. Warp Speed's going to reveal that there's something coming from that 3AI ball, comet, triple ball, gender, whatever the man gender is pointing its ass, comet tail towards the sun, going off course. Meet me up, Scotty. I think we're breaking up, Captain. They're off course, right? Like they're screwing around the corners or something. Rockets, like their cock rocket rituals and all their sky Starlink satellites. First it was Star Wars during Reagan. Now it's Starlink. So. Well, that's what it is. That's what they've been programmed to do this. To stand there and to be raptured. Soon they'll be raptured. I've told you already, when that rapture happens, don't be pissing and moaning that you didn't go and you're left here. Like all those people who stood out on the line on Rapture, Indiana, remember? 2017, and then again, the number of completions, 7. And they did it again in 2024. They thought they were going to get raptured in Rapture, Indiana. Remember? Ark, Texas. 11 Ninevehs. Get out of here, man. These people are falling for their masses, sitting on their asses, waiting to be raptured. An ass is somebody can't learn. Let me ride that donkey. Let me ride that donkey. No, sorry. Please. No. So I had to do it. It was there. I took the option. I hit the jukebox option. I could hit another one, but sometimes the jukebox option comes up. So if I do that, you'll have to excuse me. My brain is a little tilted. Way on the till for real. So I ain't on the level, I can tell you that. You want to know why I'm not right? Because I ain't. Well, I'm still here, right? War doesn't decide who's right. It decides who's left. So left brain or right brain? How about both sides? I use both sides of my brain. I'm not restrained like a restrainer, like a chain to be tied to the blockchain, like tokenized, credit scored. Yes, digitally tokenized, credit scored communism, blockchain communism. You ready? It's already here. Blockchain communism already here. Metaverse already here. Police state already here. So it's okay, guys. I'm not tripping, right? I ain't tripping no more. So he says, you cause one of mine to stumble, you'd better have a millstone tied around your neck, right? And to be cast into the sea, then hurt one hair on my children's head. So don't be messing with his bride, or you're going to end up paying double. Wasn't there a song about double? Oh man, I just had like 3 songs go through my head at the same time. Couldn't file those. Darn it. And if you go, it will be double. So come on and let me go. Oh, to know. Should I stay or should I go? All right, I better stop, man. You guys are no fun, man. Nobody's jukeboxing with me. It's okay. I'm doing it on my own. I'm the one feeding it the quarters. So, oh my gosh. I don't think I can get along with myself any longer. So I'll stand here beside myself. I'll be a witness. Just me, myself, and I. What are you on, man? I'm on the Jesus juice. So a little bit of cannabis, but that's just for the sciatica. What do you say? She moves everybody like a psycho. No, that's not what it said. So, all right, we're just trying to flip the script here. So I hit into these modes and I can't help myself. Do you? I do. I go jukebox mode in my mind brain. I always have that option. And there's something in there. It's like I say something and my mind's got like 3 songs that said that, or like a jingle. Cheetos, Dodge, Long Beach Freeway, Firestone exit, Southgate. You can get the fuck out of here. So, and that's the truth. You can't handle the truth. Or movie slogans. I wish they wouldn't stop. Why did I have to watch the television? I got programmed to obtain all these, see the USA in a Chevrolet. No. Oh man, I'm older than dirt. Dirt came from the dirt. There must have been seeds in the dirt because, remember, cannabis, smoking some cane, pole, pipe, poker face, liquor in the front, poker in the rear. Well, don't be lipping my pipe. All right, never mind. Let's play some music, more music. Let's talk about Roses on My Piano. Okay, how about that? We'll go back to some Elton John, huh? In fact, Rocket Man. So. All right, no, I do. I've enjoyed sometimes not actually being all business, and because Father slammed my brain full of these files full of catchy jingles, like not the kind that folds, but the kind that jingles. So if you want to hit me up in my no, just kidding. That was a good lead up to grift, huh? You can hit me up in my box there, and you can remember, liquor in the front, poker in the rear. There's an exit, front, rear. So keep your seats in the, I'll tell you what, the captain is passing put the fasten seatbelt sign on. It is time to strap in and hold on. It's going to be a bumpy ride. So there are exits at the front and the rear. Your stewardess, because it's not right to call them flight attendants. Oh wait, there's got to call them flight attendants. They don't want to be called stewardess anymore. It's not socially acceptable. The attendants will make sure that if you do not put your trays and fasten to the upright seat position, that they'll come by and they'll offer you another drink. No. But remember, you got to keep your hands and feet inside the ride until it's come to a complete stop. And in the event of a water landing, your seat will act as a flotation device. Damn it, I flew too much. And when that, remember to put your mask on yourself before you attend your children or patrons next to you. So, right? Exits at the front and rear of the plane. Take off. They got you in the tube, the Twinkie. Remember there used to be a smoking section? Flying with wings in a smoking tube. Everybody's smoking. Everybody's smoking in the airplane. Are you in this non-smoking tube? Are you in the non-smoking section of the tube? What's going on, buddy? I hear you out there. Did he still hold on? I might need to give my kitty some more food. Kevin's cat keeps coming and eating all the cat food, but that's all right. We'll figure it out. There's more cat food out there for you, kitty. None? Oh, he ate all your cat food. I love you, Banner boy. I love you, Banner boy. You're my best kitten boy. You're my best guy I've ever had. You're the best, biggest kitten I ever did big. I got some food for you, boy. Look at little big kitten, boy. For you, my big kitten. I know he keeps stealing all your food, huh? He's a cat hog, huh? Oh, there's another girl too. She's coming over here too. Is he eating all your food? He likes to eat all the cat food. We figured it out. It's Mr. Big Nugget Boy coming over to visit. He comes and eats all the food when he comes over. Doesn't he, huh? Silly kitten boy. Silly big old kitten boy. What a silly kitten boy. Ooh, we got a thing of milk there. A thing of milk. Yeah. So get ready because it's going to be a storm, guys. I mean, the way Scripture is written, it's going to get a lot worse from here. And if you read Scripture and you were in the Word, you'd know that. And that's what you'd be preparing for. Don't make plans, God will wreck them. My life is proof of that. If you follow this ministry, I try to make plans and it blew up in my face, literally, right? A grenade. I got grenaded to the face. Tried to help my son. Instead, they grenaded me. Shot my son, kidnapped my daughter, grenaded my son and daughter, grenaded my animals. That was the complete opposite of what that I was wanting, right? Hoping for, waiting, trying to, and look at here I am. All these days, 547 days later. That's insane. Oh well. What am I to do? Yeah, there you go. I just prepare. That's what I do now as a brain. I'm saying, look at it that way. So I'm not planning for anything. I'm just preparing if this happens, or I'm preparing for that happens. I'm preparing for both. Remember, isn't that what I've been saying? Why make plans? God will wreck them for sure. Just prepare for whatever God's going to do. He's going to do one or the other, so you can prepare for both. See, it's be better to do it that way. That's how I do it. That's how I've been able to get by with this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the skill to do it. I wouldn't. I'm freaking worn out, man. This has beat me to a pulp, man. I am so ready to just take a dirt nap, but not until he's ready. So there's no light at the end of the tunnel. I've kind of lost that light. It is what it is. He's the light, but I know that doesn't come until after death. So I'm not worried about it. He separates it. So my light's gone out, and I'm fine with that. I've been like this very few times in my life where that light is so dim and gone that I have the Word. It's in me, so I'm not worried about seeing a light. You know what I mean? I have to be the light. I'm not worried about what I see. So I'm saying, if that makes sense. So I've tried to keep my eye on that. I'm saying this. I use it as a bit of a parable, but he's burnt my light out completely. And I'm not talking about inner me, because the eye is the lamp of the body. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not serving the eye. So if it's filled with darkness, so the inside, see, that's from the inside out. The light is inside of me right now. But I don't see any light in the world. I just see darkness. So I don't want to. I'm just holding everything to the same judgment, the same standard that I hold myself to, that I hold others, that I hold, because that's the standard that the Word holds us to. The light, put the light on them. But it's not me that is the light. So just kind of burn out. He's the light. So we'll see. It's just a dark world. I don't know where. I know where the world is heading. So it's not going to get lighter in this world. It's not. Hey, at least I'm being reasonable. Somebody's being realistic about it. I am. This ain't some hunky dunky or hunky dory, happy go lucky place. This place is evil. The president is a freaking cheetophile, a PDF file, and nobody cares. And a pole smoker, he chooches on Bubba. He blows Hubba Bubba bubbles, His Dodge drafter, yet he blows semen samples, Bill gave him a first taste of what it'd be like to be the president. So, this is disgusting and nobody cares. So what am I supposed to do? Sit around here and think that, oh, this great place is just going to get MAGA great again or something? No. So you see how I prepared? I prepared not to fight. And that's what I've shown. I haven't been violent. I've not lashed out at anybody. I already learned my lesson on that in life. Trying to be OJ and go get back what was mine, or be fair. Life ain't fair. Life ain't Burger King. Can't always have it your way, right? So how would you ever know what a good time was if all you ever had was a bad time? Or vice versa. Well, how would you ever know what a bad time was all you ever had was a good time? So you got to mix it up. So I know that. It's what Father does. So whenever he's ready to flicker that light again, he will. He's the light, so I don't need to worry about it. There's nothing in this world that's light. Everything in this world is dark. He's the light, and he's within. So that's why I share with the kingdom of heaven is within. So I did. Like I said, for a long time, I've tried to tell you guys, I see the light, I can swim towards it. But when he took Tango, it went out. It was like, is what it is. I hope you don't see. It's not. You shouldn't see what any different in the teaching, in the lesson, in the gospel. Just because the way he made my life doesn't change the gospel at all. But there's no light in this world for me. There's no nothing. There's no. And that doesn't mean I won't smell the roses and enjoy the rest of my 50 plus years if he still keeps me here. So don't get it twisted. What I'm saying. I'm not a dark being. I'm not a dark soul. I'm a scorpizzo, so I have that, but I just don't feel anything else in this world. And he is not hardened my heart. I'm not hardened by anything that anybody's done. I just don't see anybody clinging, in not here. The ministry is his work, not mine, in the world, like cares about anything anymore. There's humanity is gone, lost. No humanity, not in the country I live in. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with the Bible, with that light. He is the light, not I. I'm not the light. So I'm just going to do what he did. And if there's any glimmer of light where somebody else can see it, it's not because of me. You know what I'm saying? It's not. I don't have anything to do in this world other than share the gospel till I die. Period. That's it. That's all I have to do. Share the gospel. Do not boast because you know, but woe if you don't. I don't have anything else here to do. So the ministry has my 100% attention. See what I'm saying? So nothing's changed. So, and if I go inside a jail cell, you think I'm going to stop ministering and pastoring to those men inside of that cage? No, it's not going to stop. Go look at all the video footage of me going to jail every time I've been to jail. What am I doing? Sitting down, illustrating, talking, sharing the word. So it doesn't stop, and it pisses people off in there. So there's always a couple of people in there that hate me. And I always get the stink eye and despise me, and that's fine. I'm not afraid to do it. If you deny me in front of your social space in a jail cell and your, family, I'll deny you in front of my Father. So it could be the death of me someday, there's not going to ever stop. I'm always going to do this. Even when I'm so mad at God. and he does things like this to me and beats me, I still have mad and I depart from him for like half an hour, an hour. I can never make it through 6 hours, and I'm back reading the scripture or watching a blog or studying again. I'm like, why are you making me study? I don't need to know. I already know what the scripture said is going to happen, you know? It's because it says to add to your faith. No, I'm mad at you right now. I wasn't going to talk to you ever again, remember? Why are you doing this to me? He does that to me. When I get mad at him the most, he still makes me he pulls me to him. I can't. It's frustrating. I'm like, dude, I'm supposed to be mad at you right now. So I can't even be mad at him. Not for long. Seriously, I can't be mad at him for long. Look what he just did. He just pulled all my light out, take everything from me, my dog and my kid, my son and, my daughter and my dog. So freedom is not going to be, what I'm saying? My freedom doesn't add up to that. It doesn't. The only thing I don't like about going to jail is nobody's going to be looking for Elijah and Adriana. And my dog is going to have some issues, and he already is. So I think he's going to have issues no matter what. I'm kind of over that now with Bone. He's just going to have issues. He's just not used to being the only dog. So maybe if he's around Kevin and I'm gone and he's around Chewy and them all the time, he can recover or something. I don't know. But I just know he's not the same dog, independently. He's not used to being the same, and so that light's gone. And so I'm okay with that. It can be gone. Doesn't mean he's gone. He doesn't perish. That light's still inside me. I hope you can see that. But this exterior's having issues. I am having issues. I'm not going to sit around here and say I'm okay anymore like that. I already told you guys that I'm not okay. That doesn't mean that I'm not going to make it another 50 years. I'm healthy. I'm strong. I take care of myself. I try not to stress. So just because I'm not okay and I feel dark and I feel alone and floating doesn't mean that I still can't exist with Father, the word of salvation. You know what I'm saying? Salvation is something that he picks us up and carries this meat suit every day, whether we want to be here or not. And I hope that my life is a reflection, not that I'm not trying and even taking time to smell the roses, but there's just not much here for me. Like I said, I have some preparedness to do things here at the ministry, but every time I prepare to do things, most of the time it goes sideways on me. So backfires in my face, or right now I'm not going to do anything but just get ready to go to jail, because it doesn't seem like the attorney's going to do anything in this case. Doesn't matter that I paid him. Doesn't want to talk about my son. Doesn't matter. Father's doing it. It's like, see, I don't even think it's the attorney. It's like Father's the one doing it. So I live with that, and I'll live with that until I die. But I don't feel the same after Tango's gone. I shouldn't be that overwhelmed with a dog. But when my son left and stuff, I had the dogs. So, and now my dogs are gone, our dog, and so is my son. So I just don't feel that once attachment that I had to, like, like there's things in this world that have like a massive responsibility that I know for another lifetime. Well, like a dog's lifetime, 20 years or something, not a child before they go out of your household, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? I don't mean they're, what I'm saying, like that you have to give away that kind of time, 2 decades. And like, okay, those 2 decades are gone. I have to give all my life, work towards that to be a part of it, to make sure that's, I'm the one who jumped in bed with that woman. So I'm going to be the one that has to, I took on this dog, I adopted this animal, or I got to take care of it. So I have a responsibility, a moral obligation, and a spiritual obligation to be a good steward of my body, my pets, my animals, and most important, a good steward of his word. So his word tells me that. So as long as I know that I have some, something to hang on to, I'm not ever going to give up. I'm not giving up. I just don't have that fire for the world anymore. I mean, I do. I want the world to be a better place for my son to grow up in, which he's now an adult, but you have children and I want your children. I've told that to people. I don't care how old, my son is. Obviously that hasn't have anything to do. He's 26 and look what's going on, but I care about the children that have parents who don't care about them. And they're still one day have to go out in that world because their parents were dog crap. And just because their parents didn't raise them right can't mean they can't be awesome, awesome people, amazing people who grow up to do, things for the word and things, and have other things in their life as well. Just because your parents don't raise you right doesn't mean you don't turn out right. That's actually quite the contrary. You can raise your child to do everything proper, and he could turn out to be a shit stick, he or she. You know what I'm saying? But in this world, I would hope that the world would be a better place for the children that to grow up in, and that's not anywhere we're headed right now. You know what I'm saying? And to think there will still be, children in the world 10, 20 years from now, because they're always going to be, we need to think about that. We don't think about that right now. When you spend $1 trillion every 100, $1.5 trillion every 100 days, that's not thinking about the children's future. That's actually putting strikes against the children that are not even been born yet. And because people are so much financial numbskulls, they can't figure that out. We can't pay the poorest people in America, but Trump's going to issue $2,000 checks. He's going to wreck the ballroom and knock that down and build, it's a nightmare. Billions of dollars to go into other countries for war, and where our own people are struggling within our own country and our own borders. We're all doing it. A lot of these nations do these NATO and treaties and alliances, and they're all in on it. They're all in on it. They're not one good government, but why don't we care about these children anymore? Why isn't it that we want to make sure that this world is a safe and better place? And if you think about what the world that the children are going to grow up in now, it's going to be like a freaking video game, like a movie. Tech interlaced into all of their lives, controlled by the tech. Everything paid by the tech, paid to be at home and not even work anymore, because the tech is too advanced. And the tech can make up for the difference in money that they can still produce and pay you a source to sit there on your, Oculus eye, just, tube tied to the, so that's where we're headed. That's what they show us in movies and television, drones delivering food and, whatever, man. I don't want to be in that world. I don't want anything to do with that future tech world. That's why I live exactly like I live right now. I live like the 1800s, like the 1800s, and I'm totally 100% okay with that. I use this tech, but I use it at the minimal tech, and if I use it, I take it and turn it on its head, and I become the system and don't let the system control me every way I can. So hopefully there are others that have come in here and been, inspired enough to think, man, yeah, I don't have any children, but hell, I care enough as a soul, and I don't think I ever want a child, that these children, they're going to be here, they got to have a good world. It's not about me, dude. It's about the morality of being an adult. I don't have to have children. My children might have been dead and grown and gone, and I'm saying, hey, but what about the ones that are still here? What about the people who have children? These are innocent lives that should not have a coddled world, but not this world we grow up where the president's a cheetophile and he's known to be partaking in these things. This is disgusting, and people look up to this and allow this to continue. No, God's right in it. So I know it's nothing that, I'm not going to be able to stop, but you're going to go down as the silent majority in history and not speak up about it is the where I'm at with most people. Why do you never say anything about all this evil that goes on in this world on a consistent evil day basis, day to day, every day? We're going to have special investigation, drain the swamp, all this, put Billary in jail and, audit the Fed. And then none of these think greatest wallet. Instead, you got the greatest jab, instead of auditing the Fed, he blew up the biggest bubble ever, created the largest expansion of debt ever in the history of this corporation. Hillary sat at his inaugural dinner. She praised the Clintons the next day. What did he say? He can take somebody out in Manhattan in the middle of the street, he could still get away with it or something like that. It's disgusting, so how am I supposed to come in here and go, oh, hi guys, it's been a great day today, and it was so sunny today, and it's so beautiful out there, and they're spraying the shit out of us. Oh, hold on, I won't talk about that. And I'll tell you what, I'm getting ready to go fishing, and I'm going to go get my wife a boob job, and I'm going to get bigger wheels in my truck, and go Niners, and And you see Trump's going to build the greatest wall ever, and Obama's going to give us some hope and change, and I'm left with a bunch of fucking pocket lint. Whatever, man. It's getting ridiculous. It's going to be flipping over washing machines. You're going to wish you had some of that pocket change. You guys listen to me right now. You too, Sabrina. And, you know, because others that are outside this country, because I don't care. The penny thing is one thing. But do you still have nickels in Canada? You guys have a nickel in Canada? You have a Canadian nickel? Go get those nickels. Sabrina, go get the nickels when you can have an extra $10, $20, $30, or whatever. They didn't give me no problems getting nickels at all. So nickel is a war metal. I already told you that. They need nickel to make stainless steel. They need it for war. They need it for now they don't, I don't know, there could still be, so you don't have war nickels in Canada, but you could have had a war nickel slip up into there and maybe a little bit, but the nickel is worth it alone. It's 14.5 cents to make an American nickel. It's probably more in Canada. It's probably 20 cents to make a nickel in Canada. Everything's more expensive in Canada. So that's just the way it is. Look at the price of gold. Look at the price of silver. You'll see what I'm saying. So go get those nickels, Sabrina, because they didn't give me no problems at all at the bank, you know, or the credit union to get nickels. So there's what I want you to do. Listen, I already said this earlier. Anytime you get $2, $3, or $4 worth of change, ask for it in change. Under $5, $10, $8, $9. I don't care. You know, you sound like my Jewish dad. Ask my dad for $5. He's like, $5, $3. We needed $1 for, son. No, I'm just kidding. But spiritual Jew. But get your change. You want it in fold. If you just use a card, it's not going to apply to you. If you're one of these people who use a card, this ain't going to be a thing for you. But if you're a cash buyer or purchaser like myself, so get everything now. Get all of it. Because what I'm trying to explain to you now, Sabrina, is there could be numismatic in there. Like I've got 4 jars of pennies that are zinc. I don't care. There's zinc pennies that are worth $100, $200 and $300 and $500 because they're a mismatch, die print, special D, this mint, that mint. You know what I'm saying? Air, something. There's lots of different. Those I just covered the same thing about 5 times. That was garbage, but anyways, there's numismatics. Some that have a special mint mark. Some that are the dies are off. Some they did limited runs on. Some that there's just many different reasons why a numismatic value is what it's called. So I realized this. I should have done this years ago. I should have just hordes of change. And that's fine because I'm a cash buyer. So I want you to get every time that you can get change, let them give it to you back in change. Don't take it in bills. Don't accept bills, or at least make an attempt. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So I want you to do it with you. If you got kids and you send them to the store, you tell them, don't come back with any money that folds. I want the kind that jingles. I don't want money that folds. And there's numismatic, Sabrina, means that, hey, that $100 bill or that $1 bill is a special and it's worth $100 because it's a $1 bill with a special mint mark. And that $1,000 or that $100 bill is worth $1,000 or something. That's going to be numismatic, and you're going to find that in paper. But you can break that down, you know what I'm saying? There you go. Good, Sabrina. Then they're going to understand. If they caught on to that, then they're going to understand what I'm saying. I don't understand. I didn't get this earlier. Don't accept folding money. Do you see what I'm saying? Because there's going to be $100 penny. Why would I take those zinc pennies back to the store and try to turn them in if they want me to turn them in? Even if they're not copper, there's numismatic. There's $100 penny in there. Like you got girls, right? I think you got girls you don't need to give away, but you got, I know you got some girls, so right? So they could be on there with their phones because they probably have a phone and be scanning all those pennies. Mom, this was $1,000. Oh, you girls want to go get some, we're going to get steaks tonight, girls, and treat, there is one. Don't get rid of none of those until you figure out which one's worth not, then separate them. Sure. But until you go, just get all of them. Get all of them, and even the metal in them is going to have value, and they might bring back because something could happen. The sun could, think about it, not like that, like totally like nefarious, but like, they could be on this tech system, change it over to digital, and all of a sudden the sun goes down And you got to go back to the money system. Oh, we're bringing this back into circulation. Money's coming back. And you're like, dude, I got all the, you're going to be the banker and the money changer. And you don't want to be the money changers, but just hear me out. It's not, you're not going to be that darn wealthy. And I mean, you got kids and stuff, but get that change every time. $2. Say, can I get that in quarters or nickels or dime? Can I get that in change, please? Can I get that in change, please? So, and that way you just start putting it away. That way, if there's a special nickel, if there's a special dime, if there's a special quarter, you got it. Go look at it later. Take some time. I got to go through mine. I mean, that's probably a couple of weeks worth of work I got cut out. If I went through every one of them and scanned them out, but then I would know. And right now I'm not getting rid of my pennies because I actually think I want to take every penny that doesn't have value and use it as backsplash. But I can't do that backsplash until I go through every one of those pennies because I don't want to put a $100 zinc penny or $1,000 zinc penny on the wall. I don't want to do that. I'd like to go buy some food with it, some more long-term food storage, buy some roto tanks for the truck or something for the ministry. You know what I'm saying? Nice. Texas make you nickels and dimes. So are you following me what I'm saying? Don't ever accept paper money back ever again. You can if they won't give you the change, but don't try every time to ask them for change. I don't care if it's $5, man. Say, can I get that in change? Yeah, can I get that in change quarters? Or, I got laundry to do. Come on, Serena, there's always something. And you know what I'm saying? I got laundry to do. Come on, you're not being, it just is what it is. People are going to do these things and people aren't. And so we all need laundry money, right? Quarters and nickels. So see, if you do it under tip, I got laundry to do, right? Sometimes the machine there, I go there, it doesn't give the quarters. I need it now. If I can you help me out? Okay, sure. Here, I have a roll. Thank you. Don't pass that up anymore. Don't pass up change. Every time you go somewhere, try to pay cash, try to break down your bills and try to get some change. Always break down your bills too. Don't have large bills. Large bills are not good to have. Always break your bills into smaller bills. They don't have to be singles, but should have broke everything down into pennies. Now, if you had everything in pennies, you'd be sitting a lot better off than most. So, but get the nickels now because they're not getting the nickels. That lady didn't bother me about nickels. Didn't even give me a hard time. I asked her for pennies. She would not give me one roll, not 50 cents worth. They said, unless I'm a business, but every time you go into public and you pay at a store, try not to pay with your cards. Like I said, try to pay with, with cash when you can. And then when you get your cash back, get it in change and stick it in a jar. If you have to spend it, it'll spend at the store. You know what I'm saying? It'll spend at the store. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Take change for people. I'm even offering now. I called a lady. I know she's super resourceful. I said, I'll give you 2 pennies on the penny. And she's resourceful. She might come up with a horn and I'll have to come up with the money to pay her. And I will. No matter what, I'll make sure I have the money. I do now. I have the money to pay her if I needed to, because I have the money from the land. But I'll say, I told her I'll give you 2 cents on the dollar. I don't care if I don't think she's going to take the time, and nobody's going to take the time to look through them for numismatic or copper. I'm just going to get somebody's little store of pennies. She said she had 350 for me right now. That's not much, but hey, I'll take them. When the next time I go into town, I'm going to give her $7. See what I'm saying? Heck yeah, I am. I'm going to give her $7 for that. Remember that store did it in here in America with 200 chains. They had 200 stores brought in 100 million pennies. That's $1 million pennies in 2 days. And that's exactly what they offered. Like a buy one, get one free kind of deal. A BOGO, buy one, get one. It's legit. You pay for one, you bring in one, I'll give you one more. Right? Oh, see, buy one, get one. That's basically what it is. Almost kind of like that. It feels legit to people. So obviously it worked. How do you get people to bring in pennies? Offer them two on the 2 cents on the yeah. But if that makes sense, you know what I'm saying? Because America makes no sense. They're not making the copper penny. The nickel's going to go next. It's 14.3 cents to make a nickel. They just made silver and copper a critical metal. They made a copper critical metal on November 6th. On November 12th, they stopped minting. The U.S. Treasury stopped minting the penny, the 1 cent of the penny. 6 days later, they're going to take the nickel very soon, and I'm trying to get you ahead of this before it happens. Like I said, a month or two ago, you could have went in and asked for $1,000 worth of penny. You know, that's right. So the 12th, on the 6th, they made copper and silver a critical metal. On the 12th, they put last, I already told everybody on this channel that Donald Trump had contacted the Treasury and said stop minting it, but they officially stopped minting. The very last penny was minted on 11/12/2025 on the pagan calendar. So I already told everybody, now I want you to go after those. I can't get it. I went into town. I just went into town, and he got out like a lot of money to buy the land, and they gave me $44 worth of nickels with no problem. But I asked again if I could get pennies, and they said no pennies. We can't give you any pennies. If you're a business, we can give you it. We cannot give business any. Do you have a business? No. And I could have said I have a ministry, but I don't care. I'm not trying to get, and so now it's time to get the nickels. They cost 14.3 cents to make. They'll take them soon. They will. I know they will. They took copper penny during World War II and replaced it with, steel. And they took the silver or the nickel out of it and replaced it with silver. So they're war nickels, Oh yeah, green. It's like I said, Fiddler's. I don't know if you're a golfer. That's a golf course. Fiddler's Green. But anyways, or maybe the devil went down to Georgia. It's a little green grass, a little greener on the other side there. But I'm not a prophet. I just pay attention to cycles, and I don't want to see people struggle. And sometimes we can do. The penny is something you can still get into, because if you ask people to get pennies from, if you hear what I'm saying, it's worth putting them away. Because like I said, I have 4 jars, of ones that are not. These are all copper. Just look at the difference. You can almost tell just by looking at the two. I mean, look at the difference in the shade. It's not that, but there are. But so these 1982 or older are still copper, and they're still in circulation. They're going to give them to you at the store. Okay. The other day, like I said, now I've been going to the store, and instead of giving me 4 cents, they gave me a nickel. So they're already trained to give that nickel away. They are. So you better get that nickel, because it's going to go quick too, if you see what I just said. And I just went to the store the other day, and my change was 4 cents, and they gave me a nickel instead. Cool. All right, right on. So do you see what I'm saying, guys? That's going to make that nickel go fast. Sabrina got it. See what I'm saying, Sabrina? I went there the other day. Actually went to the dispensary, trying to get some more. They didn't have any of the gummies, and I should have bought some, but it's okay. I like the pineapple ones. It is what it is. So I don't do it for, probably should have just got some for medicinal. I'll be down there Monday, so I'll either go to jail or not. I don't think I need any before Monday. So, but again, when I went there, and this was a dispensary, okay, where they're going to have to do a change. They don't generally take a credit card at a dispensary. You can't pay at a dispensary with a credit card. And so my change was 4 cents, and they gave me a nickel. And I wanted the 4 pennies, but they gave me the nickel. See what I'm saying? I was hoping to get the 4 pennies. They gave me the nickel. I didn't even say anything. I'm like, well, I kind of want that nickel. It could be a war nickel, The nickel's good too. It's actually the 3 pennies, because it's 3.5 cents to the 3, 6, 9, right? 12. That nickel's 14.5 cents to make. Either of it was okay, but okay, cool. What I want you to do right now, Fiddler's Green, is you have a phone, because you're on here. Get on one of these apps. There's free apps. Be careful, because some of them are, you don't load your phone with a bunch of crap, but find there's some good apps where you can go through, and if you got kids or anything like that to sort, you have a phone thing. Now, when I sort, because you're going to want to sort 82 pennies, you want to sort them. Don't try to, even if you have kids, don't even do it to your eyes. Don't hurt your eyes like that. Go get, even if they're small, you get a couple of these. These aren't that expensive. You order these off like Amazon or something, they might be $6 or $8. I think I paid $12 for it at the gas station that had cigarettes and stuff like that. It had and so this is a digital scale, because a penny weighs either 2.4 or 3.1, and you can't hardly look at them as fast. You can throw them on and sort them. know what I'm saying? That one goes in that pile, that pile, that pile, that pile. But if you had somebody setting it on there and you could do you had a couple people where you could fly through that thing. So you want to use this. My eyes got messed up because whatever, I got hit the face with a grenade, but this will make it easier for your eye to read. Like I'm getting ready to go through my war nickels. I'm actually, if there's any, we'll take I think I'm going to do that in a minute. Start sorting through some of these nickels so I can figure out if there's any war nickels. What I saw online, guys, at AppMix, that there were 20 war nickels, obviously, that make up a face, $1 face. That's $58, guys, for 20 war nickels right now. So I have 2 jars. Does anybody want to take a guess at yeah, generally they don't do that here in the States. You know what I'm saying? They'll have a lot of the, hey, listen, a lot of the ATMs have machines. Kind of, they got hip to it though. And I don't mean to go there, but they're charging a fee. So here in the States, Sabrina, that they charge a fee. A lot of them have an ATM. Like most of them have an ATM inside of them. Like it's kind of a thing. If you're going to be at a dispensary, you have to have that ATM because they don't take payments. If I'm pretty sure, I'm about 99% sure they don't. It's last I know. But again, dispensary someplace that's going to take cash. And I've asked them, what are you going to do? And now I already got my answer. And I've already seen that they're doing this. They're rounding up or putting things on gift cards. So this change thing is not going to last long, guys. This is about the last of our change. I can see it. It's going to go much quicker than the penny's almost gone now. I can feel it. But use this scale because the scale will you do that for me, Sabrina? And I'll be able to tell the difference for me real quick, Sabrina. What's the difference? Oh, there we go. Yes. And it'll be a little bit more. It'll be 2 or 3. Yes. Okay. So Fiddler's Green, what that is the 2 and the 3 on pennies are the copper pennies. There's a cutoff year of 82. So the reason why I want to weigh that too, why I did mine, and I actually, go back through and weighed out my 82s, but there is a cutoff. 82 is a half year. So some of the 82s are zinc. Okay. So it's just better to just weigh them. You know what I'm saying? To just weigh them. It's so much easier on your eye. You don't have to look through on the magnifying glass. Then later, once you have them separated in the newer ones and the older ones, and you can look for valuable ones, it's called numismatic. Okay, Green? It's like this copper penny is not only it's a copper one, it's worth 3 cents, but it is a special one with a D mark or from the Denver Mint, and it's worth $300. Turn that into some food for the kiddos. Turn that into something for yourself. Go get yourself something, if that makes sense, you know what I'm saying? Go get these things, guys, right now. Your time is valuable. It's not a waste anymore. This is actually starting to become a thing that's worth your time. You know what I'm saying? So, no, zinc is not heavier. Zinc is lighter. The copper is 3.1. The zinc is lighter. The zinc pennies are going to be 2.4, 5, 6, 7. There's a little bit of variable and a tiny bit of variable in the copper, but it's 2 or 3. 2 or 3. Yeah, the zinc is not even. This is crazy. Green, my brother, mother's son, he held up because he has a like one of those handheld torches, and he said, Dad, check this out. He said, let me see your Leatherman. And I gave my Leatherman. He held up a zinc penny and he blew it, and it turned like blue and rainbow color, kind of like a opalescent color. And then the penny just went away. He's like flicked it. The penny was gone. You know what I'm saying? It was just destroyed. Then he held up a copper penny, the one that weighs 3, and he held it there for forever, and it didn't even get red. Like for a long time. Like, is that thing gonna get red? He's like, check this out, dude. Just between the two. That's what I'm saying. Real quick. I mean, it didn't take long. Ooh, it turned red, bluish, and then blue. I think it was gone. That zinc penny. It's just a copper coating. That's, was it 90% copper in that, so those will obviously weigh more than the zinc. So when you flip them to the side, now you got a piled out separate. Now you want to go back and look through with your phone app with the kids, because you don't want to throw those zinc pennies away because they're not copper. Who cares? There might be $100 penny in one of those copper ones, but there can be $1,000, they're saying the last pennies could be worth like millions of dollars, guys, these last run that they look. So don't throw away any pennies and get them now. Don't refuse those pennies now. Don't let them give you that 5 cents. As a matter of fact, because you want that new one. And I don't mean to go there. It's like Beanie Babies, guys. I don't mean to go there. Sell the Princess Bear. You should have sold the damn Princess Bear when it was worth $3,000. Now look at your Cabbage Patch Kids cards. You know what I'm saying? Sell it when the market's hot, guys. You don't sit there and wait until it's ran out, just like precious metal. You don't hold on. I mean, if you're generationally, but pull some profit. Okay, see what I'm saying? So now you've got these zinc coins separated. There's ones in there that are valuable. Don't throw those away. When you've gone through it with your phone app, because they have phone apps now that you can just scan it with your phone. It'll say everything about that thing. Turn it over. It'll tell you everything. If it's mismarked, mint marked, this mark, you know what? It'll tell you everything about that particular coin. Guys, come on. This is very simple stuff. And a computer has all this very logged. It's not very much information for a computer to have all that stored. So it's going to be able to scan your pennies and your quarters and your nickels, you know. So go through these phone apps. Even maybe you look at one. Maybe you want to pay for one. That's even better, easier to read. I don't know, whatever the apps are. But my point that I'm making is don't ever not take change. Get change every time now. Every time. Do not spend cash. Do not spend any credit when you can help it. Try to get cash. Try to get cash and try to turn that paper into change. Because there are zinc pennies that are worth a lot of money. And you got to listen to what I just said. Look for these last, cool. Yeah, just go through. And I don't know. I mean, I've only used one for a little bit before, and I'm not in that point yet. I'm just a bullion collector, meaning I'm just collecting weight green. But why throw the other pennies away if I had time later? Not throw them away or like go give them back to the bank because they're not copper. There's still some. There could be $100 penny in that 4 jars of pennies, right? In the zinc pennies, and I need to get that one out of there. And now I don't want to get rid of any of these pennies either, green, because I think eventually at one time, if like we had a solar pulse from the sun, like a flare, solar flare, we had some nefarious, something happened and the grid went down, this will spend again. It will spend. I know it will. You know what I'm saying? This will probably even spend a little more easier than trying to spend maybe something that's a little bit more out of somebody's reach, like a silver buffalo or something. They're going to be very, yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you take the time, they're out there, man. If somebody made that profession, you know what I'm saying? It is. I think it is worth our time now. It really is. I don't want to do that for a living, but I'm not going to just throw away an opportunity. I might be able to hire somebody for a couple hours, a couple days, a week. Say, okay, you know, and hopefully somebody's honest and not take and try to pocket a coin that's worth, I'll cut you in on 10%. You know, of everything you find out of the stack, you know, you find a $10,000 coin, you know, boom, I'm going to, you know, and have them scan these things and later. So there's no reason to throw them away. And I think that someday, nice. You have a relic. Yeah, see, this is what they're here, though. Right? I'm saying you got it, green. And that's all you're doing. You're not being opportunistic, right? Like you're opportunistic. People like that, like rob you blind. But there's an opportunity right there in front of us right now. Nickels are still in circulation. You can find more nickels. There's silver. That's another way to get nickels. You can still get quarters and dimes. Let me show you again what I'm talking about here. What could happen? This is why you don't want to get rid of any of your change. You know, if you look at this copper quarter, it's 70% copper. Let's see if I can find the one here. Okay, look, this isn't a quarter, but it has that same thing. Look at the difference. See the difference? See how there's copper in that one? You can see that it's got a copper band in, you know, it's 70% copper. Yeah, there you go. Outstanding. That's what I'm saying. Do it at a time up. Do it with the kids. If you got kids or something, do it with the grandkids. You've got you know. But see how that's got copper on that one side? This one doesn't. That's a pure silver. It's not a quarter, but it's a pure silver. It's 90% on your silver quarters. So you can still find silver quarters out there. But hold on a second. I don't care about the silver. Look, it's got copper in it, guys. That's 70% copper. What is it the price is it going to take for the price of copper to get so high that this quarter is now worth more than a quarter's worth of copper? Don't throw these away, guys. These are copper in. These have 70% copper. All change is valuable right now, no matter the year. As a matter of fact, get it when you can. Ask people to pay for change. They might look at you like you're crazy. So I give you $10 off if you pay in change. Huh? They went, honey, go get that jar. We'll count that stuff out. They're not going to have the time to go look through it, all their valuable stuff, whatever. Take change from people. Make the opportunity. There you go. There you go. If you can get access to that. Now, look, green, that stuff's not going to have as much value as a penny, like any penny, because it's known. We've all seen the penny, so we know that. Value. It's something we've all seen. Oh, that's an ugly looking penny there, huh? Must be one of them new ones. So they get ugly quick. But okay, so right, a penny is something we've all seen. Now listen, I wanted to get you, since you seem to be picking up on some of these things. Listen, you need to start to learn how to smelt green, and everybody else in here, listen. Because if you could take your copper wire and make what's called an ignet, or like a bar, a copper ignet is like a little bar. It's weighted, and you stamp it and you weight it, and you can put a weight on it, and officially, start learning how to do that right now. I'm going to take a look at investing in this. It sucks. I don't want it to be like that, but it kind of makes you like the money changers in scripture. But if you did it in a righteous way and you're being resourceful, Father's not going to look at you. Remember, give that shekel to the rich man. We all get a different measure. If you're using what you're given, Yeah, cool. So always, now remember, your circuit breakers have like 1/3 of an ounce of silver in them or something, 1/10 of an ounce of silver, I think 1/10 of an ounce in a circuit breaker, a switch. We couldn't be having this phone has silver in it. We wouldn't swipe without silver. But my point here to what I'm making is, think about this copper in this quarter, this copper, there you go. Outstanding. Outstanding. There you go. So get them broke down now. Start smelting those down into smaller pieces. Like, would you rather, would you take 13 dimes? If I didn't have 14 dimes, because I don't have a whole ounce, I've done this in here, green, and said, look, would you rather have 14 dimes or 1 whole ounce? Because it's 14 silver dimes to make up 1 silver ounce. Some people, I had a lady said, hey, I'd rather have this. I could lose the dimes, and then I don't have, some people say they want the whole thing. Some people would say they want the 14 dimes. So, yeah, so you were in a, and that's fine. Scrappers are scrappers. So you understand already what I'm talking about. You'll understand the mindset of what's going on in here. And I'm not, like I said, I'm the type of guy, when I sweep stuff up, I pick up the screw and the washer and the penny. I don't sweep it into the trash. I reach down, I pick up the penny, I pick up the little screw, I pick up the washer. Those all cost money, So let me ask you this, green, real quick. Okay. If you were trying to trade me, let's say you had some small crucible or something like that, or you had a way I could, what do they call those machines where you can heat up to the electric torch? It's like a smelter, but for doing metal, heating up the metal. I know it's a smelter or whatever, but anyways, it doesn't matter. But you got one of those small machines. You've made a homemade machine. You know what I'm saying? Yes, but it's going to get there. The crucible. Okay, so you make a crucible, right? Now let's say you got a crucible, green, right? And I want that because you've got a couple of them, and so I want your crucible, and you say, well, I want, an ounce, because an ounce of silver is it's like silver is it's not going to be too much longer. You're not going to be able to get silver. Silver's been in a deficit for 5 years. It has been before, prior to the COVID. Silver's almost going to become near unaffordium, and then unobtainium. And that's when it's going to be a scrapper's world. Like somebody like you knows where that's all at. Contacts, switches, swipe, phone, you know what I'm saying? So, green, you've got a smelter that I want. Okay? You got a smelter that I want. okay, or a crucible, right? Smelter. Same. Well, no, you got a crucible. I want because you got 3 or 4, and it's a homemade job or whatever. So, but it's got value, and I want to trade you this silver ounce for that crucible, right? Now, listen. I don't have a silver. I don't have the. I know it takes 14 dimes, right, to make, and then you want an ounce. Okay, Green, hang out with her. Before I say, don't. If you don't have TikTok brain, you'll be able to hold your brain thought here. You want 14 dimes or an ounce of silver, okay? And I don't have 14 dimes, okay? Because I don't have a whole ounce. I'm the type of guy that I try to get the smaller dimes, and maybe I can't buy a whole ounce at one time. You know what I'm saying? I just can't get my hands on a whole ounce, which is kind of like gold for people now. They just can't obtain it unless they buy little tiny of so nice. So are you a buffalo herder? Are you herding buffaloes? So, okay, so I come to you and I say, hey, Green, now you've got this crucible because you already have some, you've been a scrapper, right? You kind of already said you got some magnets and stuff. So you might have this crucible, right? And you've got 3 or 4 of them because this is what you've been doing. And I want to get in the business. And I'm not trying to take from your business. I'm going to take this crucible way out of town or something, you know? And so I'm not going to cut into your money changing and switching things down because it'd be very valuable. I'm trying to show you what I'm talking about. So I'm going to take that and you say, well, you got to go at least 100 miles for this thing, you know, because I got customers now. Hey, no, I'm going 300 miles away. And I plan on just keep going further south. I'm going to travel and go south with it. So I totally understand what you're saying. I just want your smallest one. I know but now look at Green. I don't have 14 dimes. I don't have 14 dimes, Green. And I said, it's 14 dimes to make up 1 ounce. But Green, I'm a veteran and I have 13 dimes. So would you help a brother out? I am a military veteran. I know some people like veterans and some people don't. It's kind of a crazy world, but I am a military veteran. Would you do it? Okay, cool. Would you do it for 13 dimes? Would you help a brother out if you were a veteran and you were wanting to sell me that crucible? Okay. Oh, you're a veteran. Oh, you're a veteran. Okay, well, so then you help a brother out, help another veteran out for 13 dimes. Would you do it for 13 dimes? Okay, well, don't do that. Darn it. See that because veterans can help another out. Well, no, I understand. But let's say you're not. Okay. Let's say you're not a veteran. And look, just please use this wisely too, because I'm a veteran. I don't like being a veteran. I don't like being a veteran. I hate being a veteran. I don't like what the hell we do. I'm not a proud veteran. If you watch this thing, I rip veterans a new asshole because we're the filth of this world. We go out and kill people in other countries and right here in our own countries with all this black ops in and outside. And it is what it is. But I have, I was very reluctant to ever put it on my license, and I actually took it off my vehicle. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't want to be targeted for being a veteran. But I come to you, if you was kind of give me, would you give that to me? If you weren't a veteran, out of respect, would you give me that for 13 dimes? If you weren't a veteran, let's say you weren't a veteran. So I can't take that back, and I know veterans going to help, that's just how veterans are. We rag each other. It doesn't matter which branch it is. It's, I couldn't put my head in the jar because it wasn't a jar head and he's semen samples and all whatever. It's a military thing. But if you weren't a veteran, see, I want you to use this now, okay? What I'm saying, because you'll get this as an example. So would you do it for 13 dimes? Now tell me no. Tell me no. Because most people, honestly, Green would say yes. You know what I'm saying? They say, yeah, I do it for you. We've done that same experiment in here, okay? So would you do it for 13 dimes? No. Well, how about 13 dimes and 3 copper pennies? Copper pennies, copper pennies. Would you do it for that, Green? 3 copper pennies and 13 dimes. And we got a deal? You want to shake on that? I'm going to assume the sale, right? You do it for that, right? Okay, see? You see why that penny might be valuable right now, guys? Maybe he needs nickels. Maybe it's because you know what I'm saying? So remember that in the future, okay? Remember that in the future, okay, as a veteran. Just, I don't mean to overdo it, but use that wisely, okay? In the future, offer that because Green, I had that silver, I had that silver dime in my pocket. I don't have it, but it's right there. I still had it the whole time, right? I have it. And maybe I'll have my old lady have it. Honey, do you have it? Honey, I didn't bring any money. Honey, I don't care. Turn them pockets inside out. I didn't come all the way to get this smelter, or this, or this thing to have this guy tell me no, because I came with 14. And I know that sounds a little dishonest, but I need to keep that lady fed. I've got a kid at home. I figure I can help, myself, and I'll bring it with me. And it doesn't sound completely honest, but this is the world we might go into where, hey, I'll help you out because that person, and that's what a free market is. Okay, Green. You know what I'm saying? That's what a free market is. Everybody in the room, when I shake on something and we agree on something, it doesn't matter the size or the shape. If we both agree, that's a free market. That's what's badass about the free market, guys. That's why I live like that. Remember, I live off the grid. I live free. I don't live like a slave. I didn't, went on to defend people's rights to live like a slave. And no matter what they do to me, I'm not going to be a slave. I'm going to die 10-toe and not, if you're already on your knees as a slave, then, you're not living free. So, yeah, we're not going to do that. Yeah, we're not, what I'm saying? Let's not talk about that. But like I said, I want to be upfront with you. Green, I came with 14 dimes. I knew that's what it cost, but as a veteran or whatever, because I got a little bit of a skill set or something, I'm going to ask. I might run into another veteran. It keeps a dime in my pocket so I can feed my lady, so I can feed my kid. If not, maybe use the penny as your, because they're obtainable. There are still pennies that are obtainable. They're getting hard to get, guys. They really are. The penny's going very fast. I just told you how fast it's going. The nickel, they're offering me a nickel, so that one's going to go fast too. So my point that I'm making is I would rather have 14 dimes to give myself the opportunity to at least offer. Because if I put all my eggs in one basket, I never have the opportunity to ask Green if he'll take 13 dimes. Or I bring my buddy with you, or you don't have anything. No, dude, I told you, dude, come on. You got to get, and I know he's got it or something, and I've done this. It's good cop, bad cop, guys. I did it in law enforcement to get people in trouble. We were stupid, snaky, and did stupid. I was a military police in the Army as well. I don't want to talk about it. It is what it is. But my point is I'm going to make up for all the atrocities and the things that I've done. I ain't making up for nothing. Father will pour out a just measure when he returns. So, but my point is don't put all your eggs in one basket. Start thinking of these things like copper pennies and nickels as you break it down. You know what I'm saying? Then I would have found it. You know what I'm saying? But at first, I would have tried to offer you 3 pennies. You know what I'm saying? Or a penny or 2 pennies. And because they would have value. You know what I'm saying? At that time, Green, they would have value. You know what I'm saying? Each one of those dimes would have value, like that whole ounce would have value. You know what I'm saying? You're tracking. Okay, you see what I'm saying? You got it. So you're tracking what I'm saying. So you want to give yourself the opportunity. So what I'm trying to show you is use your veteran skills later, even if it's just using it as a card, getting your 10% off on a purchase, or it is what it is. It is what it is. Use it later. You're not stealing valor, because if you have a DD-214 that says ETS and has honorable discharge, you're a veteran, whether you like it or not. It didn't matter. I don't care if you were a cook, whether you work for, you're an MP or you're a cannon cocker, 13 Bravo. I don't care what your MOS was, what military, if you're a jarhead or a Navy or whatever, whatever. You served in the future. Be wise. A veteran knows how to think on his feet, right? Thought will get you killed. Move out and draw fire, soldier, right? You don't think. You don't get paid to think. You get paid to move out. And so using that later, you could use that in just that one skill set has always, almost every time in here, Green, gotten me to get people to take the 13 dimes. Is it tricky? Maybe a little bit, but it puts one more dime that might buy a whole bag of groceries for me later. And you're happy. I'm happy. I'm going to bring the dime. I'm going to bring it. I know if it's something that's cost 14, I don't want to go to somebody's house and make, know what they want and not at least bring what they're asking. I'm not going to offer you that at first, right? Because I can't go back up. Oh, here, I want, it's like, what I sold Kevin, I really wish I would have asked him for 5,000 in silver. You know what I'm saying? Just on top of it. Because I took it in the shorts but I can't go back up. But you could always start here and work your way back down, right? Well, kind of the reversed way. So start lower You know, hey, will you take 13 dimes? I'm a military Army veteran. You know, can you help a brother out? You know, yeah, you're a veteran. I'll do it. And a lot of times they say, yeah, I don't even need to break out a penny. I didn't even do this until they started doing the penny. And now I'm starting to add this into the teaching and the nickel too. Why not? You know what I'm saying? Maybe it is those 13 dimes and 3 pennies that closes the deal, because copper's going to be pretty valuable then. If a penny is worth, you know what I'm saying, think about this too. I want to show you how valuable is this penny right now. This penny's worth $1. No, it's not. Yes, the hell it is. Watch, I'll show you it's worth $1. In 1913, $1 would buy you $1 worth of goods. $1 in 1913, $1 would buy you $1 worth of goods. The inception of the paper dollar. Okay, it would buy you $1 worth of purchasing power. It has lost 99% of its purchasing power. That means what it would buy you would only buy you a penny's worth today. Today, a penny's worth today in this market. So that means this penny is actually worth $1. It should be in trade. If you think about what I just said, if it's lost 99% of its purchasing power of the dollar, and there's only 1 penny left in the dollar of purchasing power, now that penny's become worth $1. If you turn it and flip in trade, if it's a copper penny, probably watch in trade it will be, because it already is. It's lost 99% of its purchasing power. It only buy you a penny. That copper penny is worth 3.5 cents in copper alone. It's actually worth more than it costs 3.5 cents to make a zinc penny. Not even a copper penny. It's not even copper. So if you think about what I just said, it's lost 99% of its purchasing power. You can't go buy what you could buy in 1913 with $1. It only buys you a penny's worth. So you can take that purchasing power back by putting that back into that metal. And one day that penny will be worth $1 easily in trade. What is a penny going to be worth when it's worth $2 and $3? That's when you might want to start saving your copper penny or copper quarters. Just call them copper quarters. They're not quarters, they're copper quarters. And they're copper dimes. You know what I'm saying? Cool. Outstanding. You got it, man. Appreciate you coming in here. I'm always doing stuff like this. So I got to give, man. 2 kinds of people on this rock. People who are service to self and service to others. So give some of that information to somebody today. Go get some change if you got to go out. You know what I'm saying? If you got to go and just to go out of the house, go get some change today. You know what I'm saying? Break down those dollars. Don't carry around $100 bills. Break those down into smaller denominations too. Same thing. Don't carry around large denominations. Break them down. Thanks for coming in, Green. I hate every color except for green. No, just kidding. So, good stuff. Appreciate your time. Time's super valuable. So, something you can't buy. So, come back when you have some more time. Appreciate your subscription. I don't try to grift people for their subscription. So, you know what I'm saying? They come to the ministry when Father brings them. So, I don't. How often do I have, hey, can I have your subscription? Please like, comment, and subscribe. I say hit the thumbs up button because it might, you know, spark somebody in the algorithm to see it, but I don't want anybody to subscribe to this channel. I don't want to be here. There's a greater chance you get thrown out of here than subscribe to the channel. There's no chance or free will or no love. That's just the way it works. So anyways, hopefully you see too why it's valuable to start collecting all of this change. There might be a fancy quarter in here. There might be a fancy dime in here. I'm stupid just to spend it at the store. There are quarters that are worth hundreds of dollars, dimes that are worth hundreds of dollars. You just got to look through them though, guys. That's the thing. So as a matter of fact, give me a minute. I'm going to probably chooch on a bowl here, and then I think I'm going to start separating some of these war nickels and see if I have any 1943 nickels. I asked Kevin. Kevin thought I had maybe 1 or 2 out of 2 jars. I think I have almost $100 worth of nickels. Almost $100 worth of nickels. So I don't have $100 worth of nickels. I got $100 worth of nickel to make stainless steel. So how many? We always do our egg guess. How many nickels, war nickels, are in almost $100 worth of nickels? How many war nickels? That's 1942 to 1945. How many of those do you think I'll find out of almost $100 worth of nickels? Put your guess. I'm going to get up and put my go outside for a minute. Three? Cool. I think there's going to be one or two. I'll say two, because you got to make an actual guess. Two. All right, so put your, let me fill my water here and go. I'll put that back there. Over there. Get that change, guys. Get the change. So when we got people in here, 9 people in here. So $100 almost worth of nickels. Sabrina said three war nickels. That could be. That's possible. It is. I haven't looked through them at all. It's a lot of nickels to look through. Pretty nice day out there, Mr. Puppy. Pretty nice day out there. All right, let's chooch on this, and then we'll. I got to figure out what was the weight of the war nickel. The war nickel is. Can you look at the difference for me online? What do you, if you have a chance or not? If you have a moment here, I think the war nickel is 3.4, and the regular nickel's like 3.1. They're not actually very far off. They're not like 2 and 3. They're the same number, but there's I think they're like 2 or 3 points off of each other. So thank you. I appreciate that. I looked, and obviously I'd find one if I found something different. I figured we could all learn off of that. So, oh, I got to get my tray, huh? I got to get my tray. I think there's not much difference. There's a little bit of a difference, but it's not much. I think it's 3.4 and 3.7, or 3.1 and 3.4, or something like that. Oh man, that's good stuff there, boys. Oh, that's good stuff. Well, okay, we're giving out lots of good information in this stream, so take that. Take that. Actually, I need to get an empty jar. I need to find one empty jar. I have to get one jar. So hold on a second. I'm gonna have to get a jar because I need to, spill one off into the other. Well, maybe I don't. Maybe I can separate them because there won't be that many. There won't be that many. So let me go get my tray though. A little tray that I was using. Just down there, puppy. Oh, what do we got? It says the same weight as regular nickel. No. There's a difference between a war nickel and there is a difference between the two nickels. They don't weigh the same. One's a little bit different. That's all right. I'll see it. I'll see it. It'll be a different in weight. One weighs a little bit more, and one weighs a little bit less. Okay, here was the last one. So. I mean, they can't all know because I can find one that's not a war nickel and tell you that one says it's 4.9. Is that right? 4.9? 5.0. No way. 4.9. 5.0. Wow, is that 5.1? 5.1. So what is a war nickel? Look at what yeah. 5.0. 5.0. A war nickel is something different. I know it does. I'll find it. 4.9. Wow, that's an oddity. I want to try to look at my oddities too. Maybe, I don't know what's an odd nickel. I'll go through those later or something. Or if I see something odd, I'll pull it out. Like, that's a weird looking nickel. 4.9. 5.0. 4.8. Yeah, no, look at the, you're looking up the weight. Look up the weight of it. Look, see what it says see what a silver war nickel weighs. You know, what's the weight of a war nickel? 4.9. That's funny that it weighs almost 5 and it's a nickel. You know what I'm saying? 5.1, 4.9. There's a little variance, but 4.1. But it's like 3 or 4 points off. 4.9, 5.0. Oh, well, I'll find one. It'll ring up, I'm sure, if we don't. 5.1. I can't see none of it, so I'll have to see it by weight. My eyeballs just won't see it. 5.0. 4.9. 4.9. 4.9. 4.9. 5.1. Yeah, I think it weighs, maybe it weighs a little less. I don't know if it weighs less or more. I remember looking it up. It said 4.9. 4.9. 5.0. 4.9. 4.9. 5.0. 4.9. 5.1. 5.2. 5.0. 5.0. 5.0. 5.0. 5.9. 5.0. 5.0. 5.0. 5.0. Oh, I lost that one. Where'd it go? I don't know. It's probably 5.0. 5.0. 4.9. 4.8. That's a little different. 4.9. 4.9. No, I guess not. 4.9. 4.1. 4.0. 4.8. 4.8. 4.8. All right. I don't know if that one weighs a little bit different. I'm not sure. That one's not that 4.9. 4.9. Huh, I'll have to look at that one. It's weighing a little bit off. 4.9. 4.9. Only one possibility so far. 1.0. No. There's no way I can look through the dates that fast, you know what I'm saying? There's no way I can look through the dates that fast. 4.0, 5.0. 4.9. 5.1. Anybody else see a difference on a war nickel? Because everybody's Google says something different, or everybody's platform says something different. That's the world we live in. Somebody can look up one thing and they get one thing, and somebody look at somewhere else to get something completely different. Four 5.0, 6.9. Yeah, off there. The other one was leaning like 6.9. What the hell is that? Some kind of weird. 6.9. 4.9. 5.0. 5.0. 5.0. There are not many war nickels out there. They only made them for just 2 years, so you know it's not like there should be a bunch of them out there. 5.0. How many got in here? 5. What else? What else you guys see? Go see what a war nickel is. How much does a U.S. war nickel, 1942 to 1945? What's the weight on a U.S. war nickel? They made it for 3 years. 1942 to 1949. They took the penny, the copper out of the penny. They made steel pennies, and they took the nickel out of the nickels and they replaced it with silver. They're called war nickels. What do you see on your Google search bars or whatever search engine you're on? You see anything on yours? What's it say for a war nickel? So where I saw a difference of variance. Sabrina said she saw no variance. So maybe she's right. Maybe my thing is off and I'll have to do it with the eyeballs. Or I think it should weigh a little different. It shouldn't weigh the same. Anyone? Bueller? That's no war nickel. Like I said, I can tell some of these. Not a war nickel. That's not a war nickel. That's not a war nickel. That's not a war nickel. Some of these you can just look at and see. Ooh, that thing is shiny. So shiny. All right. Oh. 5.1. 5.1. 4.9. 4.9. 4.9. 4.9. 4.8. 4.8. 4.9. 4.9. 5.0. All right, appreciate your help, Sabrina. 5.0. I'll figure it out. One will pop up, maybe. A lot of those other kind of nickels in there, though. Woo. They're pretty easy to spot, too. Nice. All right, I gotta find something to put these ones in here. Hold up, wait a minute. We're separating. No, I don't want that. I want to know what the weight is. I gotta know what the coin weight is. You know, one weighs to different. One weighs one and one weighs another. They're just saying that nickels for those 3 years were made of 4 grams of nickel, but don't know if it weighs 4 grams total. Okay. Anybody else? Somebody else. Come on, guys. Sabrina's at. Look, you guys will find it. If not, I'll put you on hold for a minute. myself as well. Thank you, Sabrina. I appreciate it. I know Google is such a freaking, or any of the platforms, are such a nightmare to navigate sometimes. You get such variance. You know, you look one time, you get one thing. You look another time, you get something completely different. So, appreciate any time that you can give me. Because as you know, I've been kiboshed on the internet. The internet don't like me. They can still live stream though. At least Father is not being that cruel. Another jar here. That's clean enough for what I'm trying to do. Clean enough. I'm just trying to rearrange some nickels there. No, it's hard. I know sometimes it's so hard to Google to give you any right answers. So, I appreciate you looking. No worries again. That's you go. I'm telling you, one time you look one thing and get something, you gotta write it down and screenshot it. That's what you can do and find out that you don't get the same answer every single time either. I'll pause 1 second, take a look here. Let me put these in here and I'll take a look and see it. It doesn't look like nobody else is. Everybody else is just kind of watching from afar. They're being entertained. Are you entertained? But please, take everything I say with a grain of salt. I'm not some. Oh man, my phone is not charging at all. Why not? Bummer. I'm gonna have to end this stream. My phone hasn't plugged back in. It's not taking a charge. So it's almost dead. I didn't know that. It never plugged in. All right, guys, let's end this stream. I guess my phone is almost dead. I just looked and it's not taking a charge. So I'll have to get off here for a little bit. I'll come back on for the end of the day or something. If you don't see me on for the end of the day or something, you got to go. Appreciate your time. Links are in the description. If you want to support the ministry, thank you for that $1 Cash App. Somebody gives $1 Cash App almost every time they come in here, but I do appreciate it. Like I said, I'll use them wisely. All dollars make sense to me. So remember, I'll turn them into change. So thanks for your work, Sabrina. Appreciate it, sister. And year and a half, here we are. So we'll see where Father has me here. The attorney didn't call today. Wow. So thought he'd call me after court. Let me know something, but oh well. It's all in Father's hands. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. Pastor Revelation, Pastor Apocalypse. Whoa.